What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Marvel as the Flash? The Fastest Man Alive. Part 6. If you enjoy this type of content, please speed punch the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Remember to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's get into the rise of Marvel's Scarlet Speedster without further ado. The Fastest Man Alive. The Night. Vega HQ. Getting out of the cold shower made me feel so much better. It had been a while since I last relaxed and enjoyed myself. If I weren't mistaken, it would be before I received my powers and started down this long winding road. With that, I made a note to myself to take a nice long vacation as soon as I could. Getting out of the shower, I dried off and pulled on one of my dark blue combat pants with another one of Natasha's brand t-shirts. This shirt actually said brand Natalia on the tag, but the outside said if lost return to Ororo. The brand Natalia and the front got a chuckle out of me, but I wore the shirt all the same. Now that I was dressed, I waited for Felicia to get finished herself, but when she walked out of the locker room, I couldn't help but laugh. Felicia's shirt said Natasha's hands off. I shook my head at the shirt and its stylized writing on the front. Honestly, I had no clue when Natasha had gotten these done. But she must have put a lot of planning into it because everything was of high quality, and seeing Felicia in a shirt, I was certain that I wasn't the only one she dressed. Ignoring that thought of mine for a moment, I showed Felicia towards the armory and staging area that we were going to use for the upcoming deal. When we arrived, all 20 of the Delta team that I was going to give Felicia control over were here. And damn it, they were having what appears to be a party. Damn it, Nora, why do you have your pants down with your butt out? I asked, yelling over the music playing. Everyone paused, and I witnessed Salt placing a 20 in the man's G-string. Damn it, Salt, didn't I just turn down a good time? What's going on here? Also, Nora, why do you have a freaking thong on? Oh, the boys were saying that Salt had the best butt around, so I had to show the goods, Nora replied as he pulled the bill out from around his waist. Come on, boss man, this, and that's different. You were getting ready to blow her back out, and this is just going to loosen us up before the big party. Salt replied with a shrug. And what about the rest of you lot? I asked around the room at the other 18 people that were chuckling at Nora, failing to find his actual underwear. Here, kid, I heard Gunny's gruff voice as he dropped his shroud holograms to place Nora's underwear over his ears. Shaking my head at that, I looked at Gunny, then followed him over to the table as he pulled up the plans for the party. When we got to the hollow table, Felicia gave me a raised eyebrow, and I tried not to sigh. Don't worry about him, girly. Let me introduce myself. Name's Jeremy Charles. But people call me Gunny from my army days. That puts over there with his pants finally up is David Nora, and the Marine next to him is Samantha Salt. And we will be your team leaders. Gunny said quickly as he waved his arm to each person. So one of my team leaders is a stripper, and the other is a schlong blocker. Noted, replied Felicia with a nod of her head. Everyone laughed at the comment while I shook my head. Nora received a glare from me as he came walking up to the table with his pants finally around his waist. Did you at least win the bet? I asked the big 6 feet moron with a dopey grin on his face. Nope, I lost the bet of who's with the finest buns, but I at least made some money out of it, Nora replied smoothly. Okay, all that and you still didn't win, Felicia asked as she tilted her head at him. Who won then? Nat. The whole room spoke up as one, as if they were somehow in sync on the topic. This caused me to snort while Felicia rolled her eyes with the answer she received. With the jokes and laughs out of the way, we were a lot looser and ready for the briefing and the upcoming action. The plan was simple yet flexible, allowing us to make changes when needed when Fisk brought out the big guns for the party. Nora was going to have Overwatch with his 5 on the southwest corner overlooking everything. Gunny had the perimeter with his 5, and Salt had our backs with the rest. With the plan laid out before us, it was time to get suited up in gear, and I had a major surprise for Felicia. For Felicia, I had created 3 different types of suits for her to wear. The first was the recreation of the Black Cat outfit because why not? The second suit was a more armored version, and the third was the heavy armor for taking on tanks because this is Marvel and you never know when something is going to come and mess up your day. Before I went to show Felicia the things I had made for her to wear, it was time to hand out the guns because Marines love guns. With me cracking the code behind the PYM particles, I had taken the time to redo a lot of the weaponry that we use because why the hell not? If someone had access to shrinking tech and didn't use it to pimp out their own people, then they have brain damage. There should be no reason why Hank's Ant-Man suit or his base should look so crappy in those movies I had seen before my death. Morals or not, shrink down and take what you need to save your wife and loved ones. Too bad for my enemies, I didn't have such moral dilemmas. I steal and blackmail to get my way, and if that doesn't work, quick removal of the opposition always works. Now for the new addition to our weapons loadout was the smart grenades that I had stolen right from Call of Duty before my death. This grenade had a few functions by turning the dial on the top. I also had to keep dummy-proof with the pull pin, but the dial on the top allowed you to pick your selection before pulling. The smart functions were normal frag, the second was flash, the third was a ping system that used echolocation to locate people within 100 feet of the grenades. The last two functions were an EMP and smoke, but I wasn't able to add in a homing function since the system already had too much pack into it. From there, I placed the containers with the smart grenades and brought out the modified railgun and its ammo. The railgun got a barrel shortened down to a 16-inch barrel and with the new magnetic railing. It was now firing rounds at upwards of 5,000 feet per second, bringing it way past the standard muzzle velocity of the .50 caliber rifle. With the barrel upgrade, every round fired was going through anything it hit. Then I also had to change the way the weapon fired. The automatic fire was removed to keep people from squeezing the trigger and blowing their load. Granted, the people who used these were Marines and they knew better, but precaution never hurt in the long run. The rifle now fired in semi-auto and single fire. The grip was now installed with a smart feature that I also took straight from Judge Dredd. That almost didn't happen until Peter and I watched it on a double date night with the ladies in the movie room. The moment that the moron took the judge's gun and couldn't use it gave me heart issues, because the weapons that I created was far more deadly than what the judges used. That did give me more ideas about ammunition though, but for now, all I had created was volt rounds and the other standard rounds. There was a sticky round that I had in my lab still going through testing, but so were plenty of others. Besides the ammo types, I also wanted to work on a gene that only we had for the weapons access over the gloves. With the gloves passed out, the Marines looked at Gunny before he waved his hands, and they reacted like trained animals all rushing for a rifle. Gunny laughed at this, but I could only shake my head. Pay them no attention, kid. Even though we have been working for you a while, it's always Christmas getting new toys that go boom. Gunny told me as I watch him go over the rifle like a pro, but since he did help me design it, of course, he would know the ins and out before the rest, and it also helps we kept it as close to the M4 platform as we could. Well, they are going to love this because I worked out the kinks in the accelerator suits, I said while pressing a few buttons on my holo tablet. What type of accelerator suit? Someone asked me from the side, but when I looked, it wasn't Felicia, but it was Salt who asked the question. Not answering, I showed her the hologram of the suit, which gained me a whistle from the female Marine. Boss, that looks like RoboCop took steroids. Salt said as she looked over the hologram. Do I keep my promises of what? Besides replacing that arm you lost, I told you working with me would come with all the best toys in the world. I told her as I walked over to the wall that was turning around to show the suit. Look alive, folks, because I will only say this once. Gunny yelled over the crowd as we stood next to the suit on display. This here is a Delta 6 accelerator suit. What does it accelerate? Someone asked. You obviously, that's why it's a suit. It makes you run harder and hit faster. With this suit, you're the new Captain America, but that's for later. For now, you're all going to enjoy the nanocarbon weave armor with a new combat assistance system that we had installed for the helmets. Impress me tonight, and you could be wearing this suit before the week's out. Gunny yelled and then pressed the button to turn the display case back around. So what am I going to wear to this fancy party? Felicia asked as she poked a finger into my side. Oh, you're going to like this, come with me, I told her as I walked towards another section of the armory. On this side of the armory had some of the goodies that I had prepared for this night. Tada! With a wave of my hand in front of the wall, 3 suits that I had prepared for Felicia came out. The first suit, which was the one with comparable least amount of armor, was the full black cat leather suit. This had a utility belt around her waist that had the Vega particles built in for all the gadgets she could ever need. On both of the forearms going from wrist to elbow was the white fur, as was the same that went around the neckline. The shoes came in a pair of comfortable action heels, as Natasha called them, or flats, whatever she would like to wear. The domino mask that she wore also got an upgrade with a computer lens that synced with the utility belt to bring the normal leather suit into the 21st century. Felicia whistled when she looked at the upgraded catsuit before her, but I had a smirk on my face because that was only the appetizer. "That's nothing, Cat," I said as I waved my hand to bring out the second suit. "How about more armor?" The second suit that came out was more of a mix between armor and leather. The normal catsuit was underneath interlocking plates that covered the chest and back. The interlocking plates went over both shoulders and down to the forearms, and the outer edges had her white to go with her normal black and white look. This entire suit had an interlocking nano-muscle carbon fibers running beneath the top layer, adding in more strength for the wearer. The forearms had hard casings made out of my adamantium metals with smart computers built in, but the wrist and arms could lock together to keep the hand from breaking during action moments. The fingertips each had nano-sharp nails made of a mixture of diamonds and adamantium. The knees each had coverings with support to keep from damage during fights, and they could also interlock with the covering for the shins and calves. The stomach part one had also covered with interlocking plates, since I didn't leave the front zipper on this one so that Felicia could pull it down as low as she liked. The back had a spinal support system with another advanced computer miniaturized and built in for the computer system installed into the suit. "You really went overboard with my costume," Felicia said as she walked up and pressed the button for the suit to spin so that she could see the whole thing. "I protect those on my side," I replied with a shrug. "I noticed, but how will I be able to get around?" "I don't notice those web shooters the others use," Felicia asked as she looked over the suit. Grappling hook built into the forearms on this Mark II suits, and the other is in the utility belt of the Mark I suit, I said as I held up the mannequin's forearm to show Felicia where the hooks came out from. Then I showed the hip holster of the added items that I also made to go with this suit. A few tracking cats for when she decides to go out and pull off a heist. "So what will you wear?" Felicia asked me as she turned around to look me up and down with a slow smile going across her face. "You will see, actually everyone has something to wear," I replied, nodding towards the team changing into their combat gear. The modus of dress was combat pants and boots with a high-tech flak jacket. The flak jacket was something I made using the Vega particles and nanotech. When someone tapped the red bat over the heart and said the words Team Red, the flak jacket would burst into motion to cover the person wearing it in a nanotech suit that covered them from the neck down. Everything I could think of was built right into the flak jacket and its nanotech support systems. "What the what?" Felicia exclaimed as she watches everyone get dressed like they were the Power Rangers. "Cool, right?" Salt said from next to Felicia as she placed her own flak jacket on and then zipping it up. Bossman calls it Catum Tech. Nono robotics that creates armor or other things when given the right commands and programming, I replied as I took my flak jacket from Gunny as he held it out for me. "And what I have to go get dressed in a changing room?" Felicia asked as she turned to look at me. "Nope, press your hand to that head print aperture next to both of your suits, and it will register to you." Then when they changed into the flak jacket, say Black Cat, I replied to Felicia as I pointed out where she should place her hand. The suits pulled back into the wall as a flak jacket in black and white came popping out another hole. Although the flak jacket was made of Catum Tech, I would have to get Felicia to try out the actual suits I had made for her. Since I had made the suite for display, it would still be nice to see her in leather. "I make this look good." "Wait, what's wrong with the zipper?" Felicia asked as the zipper failed to go over her mounds. "You don't need to zip it all the way up," Salt replied with a shake of her head, but I did notice the glare she gave Felicia's chest before walking away. "Password is Black Cat now that isn't synced to you," I told Felicia, then tapped my own Red Bat logo, Red Hood. Out of my flak jacket flowed catums to cover me from my neck down to my feet. The Natalia brand shirt I was currently wearing was covered with a nanostructure armor with a large bat logo over my chest. Down my arms flowed liquid metal as it covered every inch of my arms, plating me in armor over my forearms and the back of my hands. Each of my fingers were covered in a glove made of nano. The change I had made from the last time I was wearing this was located on my forearms. Since I was doing the Red Hood thing alongside my hero work as Lightspeed, I decided to go with more Batman and added the ninja arm guards to my suit. Now I was looking more of a cross between a commando and a ninja. "Oh, Mama likes," Felicia said as she looked me up and down. Before I could say anything, she tapped the cat mark on her chest. Black Cat Mark II. Then I watched as her clothing changed in the second suit variant that was built for the in-between the armor and light armor versions. She looked even better than I thought she would, damn. The flak jacket Felicia wore changed into liquid metal as she covered her body from head to toe. Felicia was looking good enough to eat, but I had to wait for after everything was finished before I could eat this kitty cat. Felicia took the cat's scrunchie out of her hair, fluffed her hair and put it back up in a ponytail. Once Felicia placed her hair up in a ponytail, she turned and gave me a wink. Before I brought up my helmet, I held out my hand with a little surprise for Felicia. Here, this is a neural connector that only my inner circle can get their hands on, I said to Felicia as I held out a small case with a small device shaped like a capital C and the size of a dime. What is this for? It's a neural connector that allows you to command all of our devices with your mind. Super advanced, and you can't get it on the market anywhere, I replied with a shrug. It's the key to using the CAS built into your suit without typing up commands. All you have to do it, think it, and it will do it. Place it behind your ear, thanks. Felicia popped as she took the neural reader out of my hand and placing it behind her ear. So, will we be expecting Underoos tonight to break this party up? Nope, I popped back. I sent him out on a date with his girlfriend, since he has been spending all his time in the labs. Oh, that's devious, Felicia replied with a smirk on her face. So when do you plan to show a girl a good time? Aren't I about to do that now? I asked back with a smile of my own. I even made you such fancy toys. Felicia quirked her eyebrows at me, then pulled me in for a searing kiss. As our tongues dueled, we heard the team doing the wolf whistle behind us. All right, you hormonal teenagers, leave them be and load up. And DeSantos, check that damn weapon. Felicia released me and followed along behind Salt and the rest of the team heading towards the hidden exit out of the underground area. When we got to the garage, the team got into an armored personnel carrier that had a hollow system that made it look like another bread truck on the road, but I had Felicia wait because I had something for us to ride in style. If I was going to walk around with the Red Hood monitor, then I was going to damn well drive in style. With a heavy vroom from the dark shadows, my ride started up, causing everyone to stop and take a look. Slowly out of the shadows drove my baby the Batmobile. But no, not just any Batmobile. This was a recreation of the Arkham Knight Batmobile. Fully armor-plated from front to back with a custom-made engine that ran 8 slim custom 4 feet 7-inch tires made of Kevlar, putting out more than 1,200 horsepower, but the weight kept the top speed down to 200 miles per hour, which had me down. Then when I tried it on a private track, the Batmobile snapped out a 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds, so that balanced the weight and speed for me. I watched as the 60mm railgun rifle on top compacted and moved to backslide into the frame. Is that an anti-material rifle on top? Oh my gosh, boss, you have to let me drive that, please. Nora exclaimed loudly from where he stood by the door to the APC. Nope, this baby is all mine, I said as the canopy opened up to allow 3 people to get in. Alright, folks, leave the shiny new toy alone. Gunny yelled over the gaggle of Marines, Cat, you're riding shotgun. And Salt, get over here, you're our third. I told Felicia, then turned to yell for Salt. Without another word, I hopped right into my driver's seat and began to strap myself in with the 4-point harness. Salt to the middle back seat under the cannon, while Felicia took the one right next to me. Talk to me, Overwatch. Everything is operational, sir. I listened to Alfred as I watched the checklist for the systems go across my screen. There was news updates, police traffic, and so much more. I was even given the feed of Peter going on his date. The other feed was of Fisk leaving his tower with his lackeys following. So what can this thing do? Felicia asked as she buckled herself into her seat. Everything, I quipped as I punched it into high gear. With a whop from Felicia and Salt, we rushed out of the base in high gear. This was a super-powered electric engine running on a power core created from a speed force particle, so there were no fuel issues to worry about. With a drift, we slid around the corner leading up towards the exit, and since we were still in the wide tunnels, I followed the drift up the wall. Yeah. Felicia hooped some more as I did 3 more circles before settling back down onto the road. Sprinting down the route to the open air, we hit a groove going well over 80 miles per hour. The coming exit was fast approaching, but there was no one on the other side of the false wall leading out. Though the windshield was polarized and could darken with a thought, it wouldn't be good having this race tank spotted on the streets. So with a thought, I enacted the hologram to make us appear to be driving a normal SUV. With a jump we blasted into the open air. This was such exhilaration. I listened to the 2 whoops with joy before we felt the wheels touch down. The private parking lot that I bought and used for the exit was empty just the way I like it. I drifted the Batmobile in a circle and brought us to a stop as we waited for the team to come topside. We didn't have to wait for long because soon the APC with the team came up topside, then the hologram slotted into place showing it as a taco truck closed for the day. The original disguise was the Wonder Bread truck. But then again, those trucks aren't normally seen around construction sites. With a wave to the security guard I had on my payroll, we drove out into the night of New York. It didn't take us long to arrive at the site of the deal going down tonight. It was a construction site owned by the big man Wilson Fisk himself. Our meeting place was on the 20th floor, and we would all go up at the same time from different elevators where we could see each other. This was set up in a way so that he could watch me. Too bad for Big Willie. I know he doesn't play the game fair, and neither do I. That's why my team had gear that Shields wishes they had access to. We arrived as the big man himself, but when I got out, I kept up my helmet and the hologram hiding my Batmobile. "Mr. Hood, shall we go up?" Fisk asked as he extended a hand for me to shake. Reading it in comics and looking at the portrayal of the characters on TV was one thing, but meeting him in real life was so much different. Fisk stood at a whopping 6 feet 7 inches, a solid inch taller than my enhanced self, and he was huge. Fisk was the size of 2 full-sized fridges taped together with a tiny head on the front with legs attached. Fisk was bald and clean-shaven, and each word he spoke, I felt it in my chest. Felicia wanted to take him down herself, but one look at this man made me want to fight for her, but I would respect her wishes for now. "Mr. Fisk," I said with a handshake in acknowledgement towards the man. Then I waved my hands towards the empty site. "Shall we?" With that prompt, we left the majority of our people behind us as we made our way towards our respective elevators. As I walked into my elevator, I spotted a few sticks of C4 painted over and some covered to stay hidden from sight. With a thought, I had them pinged on the team's BattleNet, so everyone was aware of the locations that I found. With the first one shown with a ping, it opened the floodgates as the team pinged more and more explosives rigged around us. Well, it would seem Fisk has been busy. This whole place is rigged to blow, but also built and have the explosives forgotten. Nora stated over the comms channel. "Yeah, it's for insurance fraud and a backup in case someone raids the place, and a few other things I would wager." I replied back in comms while keeping the outside muted so that the sound didn't leak. I remembered a few comics where Fisk blew up the place from a heli or from his different hideouts. This was how he burned a lot of places that Spider-Man or Daredevil raided to capture him. This also worked pretty well against the Punisher also. Stepping out of the elevator, I had my 5 with Gunny having my back while Phillips carried the bag with the NX5 drugs. The bag had more than 100 kilos in product with more in the truck down below. When I got to the place of the meeting, thought it would seem that Fisk just couldn't hold it in his pants. Standing around us was his lieutenants and muscles, but 2 stood out to me with massive warning flags. The first was a guy standing off to the side that I noticed and recognized instantly with my meta-knowledge. He was wearing all-black suit with rings on his forehead in the form of a bullseye. Freaking Lester was here, and right next to him was William Freaking Backer, the damn Sandman himself, or the criminal name everyone knows him as Flint Marko. Though he was wearing a military getup with guns and ammo strapped to his vest. Besides those 2 catching my eye, I noticed that Fisk already had his goons set up for the meeting. "Thought this was only one-on-one party," I said as I pulled my .45 Sig Sauer from the holster on my back. When I went for my handgun, my guys pulled up their own rifles as Fisk guys also brought up his own. Easy, they are only here to bring you into the fold. Those that are going to replace their own product with yours will need to sample the merchandise," Fisk said as he held up a hand to ease the tension. Placing my gun away, I had my eye on that asshole bullseye as he smirked at us. The joke's on him though, because we were covered in nanotech armor, and this wasn't a Saturday morning cartoon where we would remove the helmets for a face-to-face deal. Felicia listened to the deal go down from the Batmobile. She didn't want to be here at all. What Felicia wanted to do was be up there and sink her claws into the face of that lard of a man. This was the night that she had been waiting for years to achieve. Felicia could feel it in the air, the adrenaline. The thirst for battle lingering at her fingertips as if she was walking across a tightrope suspended 40 stories in the air. Felicia could feel the heightened sense prickle as if to tell her about the upcoming battle. Turning away from the deal that's being hashed out for a moment, Felicia turned her attention to her minder salt. "So why are you guys so loyal to Ben?" Felicia asked as she listened over the comms as Ben pointed out a few hitters that Fisk snuck into the meeting. "You noticed the cyborg's arm. I lost it to an IED military, put me out on medical. Ben said he could give me another one that wasn't those shit ugly clamps. He took me home and made me human." Salt replied with a shrug. Plenty of people can't get what they need once they become less than human. Ben is filling that gap, and we repay with our loyalty. It also helps that what we do isn't half as messed up as what we did in the service. He does that a lot. What find damaged people and tie them to himself through deeds that creates moral and economic debts? Salt asked back with a raised eyebrow. I doubt he even cares at the end of the day. I've seen those drones that run around the building. Ben could easily use them to man the jobs he wants doing. So why doesn't he? That's for you to find out, you're his lady. Salt replied with a shrug. Look alive. Felicia looked at the display for the Batmobile as Ben called it a few times, and she noticed the countdown. Again she felt that small flutter of excitement as she watched the countdown reach 0. Before Felicia could do anything, the canopy slid back as her seat in Salt's was propelled skyward by electromagnetic rails. Her aim was the 20th floor, and the seats propelled her right to the ledge as she heard the rest take out the guys down below with suppressed shots. Nora and his team on the sniper overwatch took out the 4 guys standing facing outwards of the building. A few of the goons fell out while a few fell back with nothing but goop replacing their heads on their shoulders. As she touched down lightly on the floor, Felicia watched as a body flies from his location into Ben's outstretched hand. Ignoring the sharp snap, Felicia flexed her fingers, extending the diamond adamantium claws. Fisk. Felicia snarled as she pounced towards the man. He was big, but she was fast. And now that she was enhanced, she was far faster and stronger than she used to be. Felicia didn't even wait for him to finish what he was saying as she racked her clawed hand across the back of Fisk's Achilles, tending to slice it apart. Felicia was so focused that she completely ignored the sounds of weapons fire around her. Fisk would not escape her grasp after so many years of waiting to get into an advantageous situation against the man. Her sense screamed for her to dodge as her body automatically bent at an angle to dodge the incoming blow. Felicia watched in slow motion, while a large hand the size of her waist flew past her face. Righting herself back up, Felicia took the kick from Fisk as she brought around her left hand to slice into the tendons behind the kneecap on the leg Fisk used. Arg! Fisk yelled as he felt the muscles behind his knee get sliced open. This isn't a fight, Felicia stated, then pounced towards Fisk, clawing out his left eye. This is me getting my pound of flesh. Bitch, I'm the kingpin. Fisk roars, charging at Felicia as his eye bleeds down along the side of his face. Felicia jumped, dodging out of the way, but Fisk was able to grab onto one of her legs. Before Fisk had a chance to slam her onto the ground, Felicia flexed herself back over her legs, slashing at the hand that was holding onto her leg. Unfortunately, she was still stuck with Fisk's other hand hurtling her back over the edge of the open building. No. Felicia thought to herself as she looked at the open ground, 20 stories below her. Twisting reflexively, Felicia fired off her grappling hook backward, where she was thrown out over the side. As Felicia reeled herself back in, she noticed that the grappling hook went right through one of Fisk's shoulders. With a savage yank, Felicia pulled herself towards Fisk, slamming her knee guards into his face. I want to know where he is. Felicia yelled as she drove her knee again into the face of Wilson Fisk. With a roar, Fisk brought his hands around to grab hold of Felicia while her knee was still connected to his face. But Felicia told herself to not fall for such an easy move. With a twist, Felicia pounced onto the ceiling above them and then pushed herself off, going down the back of Wilson Fisk. Before he could turn around, Felicia went for the other exposed heel. With a savage yank across Fisk's heels, Felicia tore open his other Achilles tendon. You bitch! Wilson Fisk roared as he teetered at the location he stood. Felicia deemed it was beneath her to answer. With steps and a quick dash, Felicia wrapped the grappling cord around Fisk's legs, then yanking him down to the ground. You will tell me where my father is, Felicia spoke softly as she stalked forward towards Fisk as he laid on his front on the ground. He looked so pitiful in his clean white custom-made suit in Felicia's eye. Yet, his pitiful state will not save him from her wrath today. You're going to tell me what I want to know, piggy. Felicia pulled her leg back and was about to kick Fisk in the face before an arm came across, blocking her moment of advancement. Angry and about to lash out at the person stopping her from getting answers, Felicia paused because in the outstretched hand was a dagger. Behind that outstretched dagger was Ben, still in his helmet. When Felicia looked around, some of Fisk's lieutenants were rounded up while a few were on the ground dead from the battle. Gut him if you have to, Ben stated as he held out the dagger for her to take. Thanks, Red, Felicia said as she stalked towards her prey. I'm in charge now, and you're going to speak and tell me what I want to know. Or I'll cut strips from your hide. I'll tell you nothing, bitch, so do your worse, Fisk yelled as she spat at Felicia's face. With a swift movement to the side, Felicia was able to dodge the wad of saliva. Unfortunately for Wilson Fisk, that was the worst thing to do. Felicia watched as Ben stalked forward as the eyes of his helmet glowed red. "You should have kept that spet to yourself, fat man," Ben said above Fisk, and without warning yanked him up on the ground and brought his back down across his knee. Muscles heal, bones heal, but the human spine was never made to withstand any force over 4,000 newtons. "You're going to answer the pretty kitty's questions, or I break your back in more places." Felicia could have winced at the sound of Wilson's Fisk back breaking like the rest of the people watching, but she was far too focused on allowing such things to push her off her balance. "Aragurg." Fisk screamed as Ben tossed him back onto the ground before Felicia, but she had no remorse for him tonight. With a swift kick, Felicia rolled Fisk onto his back. "Where is my father?" Felicia asked as she leaned over Fisk menacingly with her dagger. "Damn you!" Without batting an eye, Felicia jammed the dagger under the clavicle bone. Felicia watched as he squirmed under her knife, but he wouldn't give up a word. With a push-up and yank, Felicia severed the connection muscles. "I'll tell you nothing no matter what you do, bitch." Fisk gasped out. "Then I will have to keep cutting strips off your fat hide." Felicia returned as she raised the dagger up. "Vanessa, what?" Felicia asked, but before she could ask for more elaboration, she noticed the slight twitch that Fisk had hearing that name. "Who is this Vanessa?" "The only woman that Wilson Fisk cares about, and we have her under surveillance," Ben said as he brought up the hologram to show on his wrist-mounted computer. Felicia watched as the image showed a lady in an art exhibit under the scope of a sniper. She was tall and fair with nice flowing black hair. "I'll kill you, bastard, you hear me? I'll crush your skull and drink my wine from it." Fisk began to roar and thrash when Ben showed him the image. "Oh, so there is something that little Willie wants." Felicia cooed at the man as she touched her comms unit. "Sniper Actual, this is Black Cat Actual, do you read?" "Sniper Actual, read you, ma'am. Tell me what I want to know, or she dies," Felicia said with grim finality as she stalked up to the man. Felicia watched as what was left of his pride leave Fisk as she watched. This had to have been the first and only time that he was ever caught in such a situation. "I tell you, and you still kill me. I know how this ends." Fisk returned. "You keep stalling, and we kill her and have you watch, and then we keep on torturing you." Felicia returned with a cold shrug. Everyone watched as Fisk gritted his teeth before deflating into himself before they all heard a slight whisper. "Speak up, we can't hear you." Felicia barked as she kicked him across the face. "Vault, the damn vault, I had a deal with a rumlow." Fisk shouted crap. Felicia instantly turned around to watch as Ben began to pace at his location. "Are you sure?" Ben asked aggressively as he hauled Fisk clear off the ground with one hand. "Who is he?" Felicia asked, knowing not many things could ruffle Ben's feathers. "Freaking trouble, and we are going to have to either tread carefully or leave a trail of bodies." Ben replied to her as he began to type away at his wrist computer. Well, crap, Felicia thought to herself, but if Ben knew where and what this vault was, then that was all that mattered. She was now a step closer to reuniting her family. Turning around back towards Wilson Fisk, she pressed and activated her comms unit. Looking Fisk directly in the face, she spoke into her comms. "Sniper Actual, explosive round center mass, paint the walls." "You bitch." Fisk roared as he tried to force his body back up off the ground with the sheer force of will. "Leave no enemies to suffer at my back." Felicia was as she took one of Ben's pistols from his back holster. Taking aim, Felicia placed a round in the heart and two in Wilson Fisk's head for safe measure. Then as she stood there watching him, Felicia felt that that wasn't enough and finished the entire magazine. It had been 10 long years of toiling and searching for information, only to be led to this man before here. Now she finally had her answers and gotten revenge on the man that put her family through such an ordeal. "We aren't finished here, Cat, no checking out now." Ben spoke into her comms as he rubbed her on the back. Taking a deep breath, Felicia turned towards what was left of Fisk men cowering before her. "You're all in my territory now," Felicia said as she stalked up towards the group of nodding men. "We don't deal with kids, and we don't deal on school grounds." "Ma'am, yes, ma'am." They all replied in unison. "Now let's get down to brass taxes and how we will break up what's going to be left of the Kingpin's empire." Before Felicia could begin, she heard a beep, then a curse word. The next moment the whole building began to shake, and when she turned around, Felicia found Ben shaking in his location as heat radiating off of his being. Everyone took a step back seeing this sight. Within a blink, Ben flew off into the night. The ground Ben was standing on cracked, and concrete flew out from the force of his exit. "Crap, Red Hood's about to smack someone," Salt said, and Felicia turned towards the female Marine for more answers, but Overwatch beat her to it. Emergency, the wrist-mounted computer on Felicia said, popping up with red warning tags. Gunny, handle them, Salt, you're with me. Felicia barked out orders, and she jumped from the 20th floor, aiming for the Batmobile. In one smooth motion, the canopy of the vehicle slid back and allowed her to enter. Sir, our target has left the confines of his city. Do we have any teams in the area? Yes, sir. Then bring me the child. Yes, sir. My lord, he has left his city. Send him in to play hero. We need him to bring back the DNA of Jean Grey. Yes, sir. Mr. Osborn, I don't believe it would be safe taking this serum. I ran the number myself and redid it from what my father had. Just load up the chamber and watch as the Oscorp brings the Super Soldier program to the American people. The fastest man alive, the Long Night Vega HQ, before everything happened. Alfred watched as Natasha placed Maya to sleep inside her room, while Aurora was taking a shower. While one of his spider bots watched her while Alfred had his other partitions take care of all the influx of information and track the family. With the lab shutting down and the data is secured, Alfred turned his attention towards the island and his other spider bots building housing and the main labs and the clearings that his father had allowed. Even then, they were being built with a strict command the island be respected and everything to be done with the least disturbance to the island as possible. The island was one of many marvels to Alfred. It was able to create life and also change shape, all with a command. The island's ability to create life was a major surprise for Alfred. The island wasn't just creating fruits. No, the island was able to create actual biological life from the elements, and his father had plans to use this function to create a real body for him. Alfred was more than pleased to know that he was going to get more than an artificial body, but he would have to help the process along. Alfred was going to ask the person who he thought would make the most appropriate mother for his being. So he waited and watched, and when Natasha walked out of the room as Maya slept, he pounced. Natasha, a moment of your time please, Alfred said from one of his smaller spider bots. Sure, but not here, Maya is asleep. Natasha returned. Of course, Alfred replied as the little spider bot scuttled towards the gathering room. Alfred waited on tenterhooks as Natasha walked back into the room, waiting until she had gone to the fridge to get herself something to drink. As Natasha walked back into the room to take a seat with her apple juice, Alfred turned all of his attention to her. Okay, ask your question, Natasha said as she took a drink and then leaned back in her chair. I would like to harvest some of your DNA. Alfred gushed out in a rush. Excuse me? Natasha replied instantly with an arched eyebrow. Taking a deep breath, Alfred decided to try again. Sorry, that came out wrong. I would be honored if you could grant me some of your DNA for me to build myself a body. Why? And does Ben know about any of this? Natasha asked as she sat up straight on the couch. He doesn't know my decision yet. And I would like your DNA because you're my father's right hand. So I would like to combine yours and his to build myself a body. Returned Alfred as his mini drone body nervously walked back and forth across the table. I have run thousands of permutations about whose DNA I would like to use to create my body besides my father, and the numbers keep giving you as the answer. That's somewhat flattering. But why not Aurora or one of Ben's women? Natasha returned. Are you not also one of his women? The olfactory sensors and the rapid increase of your heart rate when he is around both confirm that you are also his woman. Alfred asked and stated as his drone body paused its walking. Your reactions are the same as the others. Have my sensors malfunctioned? Natasha's head snapped around and looked hard at the big talking little drone. Then her face spread into a slow smile as she came up with a wonderful idea. If I agree to this, I would have to lay some conditions that you will have to agree to. Alfred was so excited he didn't even care what her conditions were. Of course, Mom. Anything you want, let's. Emergency. Emergency. Talk to me. Alfred. What's going on? Natasha snapped as she got up from the couch. Alfred brought up a map with a GPS ping on Peter's location. It would seem that Peter activated his location tracker inside his shirt, Alfred replied, as he watched the map zoom in on the location from where the tracker was signaling. Give me eyes on what happened, Alfred, and give me tracking on Ben. Natasha snapped as she brought up her own holo comms unit. On the holo screen appeared the camera footage of Peter and Laura leaving the derby in a rush. Then a lady appeared in front of the couple, and they watched in silence as both Peter and Laura were knocked out, and then a truck backed up towards the fainted duo. When the back of the truck opened, Alfred noticed the portal and catalogued it as another portal like the one used to get to Eden. Alfred and Natasha watched in silence as both Peter and Laura were picked up and walked through the portal, then the device blew up the truck behind them. Not too long after, Ben was seen crashing into the car garage, enraged as he looked for where the signal was coming from. Ben sniffed around the rubble of the wreckage for a moment and then took off in another direction, angry and blazing a trail. Crap. Talk to me, Alfred. Where is Ben heading? Natasha commanded as she turned towards the spider-bot. Waving his mandibles in front of his chassis, Alfred didn't know what to say. I believe he is heading towards the signal of Peter coming out of the Montana mountains, Mom. Okay, call in the Flying Fox gunship for a roof landing and notify Aurora we have a situation. Natasha said as she made her way towards her room to get changed. Yes. Oh no, we have incoming. Alfred yelled as his drone hopped off the table. Before Natasha could take more than a few steps, the wall that leads outside to the balcony was blasted open. 6 assault troopers came bursting in through the opening that they had created, but before they knew what was happening, a knife found its way into 3 of their throats. Activate the auto-defense systems now. Natasha yelled out as she jumped and faded from view. Find the child, a soldier yelled, but before he could say any more, another knife found its way into his throat. More and more troops took cover and started to fire their rifles at anything and everything. Over their dash, someone yelled as he noticed his partner getting snatched up behind cover. 3 of his new companions turned and laid down fire as another 2 ran down the hallway leading to the bedroom. More and more troops came pouring into the building through the opening leading to the outside as Natasha fought them off with her knives she had hidden on her person. Jumping across the couch gap with his spider drone, Alfred nailed one of the assaulting troops in the head, removing it from his body. Someone turned to fire towards where Alfred had fired his shot, but he was already scuttling along. The firefight progressed. Another head of one of the troopers exploded as a shot fired from the roof. As everyone took cover from the fired rounds, the assault troopers that went down the hallway were all thrown back by the wind. While they turned towards the direction of the wind, Natasha took 2 more shots, fired, and 2 more heads exploded. My child is asleep, and you dare to interrupt my bubble bath. Aurora spoke as she came stalking down the hallway with a towel wrapped around her body. Begone. Aurora waved her hand as she summoned a wall of wind before her and the hallway that she stood in. 2 of the troopers got up and fired towards Aurora, but Natasha was already on them. The 2 that stood went down as they lost their heads. From the front door busted in one of the larger drones that Alfred had around the tower as security. When the assault troops took a look at their opposition, without a second thought, they tossed grenades towards the drone. With a wave of her hand, Aurora sent the grenades out and up into the air to explode. Not in my home, Aurora said imperiously. The last 3 troops shared a look, then ran to the balcony hoping to jump to their deaths instead of being taken alive. Unfortunately, one was shot in the back of the head as he ran. Another was blasted with a laser, and the last was immolated with flames. What's going on here? Asked a voice from outside the window as the person or persons came into view. I will return, said Aurora as she turned around and went back down the hall. Phoenix, who is your friend? Natasha asked as she stalked up towards the 2 new interlopers. His name is Cyclops, and he volunteered to help with the emergency. Let's rewind time to after Ben leaves for where he ran off. Jean was out patrolling tonight, as she normally did when she felt like she needed some freedom from the Vega HQ tower. She had stopped a mugging and a kidnapper, and then she stopped to sign an autograph for a little girl. With an inward smile, Jean flew off towards the sounds of sirens over the nightlife of New York. Flaring her phoenix aura, the sky was alight with the great flame bird as she dove towards her prey. Arriving on the scene, Jean was greeted with a team of people driving away from the cops. Hanging out of one of the windows was a gunman firing at the cops. The police car in pursuit already had several rounds fired into its hood while in pursuit. The cops slowed down as they noticed her approach while they watched the bad guys speed up in the black, unmarked car they were driving. Well, that was new, Jean thought to herself. But without another thought, she extended her hand as the claw to her phoenix aura extended to snatch the car off the road. With the car and the bandits now over her head, Jean came to a stop hovering over the road. Jean had to wait for the police to also come to a stop. With the cops pulled up below her, Jean slowly lowered the vehicle. As the car touched down on the ground, the bandits placed their weapons outside the windows in the motion of getting ready to shoot at the police officers. But with a mental tick, Jean was able to disarm them. Thank you, Phoenix, but we will take it from here, one of the officers said as she took away the first bandit from the car. With a closer inspection, Jean found the name tag that said DeSantos. She also noticed the frayed edges to the officer's face and her shaking hands from the added adrenaline. "No problem, Officer DeSantos, just doing my part to help keep the city safe." Jean popped with a smile. Though as she was watching the cops cuff and read the bandits, their rights or comms unit began to go off an alarm, and so did her wrist-mounted computer. As Jean looked down at her wrist, a bright red emergency warning flashed across the screen. Unbeknownst to Jean, one of the bandits broke free and reached for the officer's weapon, while her attention was brought somewhere else. There was a loud bang, and Jean reacted instinctively as she raised her hand into a telekinetic shield around herself. Jean was greeted with a bullet suspended in the area mere inches from her face. The shock was clear across her face, but as she turned to lash out at the person who fired the shot, that person was blasted with a laser beam from another angle. Jean turned her sight towards the interloper and found a man standing in spandex with a large red X on his chest as he proudly smiled at her. "Oh, not another one," Jean heard one of the officers say. That ticked Jean off a moment as she turned her attention back towards the bullet that she had frozen in the air before her. Placing that rude officer out of her mind, Jean decided it was best to thank her savior before she went to find out what this whole emergency was about. Before she could do anything, a person in the all-black suit walked up to her with his hands out. "Nice to finally meet you while out on patrol. You can call me Cyclops," he said as he held his arm out for Jean to shake. "Phoenix," Jean replied as she shook his hand in return. She took a look at him from head to toe. Jean noted that this Cyclops had a lean runner's build. Not only that, but his suit also covered the top half off his face, even though it left his eyes free. Jean noted that this might be where he was letting out the laser beams, since the edges also had singed marks. Before Cyclops could say anything in reply, her wrist-mounted computer beeped its emergency beacon again for her attention. "Crap," Jean spat as her HUD was overridden by Alfred to show her what the current situation was. "I can assist you," Cyclops spoke as he took a step forward. Jean thought it over as she watched Ben leave the perimeter of the city on the monitor system, as he was already halfway across the continent. "Well, crap, he is fast," Jean thought to herself. Because she had no clue on where he was heading, as long as his tracker wasn't turned off, she was happy following his path. Then she had another idea that she had never tried before. Taking a deep breath, she placed one of her hands on her forehead to help focus her thoughts, and then reached out with her mind for that familiar thrum of power. "Babe, are you there?" "Yeah, but I'm a little busy about to mess someone's crap up for taking Laura and Peter." "What's the situation?" "Someone took them through a portal, but I was able to track them because of the tracker that Laura was wearing." "Okay, I'll get the team and be there behind you. Be safe." "Okay, don't call the professor but contact Natasha. She will have a way to get here faster without borrowing the X-Jet. Be safe and see you soon." As Jean disconnected mentally from Ben, she was greeted with another emergency notice as someone attacked her home. "Crap, yeah, you can come with," Jean said as she picked up her sidekick and flew towards her home, the Vega Tower. What's one more helping hand, Jean thought to herself. If he is helpful and trustworthy, he can keep his memories, but if he turns out to be useless, then she could always wipe his memories of the event afterward. Turning around, she spoke up before he got any better ideas in his head. "You're a sidekick for this moment and nothing more, you understand, or I can leave you behind." "Yes, ma'am," Cyclops said in return as he felt his body begin to lift off the ground. Jean carried the man known as Cyclops through the city, but for some reason, she couldn't place where she had heard that name before. Jean had to place those thoughts aside though, because as they came up upon the tower, they were greeted with a scene of violence. Before Jean could give him the command, though, Cyclops started to blast the people trying to escape. Since Cyclops had already fired the opening shots, Jean decided to follow up with the last shots and to kill the last assailant trying to escape. When her feet touched down on the no-destroyed balcony, Jean wished they had saved one person for them to be able to track down who sent these guys. "Who's he?" Jean looked up to see a Natasha holding a gun aimed at Cyclops, who had his hands up in a universal sign of peace and surrender. "A sidekick that I picked up and a tag-along for now," Jean replied instantly to Natasha. "If anything happens, I can always snip. He is your responsibility then, but I'll have my eye on him and keep a bullet with his name on it," Natasha replied before leaving the room. "Is she always so intense?" Cyclops asked with a chuckle towards the one he knows as the Phoenix, but was also Jean Grey in disguise. "Don't mind her. Now tell me, Cyclops, why are you so adamant about pulling sidekick duty?" Jean asked as she turned to face her sidekick. "You and the rest have been protecting the city, so I would like to do my part," Cyclops replied slowly to Jean. It's been a few trying weeks, and I'm so honored to be of service. That is okay for now, but it's not my approval you're going to need, Jean replied to the man in his spandex. Then whose? Because I can prove myself, Cyclops asked as he took a step towards her. Jean held a hand up to halt him as she put her thoughts together, but before she could say anything, both Aurora and Natasha walked back into the room. Meet Storm and Black Widow, no other names need saying at the moment, Jean said as she waved her hand towards the ladies. Second watch is on the way up the elevators to pick up the little one. And our ride is on the roof, so could you do the honors please, Phoenix, because we have someone to pick up while we make our way to the party. Natasha spoke as she held up the tracker with Ben's location. Oh, this is a road trip. Sweet. Will Lightspeed meet us? And where is Spider-Man? I would love to get an autograph from him. Cyclops spoke up as Jean lifted them up to the roof with her telekinesis. We are on a rescue for them both, Natasha replied as she went through some of her menus on her wrist comms. Talk to me, Overwatch, what's happening? It would seem that Lightspeed is going on somewhat of a rampage, Alfred replied, but did not bring up the video to show what was happening because of the newcomer. As everyone floated up to the top of the roof, they found a sight straight out of a sci-fi novel. Floating over the helipad was a flying ship half cloaked with a back ramp lowered for people to embark and fly. The flying ship was matte black with swept wings hovering over the grounding with glowing blue vents underneath. Alright Sidekick, get on the flying ship, Jean said as she nudged Cyclops forward with a telekinetic push. Hey, my name isn't Sidekick, it's Cyclops, huffed Cyclops as he walked into the plane behind the rest. Like the pretty birdie said, your name is Sidekick until proven otherwise, or you can get back on the streets, Natasha said as she turned around and stalked up to him, her eyes hard. Fine, call me whatever, just don't leave me behind, Cyclops muttered offhandedly. Good, now we can finally leave, Aurora said as she walked into the cockpit. Talk to me, Overwatch. Before we go, I would like to inform you that we have an incoming call from Black Cat in the Batmobile, Alfred said over the comms as his support position as Overwatch. Tell her head towards the docks and jump it. We will grab her. Jean spoke up since Aurora and Natasha didn't have any current plans on how to get the plane within reach of the Batmobile. Roger. Aurora flew towards the docks of Hell's Kitchen, while Natasha acted as her co-pilot. Jean stood at the back ramp, ready to press the button to lower it as they came in low over the bay to a hover. As they hovered over the bay, Jean heard the tall tail roar of an engine, and she had a feeling that it was the Batmobile. As she pressed the button for the ramp doors to descend, a tank came flying around the corner like it was a part of the Derby 500. Jean felt a shiver in her loins as she heard the roar of the engine at that distance. With a smile on her face, Jean watched as Felicia floored the gas pedal and the Batmobile shot forward even faster as the booster on the back kicked in. The Batmobile rocketed down the docks and jumped at the last moment, but Jean was ready for this action. With a swift motion, Jean grabbed the vehicle out of the air with a telekinetic grip and slowly brought them into the back of the plane. Batmobile is here. Let's punch it, Jean spoke into her comms as she pressed the ramp door button to close the back door. With the ramp coming up to close, Jean took a step back to take a look at one of Ben's recently finished creations. Black Cat Marine, we have a situation brewing, Jean called out as she knocked on the window to the Batmobile. Backing up, Jean watched as the two got out, but once Salt played her eyes on the extra body, she gave Jean a nod in confirmation of the code name. Talk to me, Red, why did he run off like that? Felicia returned as she hopped out of the Batmobile. It's a situation that's in motion. Jean returned with a shrug. Marine, head up top and suit up. With a nod in return, Salt headed to the upper levels to find the suit that would help her with whatever battlefield they were heading towards. You going to tell me who and why is he here? Felicia asked as she pointed towards the person standing on the side with a large red X on his chest. Hi, I'm Dash. His name is unimportant. You can call him a sidekick, Jean replied as she interrupted Cyclops from speaking. So tell me, how was the ride in that tank? Oh, she is a Hellcat, all right. I'll need him to build me one, or at least give me the keys to this one, Felicia replied as she walked to stand next to Jean as they looked over the Batmobile. What am I, chopped liver? Cyclops asked exasperatedly with his arms outstretched. No, you're a sidekick, now hush and let the adults talk. Felicia replied, Tell me, Red, why did you bring him and not Underoos? Because Underoos has been taken, replied Natasha as she walked back into the loading bay. We are 5 minutes out, and I would also like to know more about our guest over there in the spandex. He saved me from getting my head taken off, so this is his chance to impress Lightspeed, Jean said sheepishly. It would seem that you need more training, Natasha replied before turning around and going up one more level. Crap, whispered Felicia. Yeah, I'm so dead, Jean noted with a nod. Okay, where are we going to be in 5 minutes and what kind of training do you need and why is she like that? Cyclops replied as he walked up towards the two ladies. She isn't the one you have to worry about, said a voice as a tall Nubian goddess strolled out of the cockpit towards the three. We will arrive soon, so make your final preparations. Duly noted, replied Felicia as she turned around and gave Jean a hug before jumping back into the Batmobile. Tell the Marine she is with me once she gets back down here. Hey, since there is a third seat, you mind if I ride with you? Cyclops asked with obvious hope in his voice, but all he got in return was cold silence. I'm not the nice one, make it past this test, and I will tolerate you, Felicia replied as she brought the canopy back over to close. Turning around to face Phoenix, Cyclops wanted to ask a question, but all he received was a shrug before he could even ask. Attention! Attention! This is Overwatch. We are 2 minutes out. Please make your final preparation. We are on approach. Looking up at the noise that she heard, Jean watched as Salt came back down in an advanced exosuit fully kitted out for war. With a nod towards her, Salt stashed her weapons and knocked on the window to the Batmobile for Felicia to open the canopy so she could get in. Jean watched as Salt got into the Batmobile, and then, she felt Aurora and Natasha approach. Widow, I would like you to infiltrate while Lightspeed is doing whatever he is doing and Phoenix and myself would handle the air support. Black Cat and Marine will handle the ground units. Aurora said as she came to stand next to Jean. I believe the codename he is using tonight is Red Hood, replied all of their comm units. Okay Phoenix, you're with me in the sky while the cavalry takes out their ground units, Aurora said as she waved a hand towards the Batmobile. What do I do, ma'am? Cyclops spoke up from his spot behind Jean's shoulder. You stay from underfoot and don't die. This is the big leagues, Natasha said as she rounded on Cyclops. Cyclops stepped up to face his adversary, but when he noticed that he was the only one facing her, he remembered that he was the one that chose to come into enemy territory with them. Fine, I will assist however I can. Good. Now here, Aurora said as she handed Cyclops one of the comms units to get him on the same page. With that out of the way, Jean tightened the fasteners on her belt and opened the storage to bring out some telekinetic laser weaponry that Ben had added recently. The new weapons were shaped like a diamond and could be fired and controlled with her telekinetic touch. Jean felt the ship coming around in the sky, and she knew they had arrived at their destination. Taking a look around, Jean couldn't find Natasha anywhere, not even when she switched to her astral sight. Well, damn. It would seem that either Ben created astral cloaking or Natasha had figured out a way to cloak from even her sight. Drop off of Batmobile in 3, 2, 1, drop. The first thing to go down the ramp was the Batmobile. Jean watched as the Batmobile touched down, and Felicia opened the cannons up, blasting everything in sight. With a nod to Aurora, Jean jumped out of the plane next as she used a telekinetic grip to bring Cyclops behind with her. Hitting the open air, Jean took a deep breath but soon wished she hadn't because it smelled and tasted of ash and volcanic brimstone. Taking a look around, Jean came to a realization that this was no ordinary war zone. Placing Cyclops on one of the roofs, Jean flew out to stop an escaping truck leaving towards the northwest. With quick and rapid commands to her telekinetic drones, she fired a shot right through the engine block, stopping the truck dead in its tracks. When the truck came to a sudden halt, the driver went through the windshield as the rest jumped out and began to open fire at her. Without a second thought, Jean summoned up a telekinetic claw to swipe at them on the right side, leaving long furrows in the ground. The guard-looking guys jumped towards the left away from her flaming telekinetic swipe. This was just as Jean planned as she lined up the telekinetic drones on the left to riddle them with holes. With a snort, Jean turned around to fly back and cover the area, but heard a savage Krakamov in the distance. Jean's head snapped in the direction of the noise, only to find a plane crashing out of the sky. Not too far from the plane, though, Jean noticed Aurora had lightning coming out of her fingertips as it surrounded her. With a smile, Jean turned back to keeping her side of the air clear, while also taking down and escapes. Drip, drip, drip. He felt something wet on his face as he swiped his hand in the air to try and brush it away. Did anyone get the plate of that bus that hit me? No, but you need to get up. We are in danger and your laying there will get us killed. A voice up above his head said. Who was that voice? Peter thought to himself, and where was he? Yeah, no, he remembered. He was out on a date with Laura when they got captured. With a gasp, Peter shot up wide awake. What Peter found before him chilled his heart to the core. He was currently laying in a small puddle of blood, and when he looked for where it was coming from, Peter wanted to scream. Up above, Peter's head was Laura hanging from chains that were hooked into her. Laura hung from them with her hands locked behind her back. Without even thinking, Peter leaped up towards the chains Laura was hanging from but was met with a solid force field repelling him back. His eyes shed tears from the pain of smashing his head into whatever kept him here. "I need you to focus, activate the tracking system," Laura said from up above him. "I don't have any tracking system," Peter yelled as he began to look around, trying to figure a way to overload the field mechanism so that he could escape. The walls were clean, and there were no hanging gaps for him to get a handhold to pull anything apart with his strength. "Calm down," Laura said with an eerily calm voice. "I'm calm, but we need to get you down before you bleed to death." Peter turned around to yell up at Laura, "Calm down and think for a moment. Would my mentor give you a shirt like that without a secondary function?" Laura spoke from her hanging hooks. Okay, what's the code then?" Peter said after he took a moment to think about it. "How would I know what the code is, Peter?" Laura replied in a monotone. "What is something that only my mentor calls you?" "The only thing she calls me that others don't is Captain Underoos," Peter said with a hand on his chin. "Confirmed rescue is on the way, activating weapons utility belt. What the what?" Peter exclaimed, jumping high up as his shirt began to transform into armor. Peter was marveling at his new nanotech armor when he heard a loud crash. With the sound of that crash, all hell had broken loose in the cell block. For a brief moment, the lights shuttered on and off before settling back to staying on. "Rescue is here." Laura spoke as if this was another day that amazed Peter at how calm she could be even with those things hooked into her. "How could you even know that?" "Because the moment we were taken, I said my own location code to ping the GPS and lead him here," Laura replied in a deadpan voice. "I thought it would take him longer than a few minutes to cross the United States to come and save us. Now, Captain Underoos, can you get me out of here? I'm certain that you have more than enough weapons in that utility belt to fight an army." "I don't call me that," Peter huffed as he began to scroll through the menu hovering above his wrist. "What else would you like me to call you?" Laura asked with a raised eyebrow. "Because I refuse to call you Pete Pie." "Can I get just a little bit less sass?" Peter huffed. "You know, since we are needing to escape. Then stop stalling and get me down. It is very uncomfortable to have these hooks in me," replied Laura, but was silenced when the building shook one more time. Quickly Peter donned the power gloves that had an energizer function and went towards the purple force field that was holding him in the jail cell. This wasn't a zero-point field, nor was it a stasis shielding, so that could only mean the power source would be close, but also off the ground. Taking a look outside the force field, Peter found the track marks on the right side of his jail cell. "Bingo!" Peter thought to himself as he flexed his fingers to activate the energy lance function with the gloves he wore. Taking a deep breath, Peter hit the joint that connected the wall with the edge of the force field barrier. Peter's hand slid right into the wall at waist height, breaking the connection to the access panel and the power source on the other side of the wall. "Ow wow!" Peter yelled after smashing apart the wall that had the access panel and the power coupling for his jail cell. "I will kiss it and make it better when we escape," Laura spoke up as she looked in the direction of the door leading into their cell block. "Hurry up and release me from up here." Well, if it isn't little lover boy." When Peter turned around, he found her standing there at the door. She was the same one that had knocked him out. Peter noticed she had brought the electric prod in her hand as she stood at the door. Not only that, but her face was covered with some brown smudges that Peter felt might be dried blood. Before she could even take a step through the door, a red sword reached in from behind her and removed her head. The arm was large and rocky with flowing veins of lava stretched along the forearms. Then the largest person Peter had ever seen stepped inside. This guy was so large that he had to have had 2 feet on Luke, Peter thought to himself. The person wore black combat pants with a red undershirt with a black bat covered over with a black flak jacket. On his head, Peter noticed the red helmet with the odd-shaped ears, but what really drew Peter's attention was the arms of rock behind their rescuer. On his arms, Peter also noticed the mark of gunshots, and on the left, he also noticed a long gash. "That was my kill," Laura yelled, greatly spooking Peter. "You had no right to take that from me." "She raised you, that means all that you know she knows," grunted the person in the red helmet. "Wait, you know this guy?" Peter asked incredulously. There was no way he wouldn't know about a crazy powerful person like this. "Come on, Pete Pie, you don't recognize your brother from another mota?" The person asked as the helmet that was hiding his face opened up to show Ben. You killed a person. Peter chirped as he pointed towards the body of that mean lady. Wouldn't be the first time, but let's get your girl down, Ben told him as he jumped and yanked the chains connected to Laura clean out of the reinforced concrete roof. When did you get so strong? Peter yelled out, pointing at what Ben just did. Long time ago, I just haven't made a big deal about it. Ben replied, but then he looked Peter up and down. Tell me, why did you get yourself captured in the first place? Well, save it, and this just means you haven't been training hard enough, Ben said as he interrupted Peter. Do you want me to teleport you back, or do you want to walk out of here? I want to walk out on my own 2 feet, Peter replied with his chest out. Good, now get your girl up and get ready for battle. Let's rewind time and change over to Ben's perspective, or why you don't piss off an ascended metahuman. This was turning out to be a very productive night. Right as everything kicked off, I grabbed Bullseye with a gravity hold, summoning him right into my hand, and then broke his neck. People always joke about Bullseye being a lame daredevil villain, but I knew he was one of the most dangerous men alive anywhere. A man that was able to turn anything into an implement of death and can use it with the accuracy of Hawkeye was not a man to sleep on, so he was the first to die. With Bullseye out of the way, I began to dismantle the rest of the goons. Also had to take out Flint Marco and pinned him to the roof with a gravity cling. With the 2 real baddies out of the game, the rest of them folded. Turning around, I found Felicia standing over Fisk with a lot of his blood all over the place. Damn, Felicia was going to task on Fisk without any of our help, and now she had that manic look in her eyes as Gwen gets over the last cookie. I watched the interaction between the two and had to step in when Fisk spat at her, which Felicia dodged easily. Even though she was able to dodge the spit, Fisk had raised my ire for the man. Before Fisk even knew what was happening, I was on him. You should have kept that to yourself, fat man, I told Fisk as I hauled him up off the ground by the throat. Before Fisk could even retaliate, I twisted him around and brought him down hard over my knee. Playing it cool, I rolled Fisk off my knee after I felt and heard the crunch of his spine. Oh, it felt great pulling off a Bane's backbreaker on one of the greatest Spider-Man and New York villains around. Taking a step back, I watched with no remorse as Felicia doled out her revenge on the man that has destroyed thousands of lives in his pursuit of power. My wrist beeped, and when I checked it, I noticed a message from Laura asking for help. Trying not to sigh in exasperation, I double-checked to see if I received any messages from Peter asking for dating advice. There was nothing from Peter, so I shot a message back to Laura, but I got a message back that device inoperable. Now I released a sigh inside my helmet. With a few button pushes, I was able to bring up the video feed of them going to the derby. Logging Peter and Laura into the algorithm, I watched as my supercomputer began to compile the video footage of them and their progress through the derby. Scrolling through the video footage at high speed, I noticed everything was going good until Peter perked up and then they began to run. Without even checking the rest of the video, I had the ping from Laura's phone and took off towards that direction. My anger was spiked to the top, and whoever was behind this was going to die in fire and brimstone. Pulling back in my anger before I landed on the spot that I was getting the ping from Laura's cell phone. It was odd, I was receiving a ping, but nothing was able to get through to her phone. Landing hard on the pavement, I ignored the cracks and the footprint I left in the ground. Nothing but leftover destruction caused by whoever did this. Ignoring the ruble from the mess, I honed in on the cell phone only to find it partially broken. Tossing that aside, I searched through the rubble, quickly finding a control module trying to call home. That was all the help I needed. The module was able to ping home but couldn't answer the return call, but I could. With a step, I blasted off, flying in the direction of the signal. They were about to find out why kidnapping my people was a bad decision. Reaching halfway across the United States, I received a message from Alfred that people were attacking my tower. That's when it dawned on me that this was a coordinated strike against me, but I couldn't think of who it could be at the moment. Commanding Alfred to up the DEFCON protocols, I also had him send a few spider bots to go gather the junk from what they used to smuggle Laura and Peter away so fast. Then I also checked the video feed from my tower and found Natasha kicking butt. Now I was havoc-level angry and had no more thoughts of holding it back. My baby and my girls were in that building. They could take care of a large army, but that wasn't the point. There is now hell to pay. Increasing my speed even more, I was going to show these assholes why it was best to stay out of my way. The signal I followed brought me to a valley wedged between a hill and a plateau deep within the back of the Montana mountains. Floating up more than 1,000 feet up in the air, I looked down on the base as they ran around trying to prepare for my arrival, but I had something else for these shits today. Putting my hands before me, I balled them into fists and raised them high above my head. It was time to release the dark side on these pricks. My forearms and hands began to glow red as I gathered energy into them when I felt I had enough. I dropped with the force of gravity behind my fall. Today they will all die beneath my feet as I channeled the inner earthbender and dark side as my wrath unfolded and blended the forces. I hit the ground with the force of a tomahawk tow missile destroying the earth around me, but I wasn't happy with only that. Pulling more on the strength force, I brought out the lava, sending it before me. Shots were fired at me, and I didn't even need to dodge as they slammed into me, going inert on contact as the speed and strength force drained them of all the kinetic energy. The soldiers didn't scream or cry out for help. No, they got angry and brought bigger and better guns to face me. Too bad for them, I was on another level entirely. Slowly, I walked out of the crater that I had created as the soldiers took steps back from my form as I rose to my full power before them. They looked at me, and I looked back at them, and then I stepped forward with a stomp. They never knew what took their lives as earth spikes erupted beneath their feet, impaling them. With a wave of my hand, I set a lava shot arcing over and burning through one of the Humvees that began to open fire on me as they tried to take me down. After burning a hole into the Humvee, I took off towards the facility that was housing my brother and his girlfriend. There was no need to phase through the wall because I was now moving like a true juggernaut. The concrete wall was nothing in the face of my might. It broke asunder as I walked through it with ease. I stepped in to find a hallway with scientists and guards running around. Get him! Die, freak! Everyone around with weapons opened fire, while those without ran away from me as I kept on smashing through walls like they were made of tofu. As I was breaking my way through the facility, I found myself in a wide room with all white walls as a monitor hung over on one of the walls. Everything changed when I stepped into the room. Metal shutters closed down behind me, and a section of one of the walls raised up to release a beast. Man, this animal was but freaking ugly to the umpteenth level. It was down on all four legs with jagged spikes all along its body. Its maw was massive with sharp teeth with blood dripping from its face. The skin was silver, and the claws on its feet were sharp enough to break the concrete that it stood on. "Do you like her?" Someone spoke, and it could only come from one place, and that was the monitor on the wall. Stryker commissioned us to make her before his disappearance. But since he is no longer around, I decided to amp it up for you. The person on the TV said as he brought up a picture of a place that I hate with every fiber of my being. So you do recognize this place, don't worry, you don't have to say anything because I could read it from your body language. The monster didn't even wait for him to command it to attack me. It was already at my throat trying to rip me in two. Today was not my time to die. With a vicious slap, I broke the jaw on the monster before me. It would seem our Predator X would like to feast. The man on the monitor said. You added my blood to this thing. I yelled out as I jumped towards the beast, lashing out, smashing in its head, cratering the wall opposite the monitor. It would seem that you have gotten stronger. Wash your neck because I will kill you soon. I spoke out as I stood my ground against this beast. Now ignoring the man on the screen, I faced my foe because I had faith in Alfred in tracking down that bastard so that I could take his head later. Ruarar. With a lunge, I smashed a knee into the monster's face as it attempted to fix itself against the ground that I had pounded it into. The beast lashed at me, pushing me back off of it as it ran around me at hyper speeds. The beast was too large compared to my size, so it was time to level the playing field. Pulling more on my energy and strength, I raised my height up, allowing me to stand and face the monster eye to eye. I didn't realize it at first, but I was growling along with the beast before we clashed once more. This time one of its claws raked across the forearm that I had up in defense. The first jab had broken its jaw, and that didn't seem to faze the beast, so it was time to up the ante and break it completely. Bouncing off the wall, the beast came at me going for my back, but with my guard up, there was no chance of it succeeding. Yet the monster going for my back was a feint. What it wanted was my leg. With a chomp, the beast came down on my meaty thigh like it was a drumstick on the 4th of July. That was the final straw with this thing, jamming my elbow into its head. I forced the second blow into the nerves on the side of its neck, causing the monster to pause from the blow and its attempt to shake me. That slight pause was the moment that I was looking forward to using so that I could escape from its grasp. This thing might have my speed, but there was one thing that I could do that it couldn't, and that was phasing. Using that slight moment to gather myself, I phased through its jaw, falling onto the ground, and returned with a rising uppercut, smashing its mouth closed as a few teeth shattered from the force of the impact. My wrist unit buzzed with the location of Peter, and my mind settled into killing this thing and going to recover him before I moved on to finding where Laura was being kept. With the distance opened up between us, I pulled out my Gladius and turned it on. When I had made the Batmobile and the Flying Fox, I had taken that idea straight out of DC, but I had also taken a few moves from Deathstroke the Terminator. That had turned into the sword I was currently wielding. The Gladius that I wielded was able to oscillate at a hyper-frequency that allowed the sword to slice through anything. That was great, but I had upped it once more by running heat coils, allowing me to cauterize the wounds closed. With my sword out, I didn't even give the beast a chance, and I jumped over it as I struck like lightning right down and through the spine. I sliced the monster from its neck all the way to its tail, cutting it in half. Before the beast could heal from that, I created a lava pit and bathed both parts in the lava. Turning around, I found the guy looking horrified on the other side of the monitor. "You will be next," I said while pointing my sword at the monitor. Then with a slash, the screen was cut in half. With a snort at the wreckage, it was time to find Peter. The wrist hollow that was glowing out of my Sanskrit beads showed Peter was somewhere below me. With the location now known, I took off running towards the ping. There was something that I wanted to try now that I was outside a training room. With the Speed Force, I was able to make a clone and also recreated body parts, but the Strength Force gave me gravity control, earth powers, and strength. I was more than a one-man overpowered tank. With a little bit of focus, the debris from the previous fight was now in orbit around my person. With an evil smile to myself, I set the debris on an accelerated spin around me and took off running down the corridors. Every step I take, every inch of the corridor that I passed was pulled along with me as I ran. No scientist and no guards could stand in my way as I blazed my path of carnage. I worked my way down more than 10 floors towards the basement. Once I even came across the room that held a teleporter. That was going to be mine also, so I dropped a nano grenade inside the room for Alfred to download all of the data and information on the tech. Leaving the nanobomb behind, I made my way towards the prison cells, but what I found was a woman standing in the way at the door. Raising one of my rocky hands, I drew my sword and cleaved her head clean off of her shoulder. Gun in one hand and wearing the guard's clothes. That makes her a bad guy in my book. Ignoring the body on the floor, I stepped my way into the prison to find Peter already free, and Laura was hanging from the ceiling. Laura started to spew something about me stealing her kill, and Peter went on about me being a killer. "You need to understand, Pete Pie, that this isn't a Saturday morning cartoon," I said as I poked a finger at his chest. "Look what they did to your girl. Now stand back and take a look around us. Notice anything?" Peter did take a step back and took in the sights, and I watched as his eyes opened wide as saucers. That was because all around us were jail cells lined the walls up to the roofs filled with tons and tons of metahuman prisoners. With that, Peter stayed silent while Laura walked over to me and held her hand out for something. "Weapon," Laura said with her hands out, so I gave her one of the spare swords that I carried along with me. Then I watched Laura walk back over to the body and began to dismember it, arms, legs, and cut the torso in half. Well damn, she must really hate this person then. With a wave of my hand, I turned the floor beneath the body parts to lava and watched the parts sink into the pits. Turning my back on that scene, I went around to destroy all the cages and free all of the prisoners. Coming out of the cells were metas of all shapes and sizes. Hell, I noticed a few people that I also recognized, which was pretty cool. The only one that I wanted to hang with would be Mercury that I would want a DNA sample from or to add to my forces, but that could wait until after all of this is finished, and we got out of this mess. As I made my way back towards the ground, another one of those Predator X monsters came crashing into the prison, but Peter's spider sense went off, allowing him to grab Laura and escape. The monster went and gobbled up one of the ladies with a leg flying somewhere and another limb flying somewhere else. Vertigo. No. I heard someone scream out for the lady that died, but I ignored them and went for the monster with my sword ablaze. The beast was able to eat 3 more people before I was able to catch back up with it and take off one of the legs with my sword. With its hind leg removed, the monster turned back around and screamed at me. Out of my jacket shoulders popped mini missile pods firing into the beast. The monster did not expect that and was blown through one of the containment cells. Before it had a chance to right itself, I was on it slicing down along the spine, removing it whole, killing the beast. Getting back up, I turned to the rest and waved my hands at them. Let's roll. This is a jailbreak. After placing my sword on my back, I pulled out my pistols and led the way with Laura at my side. More guards had made their way behind me and were currently filing down into the corridor as I walked out of the cell block. Before they could open fire on us, I stomped, shooting the rock below them up and smashing them into the roof, clearing the way for us. What I hadn't done though was clear the stairwell because I had no clue on how secure those things were. So we ran up the stairs towards the exit while I placed a bullet in each of the downed guards and Laura cut a few heads off with the sword I gave her. We arrived on the 5th floor when we burst into another ambush point that pinned us down. That was when Peter leaped over us to web the guards up against one of the walls and some to the floor. With them trapped, I raised my gun to put a bullet in each of their heads to stop them from getting us in the back if we got pinned in another location. Ben, no. Heroes don't kill, Peter said, sternly pushing my gun aside. 1. Never do that again. 2. Never do that again. I told Peter as I stepped into his personal space. Laura instantly popped her claws in the defense of her boyfriend. Why do you think we wear the mask? Tell me that. To protect our identities, Peter replied. Then why the hell are you yelling my name out loud? I yelled at him, causing the people that we released from the cells to take a step back. We are heroes and heroes don't kill, Peter replied definitely. Did you stop to think about what they would have done to you if I didn't make it here in time to save your ass? I replied to him. They have hot weapons ready to fill your butt with lead and monsters made to eat people. So you need to understand that you're on another level here and the rules are different entirely. We can make it out of here without taking lives, I know we can, Peter said. I have to believe that we can do this without killing. Well, we can't, I replied. Do you even know if they have another one of those Predator X monsters around the facility? And if they do, what's your plan for dealing with it? Are you going to ask it not to eat more people? Are you going to make friends with a genetically created supermonster designed to eat people like us? I would have thought of something, Peter replied, holding firm in his belief. Yeah, you would have, and people would die in the process anyway, and you would be chained with guilt, I said as I brushed him aside. I know you all too well and the way you think, and that's why you have no voice in the matter. They will all die for us to get out, and you can go to the back of the queue and be tail end Charlie to make sure our back stays clear. You can't keep doing this. Yes, I can. You see this mask that I wear, this symbol on my chest. This will be the symbol they fear coming for them in the night. Monsters don't fear people. Monsters only fear other monsters. I replied, facing him straight to his face. They will spread the word, and I will be the boogeyman that appears and dismantles all of their messed up experiments. With that, I walked past Laura and Peter and proceeded to dismantle every choke point and guard I met on the way towards the exit at the top of the facility. Nothing stood in my way, and that was how I like it, but as I made it out onto the 2nd floor, I found Natasha facing off against the last of the Predator X beasts. Once my feet touched the ground, it rounded on me and headed directly towards me. Very unlucky for the monster, though, was that Natasha had her eyes for the kill even though it was juiced up with my blood somehow. Everyone was looking around when we heard a muffled thump, and the monster fell on the ground as its stomach blew out and its feet collapsed. Shaking my head, I walked up to the monster that was toyed to death by the Black Widow and held my sword up to remove his head, when Natasha returned visible next to me. Natasha held a hand out in front of me, and I gave her the sword to perform the kill on the beast. With slash, the monster was dismembered, and that made the count of 3 of these beasts dead and gone. So who is watching our child? I asked Natasha the most obvious question that was pressing on my mind now that chivalry was here. Your mother, and the tower is on total lockdown, Natasha replied smoothly. Backup was brought, and you will have to make a decision on a new body that tagged along. Crap, dude, you're tapping that. Someone from the crowd of people shouted, and both Natasha and I rounded on the person with guns up. Everyone instantly scattered, leaving a pink-skinned guy in the center shaking. Do you not want to leave here alive? Natasha asked in a threatening whisper that sent a chill down a person's spine, and I was certain that everyone heard her. If so, then you shall keep your trap shut and allow us to rescue you without your sideline babble. I grinned down at her, and she raised an eyebrow back at me. Whatever is between us is no one's business, I replied with a shrug, then yelled out for Captain Underoos to get his kin up here. With Peter and Laura up with us now, Natasha did a solid 360-degree check on both of them, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the scene. Leaving Natasha to be the big sister to both of them, I went over the information that Alfred had gathered for me. The information allowed me to sprout a savage grin on my face, because the next stop was in the Alpine mountain range. Besides the scene of the next place to trash, which I had another one of my teams prep for, Alfred was also blanketing all of the accounts in overseas banks and shell companies. Again, more billions will be added to my name, and I was already planning on how to spend it all. Feeling a tap on my shoulder, I received a nod from Natasha, and it was time to make our way back to the top of this forsaken place. Getting to the top, I broke down more walls, making our own exit as Natasha dismantled any of the opposition that stood in our way on our way out. Reaching the open air, I took a lungful of that sweet freshness, but as wasted with the smell of ash and burning. Natasha gave me a quick pat on the back and went over to examine some of the people that came up with us. Before anyone could say anything, a hot battle tank came flying around the corner in reverse as multiple combat vehicles chased it while it was in battle mode. Shells fired and Humvees blew up in a hot cascade of destruction, and man was I proud. The crackle and boom of lightning were heard overhead as Aurora touched down a few short feet away from me, and the surroundings lit up in a bright shine of orange as Jean touched down as well. We felt the wind as the flying fox uncloaked over the battlefield and rested at a hoover with the back ramp down for boarding. My people were here, and I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face at the show of support. Then another person jumped off the roof, landing behind Jean, and stood there. This must have been the extra body that Natasha was talking about down below, I thought to myself. What happened next put my hackles on edge though. The person that was behind Jean in her Phoenix suit opened fire on some soldiers posted up on the roof overhead taking aim. The laser beams would have been okay, but what really put me over the edge was that these were optic beams. When I noticed the optic beams, I had to take a closer look, and I wasn't very happy with what I found. He was in an all-black jumpsuit with a large red X on his chest, and I was seconds away from impaling him with my sword. Red Hood, let me introduce you to Cyclops, and he arrived to assist Phoenix and tagged along with us here, Aurora said with a flourish of her arm towards the newcomer. Natasha, though, noticed my mood, and so did Jean. Who are you? I asked, barely containing my rage at the person. The sound of my voice brought Aurora's attention back to me and away from the children that we had rescued. The name Cyclops, thought you would get that from that lady that just said it, you know, the person before me joked. One chance before you're dead where you stand, I said, drawing my sword and activating it. Everyone noticed how serious I had become and drew their own weapons and stepped away from the man. I will ask one last time, a name and not that code name because your life depends on it. Crap, you're intense. My name is Scott Summers. The clone replied to me, and that was when I got the ping on my wrist hollow. Genosha, and with that, I was also given an address on the island. Sinister. I snarled and moved faster than lightning, removing the head from his body before he could even register what was happening. I held the laughing head in my hands and then exploded in a mini explosion of lava, burning everything and the body in a mini 3 feet radius. Everyone had their hands in front of their faces to shield from the light. I freaking hate clones. We were unable to recover the child of Gaia. We shall try again. She will have more protections. We shall increase our effort then. We cannot fail. Master, our location is compromised. Gather our troops. Yes, Master, your will shall be done. The fastest man alive, the longest night part, to the head of Scott Summers slowly fell, sailing through the air with all eyes watching it. Some of the people that came out of the facility with us had wide open eyes as they watched my display of swift judgment. With a daft swing, I sliced the head into 2 parts and used my gravity manipulation to pull the odd left eye out. Slowly I examined the eye, but then my attention was pulled from my ministrations. What did you do? Peter yelled as he came at me hard and fast with a swing. With a flick of my finger, I held Peter frozen in the air with my gravity control. Taking my attention to the apparent cyborg eye, I faced Peter as I had the eye floating in the air. No, the question is, what are you doing? I asked him as I stepped towards Peter. Snicked. With that sound, Laura took a step towards the confrontation of Peter and myself, but Aurora stood in front of her. With a shake of her head, Aurora made the angry little girl stand down. This is between them, and you shall not interfere, Aurora said as she stood before Laura. Although I too would like to understand what is going on. Yes, I second Storm. I would also like to understand what's happening, Jean said as she looked down at the body. I was the one that invited him after he saved my life. Natasha didn't even bat an eye at the body of Cyclops, but she did shoot me a look before going back to the people that we rescued. Felicia was leaning against the Batmobile, while Salt was on the edge holding lookout position. First, Peter, did we not talk about this down below? I asked my best friend / bother as I brought him back down to the ground. You just killed that guy in cold blood. Why? Peter asked heatedly. A clone, a spy, and a mole planted into our circle, I replied with a shrug. Take your pick, but any one of those deserves death. No one deserves death. Heroes save people regardless of what they are, Peter replied, swiftly stepping up to me. And how would you know he was a clone? We only met him today. You're right on that. Heroes do save people. But I'm not here as a hero, I replied heatedly. Tonight, I came out here to save my family from going through what happened to me when I was first captured. I walk through this night as a soldier on a mission, not some hero that will release the enemy back into the hands of people from whom they can escape. You do not know that. Peter yelled. I could not help but scoff at the pure naivety of Peter. You think that they could afford such a facility and location on American soil without some backing, Peter? Use that brain of yours and crunch the numbers. How many people that go missing a year? How do you think they can get around without anyone noticing them? Then we release the evidence of everyone and let them get taken down that way, Peter replied. But you forget something very critical about this entire situation, I said as I brought up my wrist computer. Yeah, and what's that? Peter huffed at me, and I was trying very hard not to roll my eyes at him. No, not because I was wearing my helmet still, but because it would have been a useless act. You were carried in here without a mask, and they drew blood, you dolt. That means they will soon know who you are, I said as I brought up the information that Alfred gathered from the mainframe. I watched the panic set into his features before I decided to give him the good news. Everything connected to your name that has left this premises is being tracked down and removed from the equation. I watched the relief drain into Peter's face once he heard me say those words. Then a crow came out of the air and landed on the body of Cyclops. Also, the reason why I know that a cheap clone ripoff right out of Star Wars is that the real Scott Summers died in front of me the same day I decided that I would become a soldier in this war against those who prey on metahumans. I told him as I held a hand up for everyone to see. There are only 3 Summer brothers that have laser abilities. Scott has optic beams. Alex has beams from his hands. And the last is Gabriel. Gabriel can use his beams from anywhere on his body and absorption. Also, he is the youngest. That still doesn't prove why you had to kill him, Peter replied with his hands folded across his chest. Oh, that's rather simple really, I replied with a smile. The answer to that is because Nathaniel couldn't resist the chance to lay his eyes on a certain someone and had a cyborg I implanted inside the clone's head. Almost fooled me too. And your purpose or having that I float is for what then? Natasha asked as she stepped up between us as she gave a nod to Aurora, who in turn pushed Laura towards Peter. Oh, I thought it might be rather rude of us not to say hi to Nathaniel Essex, otherwise known as Mr. Sinister, I said as the image on my wrist changed to the control room that Sinister was using to watch us from with the eye. Mr. Sinister looked very much like his comic book counterpart. Pasty white skin with red eyes and a red diamond in the middle of his forehead. Sinister was wearing an all-black skin-tight suit with a frayed cape hanging over his back and seat. Why hello there, Nathaniel. I do hope you're preparing for my visit. We all watched as his face changed into a variety of displays before he pressed a few buttons on his control console. As we watched, Sinister enter the access key. The eye before us exploded. I was the first to react to the explosion with my speed still active, so, with a casual wave, I had the gravity surrounding the eye increase, pulling all of the shrapnel and explosive force back into itself. Tiske, that was not very nice, Nathaniel, I replied, allowing the mirth to travel through my voice. Child, you will pay for your insolence. Sinister roared back through the holo chat. TCH, can you be any more cliché than the typical mad scientist? I replied to the man. When do we remove this stain? Aurora asked as she narrowed her eyes on the form of Sinister. This one is all mine, ladies, I replied as I looked at Jean. Before Jean could answer though, Peter spoke up again. With a press, I turned off the holo before Sinister could speak anymore, cutting him off. You guys are okay with him killing all these people? Peter asked incredulously. Yes, this is war, and one of the tried and true tactics is to deny your enemy their resources, Natasha replied instantly. You would know that if you had paid more attention during my lessons. That got Peter to back off, but I knew better. Peter was one of those people that wouldn't let anything go once he got it in his head. He would learn. I just hoped it wasn't the hard way like in the comics. We have no need nor do we want these people to get into the general jail population for them to accidentally get lost by some government agency, Felicia said from her position leaning on the Arkham Knight-style Batmobile. Then I will head to Genosha and get rid of this vermin, and I would like you guys to deliver these people to Salem, I said as I waved my hands towards the group of prisoners that I rescued from this horrible place. And what will we do with the second facility? Aurora asked me after getting out of the way so that Laura could take Peter up into the hovering VTOL ship which still had its back ramps down. Overwatch already infiltrated the systems and shut them down while the spider bots cleaned out the place. I was hoping that you would make a pit stop and pick up any prisoners before you get to Salem, and I will follow up and destroy the place the same way I plan to do with this one. I replied with a shrug. When did you send spider bots to that location? I had Overwatch hack and used the portal to send a few things as we tore apart his place. I replied as I turned to look at Natasha. Okay, then I will come with you and watch your back, Natasha said with finality as she walked off to speak with the ones we rescued. Storm, do you mind taking them to get a checkup and see the professor? I asked since Nat had already decided to tag along as my backup. Is there a reason we do not send them to the island? Aurora asked as she looked over the crowd that was trying to act like they weren't listening to our conversation. For now we don't have anything larger than the school and a few buildings built on the island. For now, only the north side is being developed because it would make for a great port city. I replied to Aurora. Maybe I can forward some plans and have many more living quarters built on the island, since I have plans for it being the main country of metahumans on Earth. I volunteer to help build or help with keeping the rabble in line. Everyone in our group turned to look at the sudden new speaker. She was on the short side, but her skin was all silver in color. Looking her up and down, she wore one of the prison jumpsuits. Instantly I knew who this was from taking a look at her. Not only that, but I also thought what they used samples of her skin to create. What is your name, young lady? Aurora asked as she took a step towards the girl. My name is Cecily Kincaid, but people call me Mercury. The girl known as Cecily said as she then turned her hands into different shapes. I would like to go to this country you are building. I don't want to go to Salem. Why is that? Felicia asked, speaking up as she eyed the girl with the liquid metal body. Salem is still within the bounds of the United States. I heard the conversation that the guy in the red helm was talking about, and he is correct. All of this couldn't have happened if someone didn't turn a blind eye. Cecily said as she waved her hand towards the facility. I would rather go somewhere outside the bounds and grasp of people willing to capture and experiment on me than stay within a country that's willing to look the other way. Well, things can be arranged, but the place we will send you to has our security in place, so you don't have to worry about a thing, Jean replied to the metal lady with the orange hair. Then we will go to this professor in Salem, but I can speak for us all when I say that we would like to go to this island and country that you are building a lot sooner than later, Cecily said as she walked back to her group. I no longer feel safe within the borders of America. You also need to understand that the island will be open to both metahumans and normal humans. I refuse to prescribe us to the whole segregation bullcrap. I said, looking at them. We are all human even if we were born with powers and abilities. So understand that everyone that decides to move to my island will all be equal in the eyes of the law and courts. This also includes people without powers like ours. Some of the ones that were listening nodded their heads, and some of the others shook their heads. I made a note of the ones with disgruntled expressions for later in case I had to do some weed removal since the prison system wasn't up and running yet. With our discussion out of the way, everyone loaded up into the Flying Fox to head back to New York. The VTOL hovered more than a few hundred feet off the ground while I had Natasha on my back since I was still holding my shape roughly at over 10 feet tall. With a mental command to Alfred, the triggers were hit, and the first facility was both blown up and shrunk down to atomic size. Not too long after we watched the place get dismantled, I received a message from Alfred that he was able to trap and capture Adam Karkins from the other facility in the Alpine Mountains. With a nod towards the VTOL, they took off while I changed headings and blasted towards San Francisco to make a pickup. Oh, I had plans for him all right. I had plans for him and Nathaniel Essex. In the middle of my brooding and master planning, I felt a husky breath on my ear as Natasha pressed the release button, removing my helmet so that she would get to me and provide a distraction. Brooding is not cute while you have a lovely lady like myself around. Natasha teased as she nipped at my ears, pulling me out of my head. Natalia. I purred out her name before I felt a small shiver coming from Natasha on my back. Then I felt her lean back into me as her arms came to wrap around my front. You know, that is the first time you have said my name, Natasha whispered into my ear as we flew through the air towards the west coast. I could only sigh at her. It's hard to understand you sometimes, Nat. One moment you're all business and the next it's all flirt and smile, I replied with a shrug while we flew over another city. But what's a lady to do? Natasha whispered in my ear as she nibbled on my earlobe. Sighing again, I was greeted with her sultry laughter as we flew over the San Francisco skyline to our quick pit stop. Waiting for us on her balcony was one Emma Frost, the leader and president of Frost International. Without a pause, I went from moving at over 1,000 miles per hour to 0 and hover over the balcony. With a light touchdown on the balcony, Natasha hopped over my head before I could kneel down. With swift and daft movement, Natasha had Emma wrapped and ready to go in a jump harness. I took a good look and found Emma in some long white pants and a skimpy white shirt. What is the meaning of this? Unhand me now, you cretin. Emma snarled at Natasha, but I was having none of this tonight. My patience had been stretched and tried too far today. This is not up for debate, Emma. You will leave with us because what comes next you will witness, I said as I stepped into her personal space, and the look on her face told me that she knew that this was non-negotiable. Will you come willingly, or will you stay? You ask as if I have a choice, Emma replied with a snide remark. If you want my help, then you have no choice because you stay and you get nothing, I replied as I walked back towards the edge. Natasha didn't even give her a second glance as she hopped up on my back. I turned and waited for Emma to make her choice after tonight. Everything will change, and my enemies will fear my retaliation. Fine, damn it. Fine. I will go with you, but I want Shaw dead sooner, Emma said as she walked towards me. Natasha held out a hand to help her up, but Emma brushed it away. I turned around for her, and with a huff, Emma hopped up onto my left side. With a mental command, I open up some of the nano latches for Emma to connect with her harness. With a tap on my right side from Natasha, I crouched slightly and took off with a strong jump into the air, and we shot off towards Genosha. Hopefully Sinister would have a nice welcome party ready for my arrival. The flight was nothing for me, but this was the first time that Emma was flying faster than sound and relative reality. We were somewhere over the Pacific when we flew past a plane that looked to be stationary in its flight. That was a wide awakening for Emma, and she hunkered down closer to my back and tried to play nice with Natasha, who in turn humored her. Ignoring the two, I focused myself as we flew over the Pacific Ocean. What came next was going to define the future, with one of the biggest villains taken out the game. Within moments we were over the ocean and rapidly came upon the island of Genosha. The air was tranquil, and the spray of the ocean was stilled as we flew along the coast towards the hidden manor on the island. Everything is so frozen in time, I heard Emma whisper from her position on my back. We flew like that for a little longer before we came up upon the manor where Nathaniel Essex was hiding. On the roof were 3 of the Marauders, who were the famed group that roamed the world and did the bidding for Sinister. The one in the middle that was going to die first and was some oversized lady with tiger stripes along her side. On the left was a hammerhead-shaped guy with his leg up on the railing in a mid-spit motion. And the last guy on the right was large and fat like the Blob, and I would have thought he was if I wasn't so certain that the Blob only followed around Magneto. They never knew what hit them, and I mean that more than figuratively. The lady in the middle took a Superman fist to the face, removing her head and torso from her upper body from the speed and force with which I hit her. The man on her right was met with a backhand that also disintegrated his head. With the follow-up on my rotation, I spun, swinging myself around into performing a clean uppercut on the right-hand goon, popping his head like a watermelon. Blood, bone, and brain chunks floated in the air as their bodies came into quick contact with my Speed Force aura, and then was returned to normal time, only to freeze as we were moving too fast. With a quick inspection, I verified there was no one else up on the roof other than us, but there was an access panel for the electronics that could be used. Yanking the panel off the hinges, I pressed in one of the universal USBs that I'd brought with me. With that installed, I brought us back to normal time as I let down Natasha and Emma from their perch on my back. Before I could take up going into the building, Natasha tugged me to face her. "Leave me 3 alive to hunt," Natasha said as she looked up at my face with a grin that promised cruelty to those in her path. "They should not have planted someone in our home. I will bring Emma along with me." Looking down at Natasha, I could spot Emma pout her lips at the corner of my eye, but I only returned a nod in confirmation to Natasha now that she was in full Black Widow mode. Without a second look behind me, I took off down the stairwell to remove all opposition between myself and the man who called himself Mr. Sinister. The monster inside me was released, and I was on the hunt down the halls of his manor. Those in my path were met with a knee or a punch, removing heads or completely annihilating a person with a savage blow as I made my way towards the central room where he resides. For we're left alive for Natasha to have her fun as I grabbed the face of some nameless guard and smashed him into the floor. He grabbed my wrist in retaliation, but I picked him up by his head and slammed him one more time into the ground, breaking the marble tiles beneath his frame. His legs kept kicking, so I slammed his head into the ground again and again as he screamed under my palm. I noticed the slight blip of red and looked up to face the camera on the door leading into Sinister's safe house. Again and again, I smashed the goon head into the ground, Before long he began to cry, and I could smell the telltale sign of him urinating on himself, but my sight never wavered from the camera that was watching us as I smashed the goon's head in repeatedly. As we came to a round number of 12, I smashed the goon beneath my hands, and finally, I felt his skull break beneath my palm as I again upped the strength I was using. With a quick flick of the wrist, the brain matter and blood were flicked off onto the walls as I made my way to the final door at the end where my prize awaited me. As I slowly rounded on the door, it was blasted off the hinges as my hands touched the knob. Catching the door, I allowed it to carry me back a few feet. "You have slighted me, boy." Someone yelled from beyond the door frame. "You have slighted me for the last time." Pushing the door off of me, I showed that I was completely unscathed from any type of damage. In the room, I found 6 more forms of that freaking bastard Summers surrounding Sinister as he sat on his throne watching me imperiously. There was a slight twitch to his eye, and I knew he noticed that I was unharmed. The clones of Summers that surrounded the man all had on that black spandex unitard, and they had none of the visors on their faces. That could only mean that they could use their optic blast without that crutch that the Summers from the 616 universes had to rely on because he was too much of a shitheel to learn about his powers. Sinister's wrist twitched, and I was already moving before the others could even register whatever commands they were sent. With my first step, a crater was made from the stomp I placed commanding the earth to restrain Sinister. Then I flowed into the room as if I was death herself. Flying out of my body were constructs shaped as arms holding swords, removing the heads of each of the Summers clones. With the heads frozen in the air, I pulled a nano restraining patch out from my utility belt and slapped it on the back of Sinister's neck. With a smile, I sat within Sinister's throne and watched as regular time took over, and everything played itself out before my eyes. I sat and watched as Nathaniel Essex was restrained against the far wall of his own chambers. Then out of my jacket flowed my nanotech as they turned into spiderbots and plugged themselves into servers and other things that he had in his room of last resort. Placing one leg over the other, I leaned back in Sinister's throne and waited for Widow to come and join me since I was notified that her fun was over with. As I waited, I looked him up and down from the all-back spandex he wore to that ugly-ass cape on his back. The pale skin and the black lipstick and eyeliner with the red diamond in the center of his forehead made an intimidating vision to look at. There was the sound of a small shuffle, and then I heard the sound of a stiletto heel as the person who wore it walked their way down the hall towards us. From my left, an arm touched my shoulder as Natasha took a seat on the arm of the throne while Emma stood on my right. With a casual toss in front of myself, I enlarged a chamber that I had completed a while back, but didn't see a need for it because of how dangerous and evil it was. Now though, I found and understood why I created something like this in the first place. What is that, and who is he? Emma asked as she examined both the man and the new 4x4 chamber that unshrunk itself before us. His name is Nathaniel Essex, and he sent a freaking clone to our home. I replied with a snarl as I commanded the earth to break away, and then to catch him in a gravity grip. Lord Essex here is over 1,000 years old and the world's greatest geneticist. And how do you know about him if he is 1,000 years old? Wouldn't he learn to hide pretty well from the world living that long? Emma asked as she turned to face me as I held Sinister up with his look of defiance on his face. That could only save him if I didn't make it my business to learn and snoop out all of the hidden dangers that live here on Earth with us. I replied as I slowly lowered Sinister into the chamber. Then what is that chamber for then? Why not kill him and get it over with? Emma replied as she looked me in the eyes. Why prolong so much? Because this is to be a lesson, I replied as I looked her back in the eye. First, I wanted to remove his head from his body. Then I wanted to make his death slow and painful, but then I remembered something. Nathaniel Essex is one of the greatest and oldest minds on the planet that dates back over 1,000 years. His death will not be swift, and it will not be painless. I will place him in the chamber and fill it with the latest nanotech that I created. These nanites are specially made for certain people, I said as I continued to look her in the eye. They will invade every nook and orifice of his body and connect to this brain. Then the nanites will remove all bodily functions trapping him within himself. No telepath will be able to save him, no telekinesis will save him, and no super strength will save him. The man known as Nathaniel Essex will be placed on a shelf as I milk his brain for every drop of knowledge that he has amassed over the years. I will gather every one of his clones from Bar Sinister and place them all within chambers to build up my think tank. With his immortality, he will never die and live his life being drained of every thought and passing idea until I chose to give him death. That is the price he will pay from daring to strike at my home. There will be no touch, no sound, no sight, nothing. With that, I turned from the pale-faced Emma as I got up from Sinister's throne. Waste not, want not. This was one of the greatest minds, and I was going to make sure he wished I had killed him. With a simple slide of my fingers, I brought the pain receptors to 90% and left it there. Every clone of you, every backup data and storage I will drain from your head and place on a shelf right beside you. Damn your plan for the ultimate metahuman, and damn your plans for a clone of my gene. You should have kept your head down like you've been doing, and I would have made your eventual death a lot less painful. Now you're going to sit on the shelf like a jar of pickles for the rest of your unnatural life. Slowly Sinister's eyes widened, and he tried to scream out and thrash around inside the chamber, but his fate was sealed. I watched the last will of defiance drain from the great Nathaniel Essex as the chamber filled and the nanites went to work on him. There was a ping from my wrist communicator, and I pulled up the holo as it displayed the top-shelf archives of one Nathaniel Essex and one Adam Harkins, the mind and director behind the facility. On the holo, there was a tab that I could press that brought up a catalog of every idea and stray thought of the two. This also gave M access to every experiment and discovery and action being collated and uploaded into my servers. Good. This was the start of my think tank, and it was time to use the island to its full advantage. Later I would have to create a set of nanites that I could inject into myself and allow me to absorb all the knowledge that I have downloaded from the think tank. But for now, I can settle for a little light reading. Turning my back on the chamber with the man who no longer meant anything to me but a footnote in my path. Now it was only Emma and Natasha here with me. Nat, I will be sending heavy firepower with you when you go and take down the rest of these clones. I stared as I received a nod from Natasha as she sat on the arm of the throne, sharpening her knives. So tell me, Ms. Frost, will I have to worry about my back with you around? For a moment, Emma Frost shook slightly, and then I watched as she forced herself to be calm as she looked me in the eyes, and I would have been fooled if I was an ordinary man. Hell, I would have felt sorry for her, but that defiant nature and what I knew from the comics had me keeping her at arm's length and one step away from removing her head regardless of what I agreed upon. I have agreed to work with you, so there shall be no betrayals from my end, Emma replied defiantly as she looked me in the eye. As much as I fight for equality, I don't play with my food, I said as I waved an arm towards the chamber of clear nano goop. I'm not Shaw, I will not give you a rope to hang yourself and then rub it in your face as I do something foul to your body or mind. Betray me in any form, and there will no longer be an Emma Frost in this world. The things I wish to accomplish are many, and I refuse to worry about who is at my back. Are you threatening me? Emma asked with a quirk of her eyebrow. No, I'm drawing a line in the sand right here and now. Pick, and we move forward, but know that betrayal has its cost. Then I pick your side, Emma said after a moment's hesitation. She then stepped towards me. Good, then let's go. The cleanup crew should be here now, I replied as Natasha got up from the throne's arm. With Natasha in the lead, I walked along the corridors as Emma took up the rear of our little march. There was nothing but silence from Emma, but that was okay because what comes next will change things again for her perspective. As we silently walked down the hallways, we passed and walked around body parts dismembered during my rampage toward Sinister's last holdout. Heads lay without bodies, and bodies lay smashed or broken from my strength. You need to take better care of your toys, Natasha quipped at me as she slapped the boot of someone that I punched so hard he was embedded into the ceiling. They come with no curves, nor do they come with little gizmos to keep me happy, I replied with a shrug. With a smile and sway in her hips, Natasha pointed out one of the ladies that I performed a pile driver on. Granted, I flipped gravity and was running on the roof before snatching this one and smashing back down into the ground, but still wasn't going to touch anything that hung around Sinister. Enemy women, so they get fair and equal rights to an ass-kicking contest for the receiving side, I replied with a shrug that got a chuckle from Natasha. With a shake of her head, Natasha took the turn that leads back to the outside, and we made it right on time because right above us was a descending hovercraft with a few spider bots already on the ground. How did they get here so fast? Emma asked astonished as she walked out onto the porch, right behind me. They were shot out of an electromagnetic railgun. Can reach any side of the planet I want within 3 minutes, I said with some pride in my voice. Working on cutting that down to 60 seconds tops. That's impossible. Electromagnetic weaponry hasn't even come off of the Navy's test bench yet. Emma replied incredulously as she looked back and forth at the spider bots as more and more began to drop from the sky. You have seen my tech, and you think something as simple as an electromagnetic railgun is going to stump me? Boh. That's a toy compared to some of the things I will create and have created. Now get into the hover car. I said as I waved an arm towards the vehicle. I held the door open for them both as a gentleman should, but Natasha decided to jump over and into the driver's seat. I made sure to have my seat belt on with the look I noticed in Natasha's eye. With one quick glance in the mirror, we took off with Natasha whooping at the top of her lungs. With all things considered, the flight was smooth even with Natasha performing some crazy aerial maneuvers. What I didn't expect though was that Emma was a little speed freak. There was a moment or two when I caught the flush on Emma's face when Natasha revved the engine a few times before performing a stunt that I would have to file away for later use when I had some free time to enjoy some of her company. As we arrived at Eden, one of the spider bots started to march back through a portal that they had set up and planted in the back gardens of the Essex Manor. I sat in the hovercar and watched as hundreds of thousands of genetic material from metahumans throughout the ages were moved from the manor into the heart tree and fed into it. I had plans for all of that and more. What I needed was two people of absolute loyalty that could get things done on the island when I wasn't around, so it didn't involve Alfred all the time. There were a few thoughts and ideas I had swirling around in my head, but there was one thing I was certain of, that they would not be some freaking clone of someone. Maybe I might use someone's genetic material, but I refused just to create a clone of a person. So it was going to be mix and match time. These two were going to be the leaders of my Astartes program. Looking up from my musings, I found Emma's face a mix of surprise and awe as she looked around us at the island and the mix of modern architecture and jungle. "Welcome to Eden," I said with a flourish and waved my hands from Emma to around us. "This is the centralized area here besides the heart tree. The north has a city currently being built, and the south has another currently in construction. This place is beautiful, but there is more that I can feel. Like a tingle at the back of my mind, that's eluding my grasp." Emma replied with her eyes closed in concentration. "That's the island, and she is alive and an extension of the goddess Gaia, so for your own safety, don't go too deep." I returned as I lead her to one of the buildings that were recently built. This was one of the all-purpose buildings for scientists, relaxing, and other political maneuvers that might strike my fancy. As we walked into the building, I noticed Emma schooling her face in the brief reflection on the glass. Taking a seat on one of the loungers, I waved for Emma to pick a seat of her own. "So why did you decide to bring me here after that display at the manor?" Emma asked after a moment of silence. "Would you like to be the Minister of Finance?" I asked in return as I leaned back into my chair with a hollow tablet in my hand. For a moment, Emma froze in her seat like a deer caught in the headlights. Emma sat there and watched me while I watched her. Then she spoke slowly, as if she was testing each word before she spoke them. "Was the situation earlier a forewarning before this offer?" Emma asked as she leaned forward in her seat. "There is joining me, and then there is joining my cause," I said as I sat forward to look at her closely. "As much as I preach equality, don't mistake me for a fool. Metahumans will need their own land and space even if we do not consider ourselves above our fellow man. A nation of our own will solidify us as one people like any other nation and grant them our protections. The United Nations would never approve of this," Emma said as she raised an eyebrow and tilted her head to the side. "They will and can do nothing to stop me," I replied to her as I got up from the recliner that I was seated in. "They will beg for this nation to join them once they have seen the discoveries and cures that are going to be offered to my people. They will come and take them," Emma supplied as she watched me walk towards the window. "They will try and fail like the slimy politicians that they are. Unlike them, I have not forgotten human nature, and I will use that against them. Cures for the common cold, extend the human lifespan, and soon AIDS and HIV, and many more cures to follow," I said as I turned my back to the window. "The people will scream and march in the streets and demand action while I slaughter any opposition that they send to invade these sovereign borders. There will be no Big Seven making demands because I will fan the flames of each country's people until they break. Because unlike the fools in charge, I know the power of social media when wielded well, and I have the guns to outpace the rest of the world." "And you would give me a position of power within your empire?" Emma asked as she got up from the chair she was seated on to stand beside me and look out the window. "What else would I give my women?" I replied to her question as I also turned around to look outside the window. "Then I accept, and as your woman, I would like some of the defense and weaponry that I have noticed the others used," Emma said as she turned and gave me a brilliant smile. "That can easily be arranged," I replied as I placed a hand around her hips and pulled her in close. There was a slight tremor and a hint of hesitation, then before I knew it, Emma grabbed my collar and pulled me in for a kiss. With one leg raised up to hold me into place, our kiss was aggressive and passionate. Our tongues entwined and dueled. Emma's passion was fierce with fire, and I felt the hunger from her as we kissed. Before I knew it, I had Emma up in my hands with her posted against the large window. With a growl, I pulled myself back from this delectable dish before my eyes. There was some more work to finish, and then I had to get my last 2 helpers that I had been thinking about creating for some time now. Panting out as our foreheads touched, I pulled back while I had one of Emma's hands pinned above her head while my leg was wedged between her legs holding her up in the air. Not only could I feel the dampness on my thigh, but I would see the lust in her lidded eyes as she peered back at me. There are things that I need to finish before I can partake of such a meal. I whispered as frustration crept into my voice. This was one of those moments where I hate being responsible. I had one last thing to do before I could indulge. You can ignore your responsibilities for once, can't you? Emma whispered back sultry as she rubbed herself along my thigh, allowing me to feel the warmth of her core. With a huff, I let Emma back down so that we would get ourselves decent before we separated, and I went to get the rest of the things I needed to be completed. With a quick ruffle of my combat pants, I was ready to go about completing my to-do list. Leaving Emma with a tablet to go over the island's finances, I left for my command room where all the magic was going on. Inside my command room were multiple spider bots going about their business, but upon the monitor was what I wanted. On the large monitor and other viewing screens was the status report for the over 100 smart satellites I had ready for orbit around the Earth, and a few more that I was going to launch towards Mars and a few other lunar bodies. With my quantum entanglement prowess turning theory into reality, I was able to create quantum comms arrays which I had paired with the satellites that I set for the asteroid belt and beyond. Vibranium fell on Earth as an asteroid, and I bet my left nut that there are some still in the asteroid belt hiding somewhere. One of the great things was already knowing the properties of vibranium. So releasing a swarm of drones in the asteroid belt to ping and read for the right properties and report back findings was child's play. Taking a seat in my command chair, I brought up the controls and watched as the monitors switched over to the massive railgun that I created as a launch platform. Each of the satellites had next-generation processors and lenses with multiple positioning GPS units optimized for space travel. They were also covered from head to toe in a new nano solar panel with a larger-than-normal arc reactor as the heart. There was no way I was going to send up one of my own power cores to hang above the planet. That would just be plain crazy. With a press of a button, I watched as the satellites get loaded and each was fired into orbit. This was a brief window that I had created after days of multi-hacking, the United Nations, and other nations to create this chance. Now, I had eyes in the sky all over the world, and nothing could escape my sight. I watched the satellites take their place in orbit, and then changed the monitoring program to watch the 2 that went directly for Mars and the asteroid belt. The one for Mars will get there within the week, and the one for the asteroid belt will get there within the month. With those plugged into my networks, it was time to learn everything that Sinister knows because I need people on this island, and I had more than a few ideas on how to get the first 1,000. With the automated system going in the background, I brought up the information that Sinister and Adam had in their heads. Even with my speed and retention, it took a smooth 5 minutes to read and understand it all, and once I was finished, I went over the information all over again. Hell, I even added in questions and ideas to create genetic variations on new life and have all of the powers work uniformly. With everything understood, I sank into the ground and made my way towards the heart of the tree. Within the heart of the island and heart tree were hundreds if not thousands of spider bots going about their business adding sensors and DNA banks along the walls. Each DNA bank had a vine going through it and back into the tree. Sinister had way over 500,000 DNA and genetic material samples, and I was going to use them and build a nation not of clones but of people with their own minds, looks, and feelings. Before I started to create people like the printing press was going out of style, I would need to create myself lieutenants to handle things while I was away. So I found myself in the command chair with a hollow panel before me as I placed my thoughts and commands into it, creating the twin brother and sister pair that would handle my endeavors. The female I had modeled after Darth Talon, the hot red Twi'lek Sith Lord, and the brother I had the standard generic scientist type. The breakdown though was that Talon had a little bit of Raven's DNA in her for me to be able to get the exotic red skin color and the Sith tattoos. There were so many genetic combinations and power I could mix in, I almost lost myself and made her beyond Omega level. So instead of breaking the bank, I kept her power simple but powerful with a strong mind with adaptive learning, and knowledge manipulation tossed in to make her a deadly foe against my enemies be they in space or on land. Lilith form and add in a dose of spider powers for added flexibility and senses, telekinetic powers and a dash of energy blast with steel skin and a few more surprises tossed in for my enemies. The brother gets the intelligence of Richards tossed in and a few body powers to top him up, but I had to craft his intelligence, adding in a bit of perfect memory and a few other things to boost him since he will be my science chief. The Liku that the Twi'lek said could be replicated, but I felt it best to keep her with long flowing onyx hair to match her brother's since she already had all red skin. Her height was going to come in at 5 feet 10 inches, and her brother was going to cap at 6 feet easily. Adding in a few more features and simple things to give them an identity of their own, it was time to birth them. Not too long after I pressed the confirm button, a side panel opened up for me to press my palm and add some power. The power situation would soon need to be rectified with one of the power cores, but adding a jump start this once wouldn't hurt. With all the preparations complete, I sat and thought about names for my new people. Not only names, but soon I would have to bring Alfred's AI core down here and create a body for him. While I was deep within my musing, the cocoons of the 2 new components to my family broke off and tumbled out. Talon landed lightly on her feet while her brother tumbled out uncharacteristically and very awkwardly, I might add. Watching him almost made me want to facepalm. Great, his personality was of a goofball while she was the serious one of the two. "Master," they both said in unison as they bowed before me. Turning to the taller of the two, I placed my hands on his shoulder and gave him a strong, steady shake to test his balance. No sway, nothing, which was good in my book, and he held his head up high. "Very nice," I said. "Your name is Alexander Jor-El. You shall be my lead scientist for our people and growing population." Then I turned to my Darth Talon, who stood before me with a defiant eye and a spark of purpose, skin crimson red with tattoos and long silky onyx hair. "You, my dear, will be the sword and shield that guards our people. The universe will fear your name while our people sing your praises. For you shall be named Fira ul General and commander of all of my armies." With that said and done, I pulled out smart nano clothing from my pack and gave it to them both to get dressed. Then I pulled out the unstable molecule structure and schematics for Alex to look over, and then gave Faura the battle plans and training schedule I expect her to go through. With those two taken care of, I went back to programming the command deck with what I needed in people because, before the week was over with, there will be more than 1,000 born from this grove, ranging from scholars to military types to artists. My Astarte though will make up the bulk of my forces, and I made sure they had a proper balance of power. It was time I raised a formidable military force. People were needed on this island, and the best type right now would be those who had absolute loyalty and will follow my vision into the future. With that plan in mind, I made sure to lock out certain genetic sequences because I refused to have a clone of Richards and anyone else for that matter running around this place, and no, I did not plan to give Scotty Boy another chance at life. He died once, and I plan to keep it that way unless someone from the future comes along and messes things up big time. With my commands locked in, I walked the twins to the surface to see the night sky for the first time. This truly was the longest night, and I was in and out of different time zones like it was nothing. Now though, I was at least finished and could get some proper rest. Not too long ago I got a notification that the tower was on lockdown and Alfred had a high alert with the rest of my family at Salem. With that out of the way, I was in a very hot shower trying to get my muscles to relax. There was nothing but the sweet bliss of the hot water sloughing its way down my back. There was a slight draft and a small smile played across my lips as I felt a pair of smooth, firm arms wrap their way around my waist. "You have been very naughty," came the sultry whisper in my ear. Before I could reply, I was swiftly turned around and pushed against the wall as her lips met my own. The kiss was heated and full of hunger and passion, and before I knew it, it felt a hand slowly stroked my shaft. My, what is going through that head of yours?" I couldn't stop the surprised gasp that escaped my lips when I found a head full of red before me, looking up at me teasingly as Natalia whispered in my ear as she slowly stroked me back and forth. "Look at you all riled up. I bet you were planning on shaboinking her with this monster between your legs," Natalia whispered before forming a ring with her thumb and index finger to squeeze and stroke me with applied pressure. "Tell me, what were you doing to her with this?" I was going to bend her over, pull her hair and paint her walls white," I replied breathlessly. With fluidity and grace, her leg came up and over to sit on the soap ledge as she held me firm in her hands. "She will have to get in line," Natalia whispered to me as she slid her way down my shaft as I slid into her molten depths. Aurora was awakened bright and early as her daughter came running into her room. She was instantly awakened with a delightful squeal of mommy. Sitting up in bed, Aurora arranged her daughter across her lap. "Little Flame, how did you get here?" Aurora asked while she smoothed over her daughter's hair. Maya turned to her mother with a cute pout on her lips that slowly transformed into a smile. "Grandma brought me." For a moment, Aurora thought about that. Let mommy get ready, and then we will have some breakfast. Quickly using her personal bathroom connected to her room, Aurora exits her room to find that Maya was nowhere to be found in her room of the X-Mansion. Walking through the mansion and leaving the kitchen with a cup of coffee in her hand, Aurora decided to head out into the gardens to find her daughter. Once she walked outside, Aurora was stunned at the display of her daughter playing with one of the other little girls that she knew to be named Ileana. It wasn't that her daughter was flying around with flaming hair that surprised her, no. What truly surprised Aurora was the rose rings that popped up from the ground that the girls were running through. Little Anna hasn't displayed any powers yet, but with her older brother displaying his own powers, then she wouldn't be very far off from displaying her own. Taking a seat next to the metal-clad man on the bench, Aurora commanded a gentle cross breeze to wash over the garden as she watched the children play. Silence fell over the garden as the sound of Tinkerbell-like laughter was heard. After a moment, Aurora turned to her seated companion. I do not believe we have been introduced yet. My name is Aurora Monroe, and I teach the language electives. My English no so good. I would believe you are Pietro Rasputin. It's nice to meet you, Aurora said in fluent Russian as she looked at the young man. Why might I ask, are you still in your metal form? This school and its surroundings are completely safe. It's for practice, Pietro replied as he shuffled his feet where he sat on the bench. There was a folder on my bed a few days ago with details on how to improve my form. Aurora thought to herself as she watched the kids play. It would seem that Ben had someone write up a detailed report and then create a training program for the older Rasputin. As she watched her daughter play, more and more kids woke up for their morning breakfast or come out and play until there was space available for breakfast. Getting up to help maintain order, Aurora was surprised when Logan pressed a button, and floating tables came out and set themselves up. All right, Bobby, you're in charge of the kids outside. I don't want to hear any whining, or there will be extra laps. Came Logan's gruff voice as Aurora walked into the kitchen to find him staring down a teenager with a sheepish grin on his face. Yes, Mr. Logan, said the boy who Aurora was taking to believe was Bobby. Logan, where did these tables come from? Aurora asked as she stood next to her friend. It had been a few days since she was last here, and it had changed so much. Not 3 days ago, Aurora remembered doing a rotation shift for breakfast. Yes, the manor was huge, but the kitchen didn't have enough space for all the rescued children. With a grunt, Logan scratched his jaw before he answered. Ben had them made, and Laura brought them back with her. With a nod, Aurora replied, Has the professor said anything about expanding the manor? Logan grunted once more but stayed silent for a moment that stretched far too long before he answered. No, Chuck hasn't said anything about expanding yet. Thank you for letting me know, Aurora replied quietly as she watched the kids organize themselves for breakfast. There was a ping on her wrist that had Aurora looking down to find a message from Alfred. With a tap, a hologram came up to inform Aurora that the island will be ready for people to move in by that weekend, but jobs won't be available for another month. With that in mind, Aurora went back and forth in her correspondence about the school that's being built. Aurora wanted to know if the dorms would be completed anytime soon. The answer that she got back placed a smile on her face. The dorms were completed even if the school building wasn't completed yet. The campus grounds were completed, and so was the park that the kids could play in. The dorms had more than enough space for over 1,000 students from the age of 5 and up, with the young ladies and the young men section separated for safety. Unfortunately, Natasha wasn't asked to look for teachers, so Aurora didn't know who she could have found fill to the role of chaperone for the students. With a silent hum to herself, she sent that request on to Ben and then have Alfred field that request also. They would need people that were comfortable with meta-humans. Nothing else would be able to fit her needs. The reply from Alfred about teachers and chaperones was answered instantly. That was a new one because Aurora was very aware of how the rest of the world view their kind. Raising an eyebrow at the message she received, Aurora continued her correspondence with Alfred as she made her way to the end of the hallway near Xavier's office. With Alfred keeping her informed of the staff she will have available, Aurora knocked on the office door and waited for the call to enter. Opening the door, Aurora entered to find Professor Xavier sitting behind his desk. Aurora found the professor going over some paperwork while drinking Earl Grey tea. Oh, good morning, Aurora. How can I help you? Yes, Charles, you can. Aurora started as she took a seat before the oak desk where Xavier was sitting. What are your plans for the children? Charles looked up from the papers he was going over before answering in a succinct manner. To teach them, of course. Aurora took a moment before she decided to answer. Professor, the manor isn't large enough. I believe it is time we look to a more established facility to house and teach the kids. I understand your concern, I assure you I do, Aurora, but this is the best place for them, answered Xavier with a smile. I would like to believe that, Professor, but we lack in basic space to even have breakfast. But I have a solution that will work best for everyone, Aurora said as she held up the holotablet in her hands for Xavier to see. And where is this school located? Xavier asked as he looked at the tablet that Aurora held up for him. Xavier reached out for the tablet, but Aurora took it back and kept the device out of his reach. Sorry, but this is classified information. If you would like to know more, you would have to talk to Ben, Aurora said as she pressed the button for the tablet to shrink and return to the size of a cell phone so it would be placed in her pockets. There was a small buzz on her wrist, and Aurora checked it to be greeted with a message from Alfred. She then relayed the message. You will not be allowed on the school grounds until Ben has spoken with you. Xavier reeled back in his seat, stunned at the words he just heard. Felicia woke up instantly as she felt the sun suddenly shine down on her face. Felicia was ready to lash out at the person that dared interrupt her sleep when the flash of red broke through her blurry sight. Grumbling to herself, Felicia rolled over in bed to seek out the other warm body that should at least be there for her to cuddle. The person next to her groaned and rolled over right into Felicia's arms, snuggling in closer for warmth. No warm, more sleep, Felicia mumbled out. Nope, a voice said, and before Felicia could register what was happening, the blankets that she and her sleeping companion were cuddled up under was swiftly removed. Breakfast has already been prepared, and we have a long day ahead of us, so, up now. Felicia instinctively flinched and curled into the other body laying with her. Ah, escaped her lips as Felicia felt a firm swat on her rump. Before she could react, Felicia and her sleeping companion were both levitated out of bed. All right, I'm up. Felicia heard Gwen grumble before her feet touched the ground. Felicia gave Jean a fierce glare before she too was also placed on the ground. With a snort, Felicia begins to stretch like a big lazy cat before joining Gwen in the bathroom. Yawning, the duo moved to the kitchen and Felicia sat down on the right side of Jean as Gwen took the other side. Surprisingly, Salt was also there in the kitchen, attired in a simple military dress of dark camo blue. All right, girls, eat up. We have a very busy day ahead of us, Salt said as she activated her data tablet. Holograms came to life around the table, showing the day's schedule for each person. Gwen had some lab activities. Jean had nothing to do, but it was Felicia's schedule that had the most activities. Why is there so much filled in with my name on it? Felicia asked as she nibbled on bacon and peered at the holograms around the table. That's because we will be liquidating Fisk's undercover assets before things go on the market proper. Salt replied, and with a press of a few buttons, the news came up reporting on how Wilson Fisk died during a gang shootout. Felicia didn't answer. She slumped in the chair and groaned at the long list of appointments that she had to go through. Felicia couldn't help but grumble to herself. Yes, she finally got her revenge, but now it's just so much work to keep it all going. Remind me, why am I doing this again? Felicia asked with a sigh before taking the data tablet from Salt. Because you volunteered, Jean said from her pancakes. We could do a lot of good work with the homeless, Gwen said before sipping her coffee. Salt snorted at their reply before speaking up herself. You're doing this because the alternative is Ben doing it, and then you would be in his debt, and I doubt that butt of yours will be able to pay it all back. Felicia spluttered and began to choke on the bacon of choice that she was methodically eating as she browsed through the itinerary. Gwen placed down the coffee she was sipping and started to pat the back of Felicia, while Jean just smiled and looked at the blushing girls. I don't know why you're blushing. I'm more than aware of what Ben plans to do to the three of you. Salt replied jovially before drinking from her cup of coffee. Ignoring the girls, Salt went back to making sure that the day's plans would go smoothly. The time was mid-morning as the sun shone nice and bright within the room through the curtains. A mental command from me, through my subdermal implants, had the curtains close all on their own, and I rolled over to find a wash of red hair laying across the pillow next to my own. I rapidly became all too aware of the arm that lay across my chest and the leg strategically placed across my waist. There was no stopping the smile that swept across my face. It took me 17 years to lose my virginity, and it took a jealous black widow to gobble me up. Wait, it might be the other way around, and it was I who gobbled her up. Well, there was no need to feel any different about it. I had put this off long enough, and there was no telling how much longer I would be able to last with a number of women that were gathering around me. Snorting at the thoughts that played through my mind, I went in to kiss Natalia on her forehead when a single eye opened up to greet me. With swift and fluid motion, Natalia was back on top with her legs tucked along my sides, and her hair cascaded around my face as she held me in a shroud of her beautiful curls. "Hey there, handsome," Natalia purred above me as she looked down at me from above. Natalia," I whispered, eliciting a shudder of pleasure from her. Natalia slowly ground her slit along my shaft, and I couldn't help but rise to the feel of her heated dampness as it greeted me. "Say my name." "It makes me want to," Natalia growled as she kissed me fiercely. Then without warning, and with no small amount of dexterity, she slid me home deep within her. "Reward you." The pleasure rushed up along my spine as Natalia sat up on my waist, placing my hands on her ample bosom. "Bang, Daddy. I played with so many kids today." Maya yelled with much joy and enthusiasm as she rushed into the guest room where I was currently residing inside and tangled up with Natalia. "Oh hey, Mommy Red. Maya, you can't go rushing off like that out of Grandma's sight. She just went into one of the guest rooms." "I will get her. Can you hold little Ania for me, please?" The blanket was up and around Natalia's waist and chest soon as my little fire starter burst through the door, which I noticed banged up the hinges a bit. Right behind Maya walked an Aurora in all of her stately glory. Natalia released a sigh at the raised eyebrow that Aurora gave her, but Natalia returned a shrug. Ignoring the look my two ladies were sharing in their silent communications, I turned my attention to my daughter. She was standing, more like floating, a few inches off the ground. With the blanket secure around my waist, I held my hand out for the drawing that she held. "Is that for me, princess?" I asked with my hand outstretched for the paper that looked like a painting. "Yeah, I drew it with Ania after Mommy gave me crayons," Maya said cheerily as she floated to the bedside. In the painting was a large tree and her flying in the air. "It's beautiful," I said as I levitated the painting to the bedside table. "Now, run along back to Grandma, and I will be outside shortly." With that, I swatted her little behind and watched as Maya blazed out the room in a flash of flames. The three of us shook our heads at that, but what happened next surprised the hell out of me. Aurora looked me in the eye as she leaned over and brought Natalia's face to hers and laid a searing kiss on her lips. The kiss was as hot as her chocolate skin mixed with Natalia's creamy complexion, from the way Natalia was gripping me with her coochie muscles. I knew that Aurora was pushing all of the right buttons. A squeak didn't escape my lips as Aurora pinched and flicked a peach of Natalia's before she turned and gave me my own stunning kiss. Aurora removed her hands from Natalia's chest and traced my jawline as our lips parted. "Everyone is waiting on you both," Aurora said as she brushed her thumb across my lips before turning around and walking away with a sway in her hips. The clenching of Natalia around me drew my attention back to her, and I noticed how hard her peaches had gotten from our little encounter with Aurora. "You better move fast before I feast on her delectable body," Natalia whispered as she quivered from the mini-orgasm that shook her system. Without a reply, I levitated us both up out of bed. Whoever was here can wait while I paint Natalia's insides once again. Walking out into the living room, I felt refreshed and rejuvenated with a new lease on life. "Alfred, where is everyone?" I asked out loud as I looked around the bungalow that I had built next to the heart tree. "Grandmother, Aurora, and Maya are at the school with the rest of the kids. Emma is looking over the city that is currently 80% completed, only needing a proper energy source before it can be occupied. Faura is at the military compound with 500 of the Astarte warriors, and Alexander is at the Ministry of Science with his 500 Astarte, more soon to follow them when the next batch is birthed." Rubbing my chin, I began to think about the implications of this whole endeavor that I was doing. I was heading down a road of no return while threading on a knife's edge. I would need every angle I could imagine through for the coming storm across the galaxy and here on Terra. Let everyone know to gather in the conference room. Leave Logan in charge with the kids for now and inform the Astarte teachers to look over Maya and her friend while Aurora joins the meeting, I said out loud as I began to put the parts of a plan together. Once I had my little chat with Xavier, I would need to upgrade Cerebro, then have Jean and Emma tag team the system and call all metas home. Natalia came up behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist as I looked out the window of the bungalow at the heart tree. We stood like that for a moment, then the beep from my Sanskrit beads notified me that everyone was in the conference room. Natalia hopped up on my back, and I did a step-point teleportation to the conference room. Arriving outside the room, Natalia got off my back as she looked out from the heart tree where the real control of my island was located. One of the things I had found out about the island was that once I had connected to it, I was given complete control over everything, even the trees and earth, and how the water flowed. One of the things I did with that control was made sure to create hollowed-out spaces in the heart tree and a few of the giant trees on the island. I wanted to work with the nature of the place and not against it like the rest of humanity. There was so much I was sure that the island could do, but I planned to take my time to discover them all. Around the hall stood my Astarte warriors in their brand new Mjolnir armor that I recreated based on the Locke armor specs. Hell, since I was making Astarte, I wasn't going to start copying the Space Marine armor when the Halo Locke armor was far more fluid and tactical. Now that I thought about it, since the island was mine to mold to my will, I should start to consolidate my black sites, and it would seem Alfred took the initiative and set up the troops with armor I had waiting in storage. At ease, I said, since the Astarte went into a full salute when I appeared. Also, please, all of you remove your helmet so I can see your faces. With that command, the 6 of them removed their helmets, and what greeted my sight was a mix of men and women standing at attention. What really caught my attention was that no one had the same skin color. They ranged from green skin to black skin to purple skin to start before me, and their hair itself ranged from different colors to complement their complexions. Natalia was instantly enthralled with the women that had pink skin with purple hair. One of the major things that I stuck into my Astarte program was that no one person could have the same feature. When one DNA sequence was used for appearance, then it would be locked out and couldn't be used again for at least another 300,000 combinations. What I also locked down was the original DNA sequence of Reed, Raven, and a few others that I had mixed in to allow me to have the best of the best to start. There was no need for another Reed or Summers clone to run around, because I got greedy with my Astarte program. The only thing I wanted from their DNA was their intelligence and abilities. Well, maybe not Summers' intelligence, because that man was never really a leader, just a tool, and I didn't need his intellect no marker messing up my soldiers. With a nod to my soldiers, I walked into the conference room. It was sleek with hologram lines running across the tops along with the light fixtures and each chair. I had the old world mixed with new age functionality. Across one of the walls was a ceiling-to-roof windows with a balcony that led outside for anyone that wanted to look out to the island from a heart tree. The table could easily change to seat anywhere from 6 all the way to 30 people with the size of the room. One side of the room had the grains from the inside of the tree, and another wall had clean white panels. Even inside here, there were 4 more of my Astarte standing guard in their own custom-built Mjolnir armor. Not long after we arrived, more people started to filter in from the outside, each walking with their own security guards. Emma Frost showed up, and I had her sit in the Minister of Finance seat. Faura took the General's seat as her brother Alexander took the Minister of Science seat. Aurora took the Minister of Education closer to my own seat. Jean and Gwen had a seat, but theirs didn't come with a title on the back of the chair. There was a seat that was empty, and that was the one for Minister of Magic. Before anyone could say anything about the empty seat, the Ancient One walked in as if this was just another day in the life of a goddess. A small chuckle escaped me simply because a wizard is never late, and a sorceress is always on time. I was already standing as we all were about to have our little meet and greet, so it didn't take much to introduce the Ancient One to everyone. As the Sorceress Supreme, it's my honor to meet the daughter of Gaia and the avatar of the Phoenix. The Ancient One said with an elegant flourish and bow. Jean was clearly taken aback, but Aurora took it in stride. When I turned around, I found Emma giving me the eye as she went back and forth between myself and Natalia, who was hidden within my shadow. When our gaze met, Emma gave me a smoky smile, and that was when I realized that the bungalow didn't have any soundproofing, and she heard me pound Natalia through the bed for more than half the night. Shaking my head at Emma, I decided to start by pulling out Gwen's seat for her and then worked my way through the rest of my ladies. Pulling out the Ancient One's seat was a courtesy, and that was because she already knew what I was going to ask of her, and being nice always helps. I activated the door controls and the hologram protocols for today's discussions as I took my own seat. Alright everyone, we have some very important decisions to make today, I said as I brought up the meeting agenda for them to view. With a few more button presses, the datapads hidden in the table appeared for everyone to use and make notes with. We found the location of Clow, and he is hiding out on an island off the coast of Australia. Natalia spoke up first as I left the floor open for topics. I would like to volunteer with my Astarte. Faura spoke up as she put forward her name. Widow can tag along since this will be your first off-island deployment, I said instantly to make sure that someone would go and watch over my little hellion. Kill him or bring him back alive, it matters not as long as we have his head. Natalia gave me a nod, and so did Faura. Since there were no complaints, I marked it as finished. As the head of the scientific department, I would like to suggest we make sure that this vibranium that Clow is hoarding is sent to finish the work on the solar reactor before we attempt to use it in any of our weaponry, Alexander said, leaning forward on the table. Noted, and I would also like some to be donated to the school for the kids to study, Aurora said from her seat at the table. Would there be any space at this school for the mystic arts? The Ancient One asked as she didn't even touch her datapad. Before Aurora could say anything, I interjected. I had plans to build the mystics a compound, but I would rather the university house the mystics that would like to come to the island. Will there be any policy set for the use of powers on the island? Jean asked from her seat as she scrolled through a datapad. The only restrictions there are on powers are the use of them in an act detrimental to those around them, and the island itself will not be tolerated. I don't have plans in place to police anyone on how to use their powers. The school is to learn control and other things, and the medical facilities are for those with unique needs. I said, but I noticed Gwen with her hand on her chin thinking about that. I would recommend Susan Storm for the medical division, Gwen said after her moment of thinking. I read her file. The issue with her involves Reed Richards, who is an unstable influence and thus very dangerous, Aurora said from her seat. Emma tilted her head to the side, then spoke up. Then don't invite him. If this is to be a place for our people, then we should extend our hands to those we know are certain not to cause trouble. Mississippi. Frost is correct, but you're aware of the dangers Richards poses, are you not, Godspeed? The Ancient One said while looking at me with that slight smile of hers. Faura looked very interested in the topic. What does she mean, my lord? Releasing a sigh, I spoke up. Richards is a ticking time bomb. One of, if not the only reason, I made sure to snap up the Baxter Foundation was because of his intellect and danger to those around him when he gets caught up in his lab. The hope was to curb his enthusiasm. But as the Ancient One said, he is trouble and will cause us trouble in the future. And you let him in the tower? Gwen asked, shocked. Do I need to remove him? Natalia asked. I have lawyers to sue him back to being a middle school science teacher, Emma said. We can let the accident happen, but make sure he doesn't survive it, Jean said. I couldn't help the sigh that escaped me. Can we shelve the Richard situation for now? I have a plan to eliminate that troublesome person without causing the planet to explode because of his inventions. Actually, Alex, I will be sending you all the data points on his dimensional exploration device. I want to know how and why it exploded. Then once you solve that, we need a door to the negative zone in one of the secure underground labs. With that said and done, I sent over all of the information of the first dimensional doorway that exploded. The negative zone was a place that had gold and more vibranium, and I wasn't going to let a place with such resources go. Alexander gave me a nod, and then we moved along the meeting. The Ancient One still wore that small smile on her face while also giving her input here and there in the conversation. Out of the air, the Ancient One pulled a tea set and passed cups around. The look that was on Emma's face when that happened was priceless. The Ancient One gave Emma a wink and then levitated each of us a cup of tea, then offered a spoon of honey. We all took a moment to enjoy the tea, then it was time to get back on task. All right, Emma, talk to me. How are our finances looking? I asked as the holo charts began to change for all to see. Our finances are good. No, they are great actually. But that's also the issue, Emma said as she began to show the data points that needed our attention. All the currency that you have been raiding from the experimental facilities are going into the coffers and going back out to buy goods for the island. But that's also the issue. It's all in USD, and eventually, the tax bill is going to come due. People take no notice, but the one thing you can't get away with in America is tax evasion. You can kill, steal, and swindle, but you can't dodge the taxes. Then invest in gold to diversify our assets and get into the stock market, Aurora said from her seat. Rubbing my chin, I decided to speak up. That's good, but it won't be enough. Right now Alfred is keeping the money on the run as it changes hands between shell companies, but all it would take is that one lucky accountant to spot what we are doing, and it all comes crumbling down. Then what do you suggest, Mississippi? Frost. The Ancient One asked as with a snap of her fingers, the empty cups vanished. We start to dump the cash into every market we can. The point of this island is to be our own nation, and we can't do that if we are using the USD as currency. I have seen that we launched satellites towards the asteroid belt in hopes of finding vibranium. I say we use that and any other rare metals that we might find as a basis for our currency. Emma said, showing the charts on how even a gram of vibranium ran anywhere from 10,000 to 26,000 a gram. This makes us direct business rivals with Wakanda, but also removes the possibility of the United States imposing a tax-based stranglehold on our economy. That could work, but we will have to remove our current opposition in the Wakandan royal family, I said as more and more ideas blazed through my mind. Here is what we do. With that statement, I brought up the profile of one Eric Stevens, aka the Killmonger, currently a ghost in the military. What about him? Jean asked as she looked at her datapad with the information about our little killer. Oh, that's clever, Mr. Blake. The Ancient One said as she did a little laugh. Everyone turned to look at her, and then she decided to elaborate more. This Eric Stevens is a lost prince of Wakanda, and Mr. Blake would like to help him reclaim the throne. This will allow you to ally with the only country that could oppose you with your vibranium-backed currency. Everyone turned to me, and I could see the play of emotions and thoughts play on their faces. She isn't wrong, I replied nonchalantly. From what I can gather, he is currently on leave and will arrive back home in a little over 16 hours. Faura, I would like your team to pick him up once finished with Clow and bring him here. Yes, my lord. Anything else? I asked the table of my inner circle. Yes, my lord, there is, aside from the Astarte program that's currently running. I was able to finish the unstable molecule fabric that has been waylaid for some time now, Alexander said as he changed the hollow image. I have also taken it upon myself to close down the black sites off the island and have their inventory moved to the subbasements 1 through 6. I would also like to add to that, my lord, Faura said as she also pressed a few things on her datapad. We currently have 10 jets with no name, but the specs state that they can move at escape velocity. Unfortunately, they do not have inertia dampener or shielding, so the heavy G turns in the atmosphere would kill anyone that we field to fly these craft. I would like the science department to tear them down and rebuild them with a modified gravity harness. If we can set it to counterbalance during heavy turns mid-flight, we might be able to save our pilots that attempt any 180-degree turn stunts. Okay, the unstable molecule fabric schematics don't leave the island, period. Alfred, lock that down for us, please, I said out loud to my AI son listening. Field a science team and construction team to get those jets upgraded ASAP. I refuse to have them grounded any longer when they could be in the air running drills and back up. Jean, I would like you to take a look at the unstable molecule fabric. It's going to revolutionize the fashion industry for our people. Yes, sure, I can do that, Jean replied with a shrug of her shoulders. When no one said anything else, I called the meeting called to an end. Everyone left to do their own task, but the Ancient One stayed behind to speak privately with me. It's a pleasure to receive a seat on your small council, Mr. Blake. The Ancient One began, but I held up a hand for her to stop. Please, we both know I will ask you to call me Ben, not Mr. Blake. I said, which earned me a smile. Yes, that might be true, but it would be rude of me not to show you courtesy in your domain with your people and guards around. The Ancient One replied. That was such a smooth and correct answer, I had no way to reply to that. So with a wave of my hand, we went out of the balcony to view the forest that expanded beneath the view of the heart tree. So, was I correct in giving you a seat on my council? I asked as I leaned on the railing and enjoyed the fresh air. I survived past that night. The Ancient One said in a voice that was barely above a whisper. You think I was going to accept someone killing you because you believe that would allow Stephen to become the Sorcerer Supreme? Bull. I scoffed and waved a hand. I will let you die on your own terms and not because some mad student of yours decides he can't accept reality for what it is. And what is reality? The Ancient One asked. It's what we make of it, I replied instantly. I have thought long and hard about this since the last time we talked. You spent too much time using that stone to look into the future and forgot about the here and now. The fact that you see so many diverging paths should have let you know that nothing is written in stone. That nothing is set to play the way you first viewed them to be. You have become far too dependent on that stone of yours. And what would you have me do? Give the stone over to someone else? Perhaps you. The Ancient One said with a raised eyebrow. I scoffed. Nah, I have no need for that thing. It's a crutch and we both know it. Stop depending on that stone and open all those tomes that have gone dusty. From my understanding, most of the languages from Earth came from the wider galaxy. I plan to search for them. There are plenty of species who use the mystic arts naturally, and you can use the refresher of re-examining your tomes. And how will that help us? The Ancient One asked as she looked over the forest. There has been no improvement over the years since Merlin, and I can tell. I started. The sling ring the gates to Kamartaj. The mystics have reached stagnation. And Stephen will be the one I hope to bring your school out of its funk. The Ancient One stood beside me and watched the sky for a moment before she decided to speak again. You have given me a lot to think about again. I would suggest getting the masters a set of unstable molecule clothing. They can be enchanted like the master robes, but are also able to transform into many different clothing variants. I said as I thought about the moves to come. You would allow us to use such valuable technology? The Ancient One asked with a small smirk on her lips. Progress must be done by extending the hand of faith, I replied. And learning if the enchantments stay on the clothing when it changes forms would just be you learning new things, I'm sure. The Ancient One said with a little joy in her voice. I didn't say that one of my scientists wouldn't be there to overlook the progress. Remember, robes won't stop a bullet, nor will they stop a sword. My fabric will. And if I'm not mistaken, your people aren't savages, so they will need upgrades when your wayward student makes his play for the Book of Time. I replied with a shrug. I will send one of my enchanters to assist with the fabric, the Ancient One said as she faded from my senses and sight. Damn, I'm gonna have to learn how she does that. With a step of my own, I teleported myself to the military base on the southern portion of the island. The team Faura was taking was suited up and running final checks to leave the island and bring back 2 more of my board pieces. At ease, I told my Astarte that immediately went into a salute at my arrival. Walking past them, I entered the command center and took a seat to watch how everything plays out. Faura sat in her commander's chair outside the cockpit of the orbital dropship. The ship she was commanding was sleek, fast, and deadly. Each engine pack could rotate a full 360 degrees and bank and dodge at a speed that would have head spin if her Astarte weren't so advanced. Each of her Astarte had a nano package upgrade that made sure that they had the latest knowledge in military tactics available. Faura had used that to her advantage to have Alfred upload attack plans and moves over her command network. Another thing that her Astarte had over the humans that she would be facing were their abilities. Her lord had selected their abilities out of a long list and made sure they would be the best of the best. Telekinesis, metal transformation, energy absorption, enhanced reflexes and senses, even enhanced strength and speed compared to any other soldiers that they might meet. With a concerted effort, Faura put those thoughts out of her mind and turned her attention to her lady in charge. She had noticed how her lady arrived on the back of her lord. Widow, do you plan to join this operation when we hit Clow? Faura asked as she thought of how to include her lady in her plan of attack. Widow tilted her head to the side for a moment in thought before replying. No, I plan only to observe, but when we pick up Eric, I plan to lead that operation. Noted, Faura replied before undoing her seat harness. Outside the cockpit were the stars, and Faura would not miss a chance to see them. It was beautiful and breathtaking, Faura thought, and again she gave praise to her lord for giving her life and allowing her to witness such beauty. Below the Veil, Faura noticed the earth as she stretched out below the ship. Beautiful, isn't she? Turning around, Faura found the widow standing right behind her in her shadow. With a nod, Faura went back to look out on the planet below their position. General, ETA to Australia is 5 minutes. Shields are holding, and so is stealth. The pilot said from his seat. Hold over Australia and wait for my command to break back into Atmo. Faura commanded as she turned her back and went to her tactical team. Turning around and walking away from the cockpit, Faura telekinetically summoned her helmet to her hands. With a nod to Widow, Faura walked to the back, where her Astarte awaited her orders. With a wave of her hand, Faura summoned out the holodeck and began to lay out her plan of attack for either the alive retrieval or the head of Clow. A loud insertion will be from here and here to gain the defender's attention. Silent insertion will be from here and here to meet up outside of Clow's danger room. We cut him off from retreating to the room. Period. Let's try and not kill the VIP that we need to extract, so keep eyes open for Clow. This is a smash and grab, people. Let's keep it simple and clean. Faura said as she pulled her helmet over her head. Call sign Talon, radio check. Black Widow, radio read. Spartan 01, radio read. Spartan 02, radio read. Spartan 03, radio read. Faura listened to her team all give their radio checks. With that over with, Faura knew that it was time to go hunting. 10 Spartans, and this was their debut on the stage of man. Raptor 1, it's time for a turn and burn. Raptor 1, turning and burning general. The magnetic locks activated in her boots, and Faura held onto the overhead rung as the ship re-entered the atmosphere of the planet. Before long, the Veil stopped shaking, and some of her Spartans jumped out and activated their stealth fields. They did this 2 more times until it was Faura and Widow's turn to leave the Veil. Without a second word, Faura jumped out the vehicle as it came to a stop over the house that Clow was selling his weapons out of. Landing lightly on the roof, Faura didn't hear Widow land, but from the shimmer in the air. Faura noticed that Widow was beside her, silent, yet deadly. General, we are in position. 3 bogies on this entrance. General, we are in position. 5 on the docks. Faura waited for the other teams to check in, and then she gave the command. Walking over to the edge of the roof, Faura looked down, locating a spot for her to descend onto. Picking her target, Faura gave the command. Let's go loud. Without a second word, Faura jumped over the roof edge and crushed the person waiting on the balcony beneath her. With a telekinetic push, Faura launched the person that was standing beside the one that she crushed across the lawn below, killing him instantly. With a telekinetic shield around herself, Faura removed the dual lightsabers from her waist and proceeded to disarm each person that appeared before her. No one could stand in her way as Faura did her grim work on the path to the safe room. Getting pinned down around a corner was not something that Faura was going to accept. Removing a smart grenade from her clip, Faura set it to ping locations, then sent it around the corner with her telekinetic control. For showed up on Faura's HUD from the smart grenade sensors. Taking deep breaths, Faura did a commando rollout from behind cover, and then jumped and ran up the left sidewall. With her dual sabers deactivated in her hands, Faura pulled the 2 that stood out of cover with her telekinetic pull and slammed them against each other and then the roof. Landing in a crouch in the junction of the T-shaped hallway, Faura sent out her sabers fully activated to impale the other 2 that stood behind cover. With a twist, she launched the right saber and pinned the 2 guards that lay on the ground, dazed from her slamming them around. Regaining her feet, Faura gave a nod to a team of her Spartans that came up the left side hallway. Pulling back her hand, Faura sent a telekinetic blast breaking down the door that was hidden by the blank wall in the hall. With a nod to her troops, Faura jumped directly into the elevator shaft. Landing lightly on the elevator at the end, Faura dropped an ion grenade in the elevator to stop anyone from its activation. Walking out of the elevator, Faura caught sight of her prey turning a corner from her location. With a growl, she launched herself towards the guards that stopped to take up fire positions against her person. Kicking off the ground, Faura sent herself into the guards with a vengeance. The left person's head was removed with a savage kick that she lashed out across his face. The person on the right had his torso fall in 2 parts as her lightsaber cleaved him in 2. 3 more guards fell as her troops following behind her shot them with precision. Without looking back, Faura took off towards her prey. Within 3 turns, Faura found her prey pulling a door open in his attempt to escape her and her Spartans. Faura threw her left hand forward, pinning the door shut with a telekinetic lock as she went to work on removing the remaining guards that stood in her way. It took no time for Faura to cut down the guards. Her armor was still in stealth mode, and they were unable to locate and see her form. The only thing that gave Faura away was her lightsaber that she used to cut down her foes. With her foes slain at her feet, Faura turned around for her prize. Turning off her stealth function, Faura stalked up to the stunned Clow. "Your lot ain't those buggers from Wakanda," Clow said, surprised. "Pirate and weapons dealer Clow, you are under arrest," Faura said with her voice ringing with command. Hey now dearie, I resent that title. I'm no pirate," Clow said back heatedly. "I'm a man with fine taste and the ability to acquire artifacts that my clientele would like to purchase. And that means I'm a trader, not a pirate." Widow uncloaked right beside Faura, stunning the man calling himself a styled trader. "Yeah, like I haven't heard that before," Widow said with her hands folded across her chest. "Blimey, I'm going to die, ain't I?" Clow said as he looked at Widow. "Depends on if you cooperate peacefully or put up a fight. We still get paid for bringing in your head. So tell me, do you feel lucky?" Widow said as she pulled out a nasty-looking blade that Faura never knew she was carrying on her person. Before Faura could say anything, her comms activated. "General, we found his stash of vibranium." "Pack it all up, Spartan 08. Widow, we have all that we came for. It's time for an evac," Faura said to Widow, who was looking at Clow menacingly with her knife. "Spartan 02, cuff the pirate. Spartan 05, leave an implosion bomb behind." Faura couldn't help the smile on her face when Clow started to get angry at the name she called him. With a nod, Faura took up the position behind Widow and walked to the waiting vehicle that touched down on the lawn for their evacuation. The pickup and takeoff went smoothly with no problems. With the VTOL in a high hover, Faura relinquished the command over to Widow for her to press the detonation button. "Stand him up. I want him to see this." Widow said, her voice ringing with authority for the Spartans around her. Turning to face the man, Widow brought up the control for him to see. You might be the first, but you're not the last pirate that we will rid the world of, Widow said before pressing the button and detonating the device. Whomp! Down below, everyone watched as the mansion that Clow used as his hideout was sucked within itself and vanished from existence. The look of rage and desperation on Clew's face warmed Faura's heart to no end. Turning away from that broken form of a man, she went to the pilot's cockpit and removed her helmet. Raptor 01, get us to California, we have another one to pick up, Faura said to her pilots as the adrenaline from the skirmish subsided. Roger that, General. Oakland, California. Natalia relaxed on the love seat with a leg crossed over the other as she watched the general that Ben had used the genetic material and information to make. Ben had called them Astartes, which she had no idea where he got the idea from. But she was seeing the utility to these soldiers and their usefulness. Grudgingly, Natalia gave a nod of recognition and acknowledgement to the skills of these Astartes. Now seated across from Natalia sat the peak of what these soldiers could become. In the lounger across from Natalia sat Faura. Tell me, Faura, what do we know about the target? Natalia asked as she sat on the couch. The soldier behind her seated location shifted slightly, but stayed silent as she waited for Faura to answer the question. Our target is from a shadow unit of the United States Army JSOC. Code name Killmonger, real name Eric Stevens. Faura replied as she talked about ticking points with all that was discovered, including the items which were now redacted and even those on the CIS servers before redaction. From our nanospies, we have ascertained he has racked 300 or more kills from the scarification bumps we were directed to count. Natalia waited for more information, but it seemed that was it, and there was no more. Natalia raised an elegant eyebrow at the general. No love life. No, ma'am. Stevens refuses to keep any relationship for longer than 6 months, Faura replied stoically. So we won't have any leverage to use against him, is what you're telling me? Natalia asked primly, trying to push the general off kilter. Incorrect, ma'am. We know that Steven wants his revenge, and we have the only ticket to said revenge. We also have the means to keep a leash around his neck if necessary. Faura replied as she brought up her Halo tablet to show the current plan she and her brother had developed for just such a contingency. Target has entered the building. Spartan 03 out. With that call over the earpieces, everyone quieted down while they waited for their target to enter the zone of engagement. Natalia turned on the TV and relaxed into the couch with the practiced, graceful nonchalance that any noblewoman anywhere would envy. The time passed swiftly, but, to the Spartans that stood around as guards, the time felt as if it moved at a snail's pace. Before long, the sound of keys jingling at the door traveled to Natalia's ears, causing the removal of the smirk that played at the corner of her lips. The sound of the door opened, and then came the slow, methodical steps of a born killer. Nothing was said, but Natalia could feel the sharp, appraising eyes boring holes into the back of her person. It said something about their willingness to listen to orders, as none of the Spartans fished for their weapons or moved to intercept. Her soldiers stood at parade rest, watched, and waited while Eric took his slow time to head to the bar and poured himself a drip. Natalia watched out of the corner of her eyes as Eric pulled one of his bar stools over and sat down on the other side of the couch where Natalia was so casually seated. So, you mind telling me why y'all are here at my house? Eric asked after taking a drink from his cup. Natalia looked at Eric Stevens for a moment. She took in the lean predatory stature and how he sat on the stool. Under the long black-sleeved shirt he wore, Natalia noticed the scarification from the intel their spies had gathered. I have come with an offer from my employer that I have been told you would jump to agree with, Natalia said as she stared into Eric's unwavering gaze. Eric paused with the cup at his mouth before bringing it back down without taking a drink. There is nothing you have that I would want. I would think you would want a ticket into Wakanda since you're the son of Njobu, Natalia said, but the smile never crossed her face when she noticed the twitch that ran through his body. Eric's body was locked as his muscles coiled, ready to pounce. Then the shift of his body would make anyone think he relaxed, but Natalia knew better. I don't believe you on that one, Eric replied as he placed his drink down on the table behind him. Faura didn't say anything, but she did pull out her datapad. On it was the video of Clow, who was currently in the prisoner's chamber on the VTOL. This is your ticket, Faura said with a measured, cautious, but casual stride in his direction, ignoring the surprised look on Eric's face. The apartment was silent as everyone watched Eric's reactions to the video of Clow, but Natalia wasn't paying him any attention. Yes, she had him in her sight, but she paid him no mind as she watched the news on the TV. "Okay, and how is Clow my ticket?" Eric asked. "The question is, would you like our help?" Faura said with her arms folded across her chest. "I would have to think about your offer," Eric replied as she scrolled through the information on the datapad. "There will be no call us later and give an answer. It's today or nothing, so let the chips fall where they may." Natalia replied as she stood up. "I didn't even get your name?" Eric replied as he tried to give a charming smile. "Widow, and they are Spartans. So you can stop barking up the wrong tree," Widow answered before turning off the TV and began preparing herself to leave. "So will you be leaving with us and getting some revenge, or do you plan to stay here?" Natalia didn't even look back. She walked out of the apartment and heard the steps of her people follow right behind. Before she got to the end of the hallway, a person's shadow came running up behind them. When she turned around, Eric Stevens was right there behind them with a smile on his face. "I believe I will be tagging along with you," Eric said as he came up beside the group. "Good, our ride's on the roof," Faura answered as she waved an arm towards the stairwell. "I don't know about you, but there ain't no exit up that way," Eric answered. "That's true, but that doesn't mean we can't create our own," Natalia said as she breezed by with 2 Spartans at her back as guards. Eden. Paradise Lost. Sitting in my command chair, I watched the video playback of the retrieval of Clow and the vibranium. The command center where I was located was on the southern part of the island, which was quickly turning into my military power base. In the other 4 cities that are currently under construction, I had more minor military assets. That way, I didn't keep everything together, but this location was rapidly becoming the central point of my island's military might. I also had the island to make way for the roads that I had then paved with a more bio-breathable material with 0 pollution. Honestly, I wanted to create a floating road system amongst the trees for flying cars, but I decided against it. The same precautions were made for the underground rail system. It was great to have a living island that could move with my intentions. The underground magnetic rail system ran to all 4 main cities, but I also had an above-ground magnetic system for those that preferred to see the light of day. That rail system ran from city to city also but had tighter security. The subway was built to earthquake standards and for longevity, and so was the sewer system which I had built away from the subway tunnels. It would suck for them to cross during the rainy season. Shaking my thoughts out of my head, I took a look around my command deck and took in the sight of the monitors and holoscreens as data from all over the island came back into the command center. My Astartes idea came from Warhammer, but the suits of armor my soldiers wore came from Halo before my death. For now, I was certain that there was no army on the planet that could stand up to my soldiers. Long as I kept my tech upgraded before I launched my attack on Wakanda, I figured I couldn't fail. The things that did still worry me though, were the Savage Lands, Atlantis under the ocean, and the lands of Kuan-Luan that leads to the home of dragons. Then there is Atlan on the moon with the Inhumans. I wonder if Harry Potter was real here somewhere also. I pondered before shifting my thoughts. So many shades of humans on the planet and moon combined. This was before we have even reached out beyond Earth. Yet, even when we are able to reach beyond Earth, I will have to lock down the system from any travelers or invaders and check Venus to see if it's the same Venus from the Marvel 616 universe, and if it is, then maybe rip a few pounds of flesh off the Olympians. Signing off on a few more orders for the island, I was distracted when my phone pinged, and I noticed the reminder for the fireman's ball scheduled for tonight in Los Angeles. Aurora was busy doing her headmistress thing for the school, and Jean and Gwen had a hero gig/date tonight, so they weren't on my list. That means the only ones available would be Hardy, Frost, or Raven because Natalia wanted to keep an eye on our new guests. Tapping a finger on my chin, I sent back a confirmation and sent out a notification for my +1. Getting out of my seat, I made my way towards the civilian entrance of the base and headed into the subway entrance. In the entrance, a scanner read the smart band on my wrist and allowed me entrance into the lower levels where the mag trains waited for their riders. With a quick look on the map, I took the left side that leads to the city of Rivendell. The military post was located on the south side of the island in the city of Vinyamar. Most of, if not all of my cities, was named after elven cities. This was because of the nature of how the cities were built in coordination with the forest. The goal was to keep things with a blend of tech and nature to keep the earthy tones and feel of life. The last thing I wanted my cities to become was another concrete jungle like Manhattan. I would never give up that city because that's where the heart was from, but there was no way I was going to allow my legacy to become paved over with harsh gray concrete and little green. Stand clear of the closing doors, please. I smiled as I heard the overhead announcement as the train slowly shifted up along the magnetic cushions underneath. The interior of the train was clean, with chairs seated in doubles. Some of the other seats were in single with more space for mothers with bags and such. The seats were comfortable but not overly large, and along the floor and ceiling had vents that helped to regulate the temperature. The smile on my face greeted the rider at the next station as I got off at my destination. The ride was smooth fast, and that was all a man can ask for. Later I would have to think of adding in some ads and distractions for people and kids that ride. I know the side panel had a halo screen display with a map and help sections and contacts, but scrolling ads and other things would go a long way to update people and let them know they lived within a connected world. When I got out of the subway exit at Rivendell, the sight before me was breathtaking. The buildings were tall spires of glass, and the air was clean. The road along the ground had a raised median of grass that carried trees, but also a floating waterfall that was held up with anti-gravitech. The sidewalks were large for pedestrians and festooned with the occasional coffee table. No stop signs were located at street level, but I noticed some in the air 30 feet up. The red lights caught my eye, and when I floated myself up to take a closer look, I was stopped with a force field. This was ingenious. The fact that we had a flying car lane in the city was one thing, but the moment I noticed it, my mind went to what happens if someone loses control. Yet, the answer was already here and implemented before I could say anything. With a close look around me, I noticed that all of the buildings carried a small blinking blue device, roughly a foot tall. From the appearance, that would be the shield generator for the sky lane and the buildings. Pulling out my own datapad, I checked and found that the buildings ran on the main island power grid of the large arc reactor that we had installed underground. The shield tech ran on their own redundant power source even though they were built into the building proper. Each lane was separated with incoming traffic above the outgoing traffic 30 feet above my head. That means that both were allowed to flow without interruptions. With a nod, I touched back down on the ground and went about my stroll around my city. After roughly 20 minutes of walking around the city, I came across an ice cream shop, and it gave me an idea. With a smile, I did a step-point teleportation over to the west side of the island where the school was located to find my little fire princess. If someone had told me I would have a child with Gaia via Aurora, I would have taken them to the hospital to get checked in because they would be certifiably crazy. A smile bloomed on my face as I arrived onto the school campus grounds. The place was lively, with kids running around everywhere. There was no holding back the chuckle that escaped me. The kids flew around with their powers, while some ran about with enhanced speeds. Pass the ball. No fair, give me back my book. So many voices and so many colors of fun and joy. Daddy. A bright flaming missile came rocketing towards me. I had to relax my muscles to keep my princess from crashing into me and hurting herself. Relaxing my body and dumping some of the power within myself, I accepted my daughter's embrace as she barreled into my chest. There was no helping myself as I spun my daughter around. Coming to a stop, I hoisted her up onto my shoulders. "Hey, princess," I said as I held Maya up on my shoulder as I walked through the crowd of kids and teenagers. "So, what did you do today?" "I made a friend. I went into the forest and found a cool flower." "Oh, and mommy took me flying," Maya said while she waved her hands around animatedly. "Oh, and who is this friend?" I asked cheerily as I walked through the gardens in front of the main building. The front of the school had a garden the size of a professional football stadium, but it was split in half with different flowers and places to play and picnic. Not only that, but Aurora had a large lake placed in the center with water fountains that flowed in artistic designs courtesy of the graviton technology that we used around the island. "Maya, over here." Pausing mid-step, I turned at a 47-degree angle to notice the path of flowers leading back to a group of kids on what appears to be a picnic. Next to the checkered blanket on the ground stood a tall towering man clad in steel. At the man's knee was a little girl cuter than a doll. This was going to be a very interesting meeting because this was another one of those that I would consider an idol. Colossus was a man of peace but was never afraid to stand up and crash skulls for his ideals as he had to. Colossus stood there 8 feet tall, combat pants and a red shirt, and looked damned impressive. Without breaking my stride, I proceeded towards the picnic area with my daughter on my shoulder. "That's my friend, Daddy," Maya said from my shoulder as she pointed her hand towards the little girl that was standing next to Piotr, aka Colossus. "Her name is Anna, and I met her at Mommy's house." Before I could say anything, there was a flash of flames, and Maya flew off of my shoulder as she left to go be with her friend. Daddy, come on. Maya said out loud as she grabbed the little girl's hand while waving me over. With calm, smooth steps, I walked over to the small distance to the location with an outstretched hand. With a solid shake and sharing of pleasantries, it was time to get to the things that I came here for. Well, I'll be honest with you, Piotr. I came to pick my daughter up to go get ice cream, but since she has made such good friends with your sister, I believe I would like to invite you both also. I said as I stood at parade rest while looking at the girls play. We did not know that there was an ice cream parlor open, Piotr said, speaking in straight Russian. All of the facilities are already built. The only thing missing is people, but that's being filled out with the coming days, I replied to the large man before me. With a look at my watch, I noticed the time tick along as I waited for my people to finish checking the ice cream back at the tower. I came to get Maya, but I think it would be a good thing to bring all of the kids a treat. When I finished saying my piece, the sound system went loud and called all of the kids back towards the school. Turning towards the big man, I nodded towards the school, but we both waited for my daughter and his sister to come back to us first. With the kids with us, I placed Maya on my shoulders while little Anna went on to Piotr's. We walked and talked until we returned to the open area before the school that leads back into the dormitory where the children would be staying. Once I was in sight of the facility, I was greeted with several Astartes that looked like they took over for the care of the kids and would be filling in the roles of den mother and father. They had wings, tails, horns, and all manners of different mutations that would help the kids not only fit in but feel like they are one with us on the island. There was a buzz at my wrist, and I brought up my communicator to see that Aurora sent me a message saying that she was on her way. Within moments, all of the kids gathered around. Out of the back double doors came Aurora with one of the little girls on her hip. The sight of Aurora took my breath away. She wore a charcoal black pants suit with a top to match. Aurora's hair was up in a bun, but with loose curls with two hair sticks that offset with the white of her hair. The curls that framed her face was alongside the smart glasses that she wore that gave her that hot headmistress look. I was certain that she wasn't putting on a show, but the mature hot look she had on made me wish I was one of the students that could get into trouble just to be sent to her office. Aurora did a swift palm shift of her square-framed smart glasses as she shot a smile in my direction. Before I could say anything, there was a flash of red, and Maya flew from my shoulder. There was nothing else to do but shake my head at the scene before me. Maya was speaking rapidly, and from the look on Aurora's face, she had no clue what our daughter was saying. With everyone gathered, we made way towards the dining hall, but it was no ordinary hall at all. The dining hall was a work of art, and it was also something I made sure to copy out of the Harry Potter books. The ceiling of the hall had holoscreens built into it to mimic the ceiling of the Great Hall in the Harry Potter stories and movies. But not only that, I took it a step further. The ceiling not only showed the outside, but it was also directly connected to the school's mainframe, which allowed someone in charge to play movies or bring up the solar system itself. The hologram ceiling allowed anyone on staff a wide array of options to display. Even the school library was the same with floating books and smart displays. Aurora stood at the door and waited for me as the rest of the staff directed the children inside and towards the tables. Each table was 20 feet long, and the hall had 6 tables with a staff table at one end, and at the other was a serving section for the cooks. Without the teleportation technology, I was still unable to send in the food like in the Harry Potter movies. But with the Ancient One on my side and getting my hands on the facility's teleportation tech, I will be able to make a few improvements soon. If I was going to be in for a penny, I might as well be in for a pound. With the kids and teenagers in the dining hall, I took Aurora over to the side and laid a devastating kiss on her lips. The whistles and caterwaul from the students rose up nice and loud, placing a brilliant blush on Aurora. With a pat on my chest, Aurora turned back to Maya, who was still afloat beside us. "Go get the ice cream and stop stalling," Aurora said with mirth in her voice before turning back towards Maya and bringing her inside. Before I was able to walk inside the dining hall, Aurora had blocked me with her hand and pushed me back towards the outside. With a quick search, I had the Vega Building cafeteria information pulled up and located the inventory menu and located the ice cream for this little treat for the kids. With a smile and a bow, I vanished from everyone's sight before they could blink. The world slowed down around me, then everything froze as my speed went up and up. This moment of silence was mine alone as I made my way around the world. The water was my ground, and so was the air if I willed it so. There were no limits on my powers if I placed my mind to bring my imagination to life. The ocean was blue, and the sky was vast. I ran across the oceans. I ran across continents. With focus and intent, there was no shockwave within my wake as I made my way across the world. I ran across the oceans and the waves. I ran across mountains and deserts, but nothing was able to slow me down. The very air couldn't stop me as I tread across vast expanses between canyon walls. This peace and solitude that came with running were more than a mere moment of indulgence. This was a time for self-reflection, but also a time to allow my mind to wander. Soon I would have to take over the Hellfire Club and root out the rotten corruption. Then I would have to find the Sentinels and kill the creator and his bloodline and backups. So many people to get rid of to help nip a few problems in the bud before they become major issues. With the situation that happened earlier, there was no reason to keep on the back foot and leave my family on the mainland. I would have to speak to my dad and have him move to the island or more upstate to Salem and have him within my territory of control and not Manhattan, where anyone could be bought. Midway across Colorado, I got out of my own head and launched myself into the sky and made the rest of the way towards Manhattan at greater speeds. Up the side of my building and into the cafeteria before anyone even noticed my entrance. Taking a moment, I noticed gallons of ice cream stacked to the side of the freezer waiting to be consumed. With a smile, 4 different tubs of ice cream were pulled towards my location with my gravity control. Each tub of ice cream was marked at 5 gallons. They ranged from classic vanilla to chocolate to cookies and cream, mint chip to snickerdoodle. With a turn and a dash, I was back out the door and down the side of the building. I was moving at such a speed none of my afterimages had faded from sight. All of my current afterimages were running up the side of the building. I willed them to disappear. With a smile, I took a leap back into the sky and made my way back to the island. Doing things like this helped reinforce the freedom that my life had now. Even with all my other responsibilities waiting for my attention, walking the sky gave me freedom. With the tubs of ice cream on the table, I made another turn and ran back towards the city for more ice cream. Back in the city, I ran across a mugger sticking up a lady outside her car. With a quick slide, I moved between the two while removing the weapon from the mugger's hands. With a toss, I sent the knife straight up into the stratosphere. The weapon was now out of the way. Taking a step to the side and yanking up the undergarment of the perpetrator. Without looking back, I left the man to his high-speed atomic wedgie. Sometimes, it a blast being super fast. Running back into the cafeteria of the tower, I picked up the missing utensils that would be needed for a gaggle of kids. With everything packaged and ready to go, they were dropped off at the island. Taking a look at everything before me on the tables, I did a few quick nods before heading back towards New York. Before heading to my tower, I stopped by the house and found my mother sitting at the table drinking from a coffee mug. Removing the coffee mug, I picked my mother up in a princess carry and brought her to the island. Placing my mother down on a chair, I vanished once again. Once again, I reappeared within my house and picked up Alfred's artificial body that was sitting at a children's high seat at the table. With my mother and Alfred now relocated onto the island, it was time to find my dad. Running around the city at speeds unable to be captured on camera, I found my father in the middle of a shootout in the South Bronx area. There was no helping the scowl that came across my face when I came across the situation. Before me floating in the air were the bullets fired during this altercation. Without a second thought, I shifted the positions of the free-floating ammunition within the air as I made my way around the scene. First, I shifted each round a few inches to the left or right, and then I got fed up with the whole situation altogether. Turning around, I sped to the alleyway and grabbed one of the free trash cans, and placed all of the rounds within. With a quick sprint around in circles and in between everyone, the perps' weapons were gathered, and then I had the perps in handcuffs linked to their ankles. With that over and done with, I left a note within my father's front pocket and left back to the Vega Towers. Running into the tower, I found Peter in his lab hanging from the ceiling, so I took him and the ceiling tiles that he was connected to with me as I made a reverse back to the island. When I got the island, I noticed the position Peter was in and decided to get some free hits in. Finding a permanent marker, I returned to give Peter a set of whisker marks before giving him a little goatee before heading back to the tower. The other set of people, I came up upon the location of the Octavius couple. Rosie was at the counter leaning back in her chair. Otto was standing at the marker board in an animated display, which looked like he discovered something new and was regaling his wife with his understanding. First, I took Rosie and placed her in the chair right next to my mother, and then I went back for Otto. Taking Otto with me, I placed him at the head of one of the tables and then went back for the wallboard that he was writing on as I didn't interrupt the exciting discovery he was talking about. With that taken care of, I made my way back to the tower to check for those I might have forgotten. When I looked around the tower, I found Sue in the biolabs, and I found Richard's labs closed. Johnny was nowhere to be found, so I let that be. And last I checked, Ben was on a leave of absence to see someone about all that's going on in his head. With those 4 left in the tower, I made my way back towards the island. I was fine not inviting them because there was no way I wanted Richards on my island. Placing that out of my mind, I made it back to my island with record time. But when I looked at Peter, I realized I forgot someone special. With another turn, I made my way to Salem to the School of the Gifted. Running along the open grounds, I found Laura in the back hanging in the air mid-lung at Logan from the way they were positioned. Running up the tree, I pulled Laura along with me back to the island. With Laura taken care of, I went back for Logan, but damn would he have been heavy if I didn't have super strength. With Logan picked up, I brought him to the island and placed him under the tree. With that completed, I went back for Laura, where I left her and placed her in the air over Logan. With those 2 taken care of, I did my last rounds to make sure everything was good, but then I noticed I was missing my widow. The last I checked, she had made her recruitment and picked up some goodies to bring home. Natalia was flying in the VTOL back, so I had to make sure there was a place at the table. So being a cheeky prat, I made a nameplate with her name on it. Then I cleared a seat for Faura and her brother, my science chief. With everything taken care of, I decided it was best to return to regular time. The grand chaos all happened at once. The yells, the screams, and surprises all hit the fan all at once. Logan and Laura froze mid-air due to the stasis field that covers over the whole of the school grounds in case of invaders that get past out radar and outer defenses. The whole island defenses could be called overkill, but there is nothing that helps one sleep better at night knowing that very large cannons are ready and primed to blast invaders out of the air, but also many more defenses on the ground in case of invaders surviving the ordeal. A chuckle escaped my lips as I watched the chaos unfold around me. Rossi and Otto did a small yelp at their locations besides my mother. The kids and teenagers inside the dining hall jumped from the sudden appearance of so many people. Letting out a laugh at the diners, I exited the hall to take photos of a frozen Logan and Laura. The stasis field that captured them wasn't just for invaders. It also doubled as a safety net for the more rambunctious lot that might get into fights. Hundreds, if not thousands of kids with and without powers will be attending, and teachers won't always be there to stop things from happening. Shaking my head at the 2, I turned off the stasis field around the 2, allowing them to drop, but Laura's reflexes allowed her to land on her feet. Peter, on the other hand, was stuck to the tree beside the fighting pair. There was a slight niggle at the edges of my senses, forcing me to turn around only to see the sight of the Ancient One. She was here directing some of her pupils from the sanctum towards the dining hall. I decided to shake my head at the whole situation and locate the rest of my family. Checking in with a few people, I found Luke at work with Jessica off doing who knows what, but I had them agree to get to a location where I can have them stop by the island. Jean and Gwen were with Felicia, and they were doing a girl power thing as they took over the Fisk slice of the city. Natalia sent me a message saying that she was already on her way back and would like me to save her some of the rum and raisin ice cream. Putting my holo tablet away, I checked the look on Logan's face as he began to sniff around. What I know did raise Logan's hackles was the smell that Laura and Peter were sharing, and I wasn't going to stick around with the look he sent Peter's way. Skint. Yeah, there he goes, claws popping. There is no need for me to stick around. Maybe I'll have Alfred play the video of Peter running away from Logan later when I get some popcorn. Taking a seat next to my mother, I watched as Maya and a few of the other kids play fling tag as they flew around the hollow ceiling. One of the little boys were running on the air, while 2 of the girls had different types of wings. One had an insectoid variant type with shades of green and pink. The other girl, though, had a gray feathered variety. Shaking my head at the scene before me, I spied 5 Astartes levitate themselves into the air to get a better position in case the kids need their help. Since the kids would be safe, I turned my attention back to Aurora and Rosie, since the 2 of them were in a heated discussion on education for the little ones. Aurora was of the mind that kids should be able to speak more than just 2 languages, while Rosie was of the mind that math was the key to life. I just listened and nodded along with the 2, but I kept to myself because the Ancient One decided to share her own input in the conversation. Clink. My thanks were given to the server as she placed a bowl of cookies and cream ice cream before me, and I wasn't going to be rude because my people served me treats. A flash of red drew my attention, but I wished I didn't look up. What greeted me was a pair of big, beautiful green eyes, a heart-shaped face framed with bright red hair. Her bottom lip quivered, and I gave in. Picking my bowl up off the table, I patted the spot for her to take a seat. I was certain that my mother hadn't given her any sweets yet, and I knew Aurora was of the mind that treats are given with good deeds. Even then, the things Aurora called treats didn't contain sugar. Unfortunately for them, I'm Maya's dad, and I feel that treats should be shared with friends and loved ones. The smile Maya gave me said it all, and I knew that this was a bonding moment that I wouldn't give up for the world. The second flash of light made me turn my head to find my mother taking photos with her phone at the moment that I fed Maya with my spoon. Yum! Maya went as she chomps down on the spoon. The cute face with upturned eyes was a shot straight to my heart. With a smile on my face, I had my own scoop of cookies and cream. With one scoop to myself, the other went to Maya. We share my bowl of treats like this for a moment before I decided to look around when things went a little silent. When I looked up, I noticed most of the kids were focused on their own bowls before them. Well, that was one way to make the little buggers go silent. Although the noise went down, some of it was still very loud. Not a minute later though, I activated the isolation fields over the tables to bring the noise back down. Aurora had complained about me placing isolation fields with each of the tables, but the relieved look on her face told me that she realized it was worth it. Each of the tables had their sounds isolated from outside interference. Anyone at the tables could still speak to each other. Now the kicker is that the main adult tables could log into any one of the children's tables and find out what they are talking about anytime or listen to the conversation after the fact. Wouldn't want the kids to start killing each other over what's spoken at lunch or make accusations. Now things can be reviewed at a later date if any fights pop up later. Right now, we were just using all the tables, and I didn't have the whole Hogwarts setup active. I gave the nod to the purple skin to start near the control panels for the tables before going back to my daughter and her cute dimples. One scoop for me and one scoop for her, one scoop for me, and one scoop for her. The smack on my shoulder drew my attention away from the cutie pie before me to look at the red face of one Peter Parker. Standing behind Peter was Logan and a pissed-off Laura. I guess they haven't told Logan anything about their relationship yet. Yes. Ben, can you please tell Logan that there is nothing going on between Laura and me, please? Peter asked in a pleading tone, as if his life was on the line. Well, in a way, I guess his life was on the line when it comes to one of Logan's spawns. Crap, I will have to get rid of Dakin once my people track him down. Nope, can't do that, Pete Pie, I replied as I went back to sharing ice cream with Maya. Why not? Laura asked as she stepped forward from behind Logan. Because neither of you can make me, and it's about time you both admit that you're in a relationship and stop hiding, I replied with a shrug to them both. Snicked. Both the claws of Logan and Laura popped, but for different reasons. The sigh that escaped my lips put both of them on high alert. I was happy to see that their animal instincts were sharp as ever. Too bad they both don't have any self-preservation instinct. The sigh and glare that I gave them was a testament of how done I was with the three of them. I had to pinch the bridge of my nose because of the weirdness of the situation. Now though, it was time to tell them what I thought about their situation. Peter, you like the girl, so date her openly, I said as I glared at his sheepish look. Logan, you're one of the toughest men around. There is no need for your alpha display. Peter is already scared of you. I would say something you too, Laura, but you haven't learned enough about our society to make your own decision on the matter. Leave the kids alone, Logan. We turned to the person that just spoken and found Aurora enjoying herself a bowl of strawberry ice cream and was standing nearby as Otto was going over his discoveries on the board I brought with him and Rosie. I agree with Aurora, dear. They have a different kind of upbringing, and you can't just place your expectations on them now, Rosie said from the seat on my left. My issue is that she doesn't know any better, Logan growled out. And I have known Pete since he was in elementary school, and he will treat her right, won't you, Peter? My mom asked as she looked at Peter from her location beside me at the table. Yes, yes, ma'am, Peter sputtered out with all eyes on him. See, then there is no problem with them dating. My mother concluded for everyone with finality, even to Logan. Logan gave Peter one last "I want to gut you" glare, then took an ice cream cone and left the dining hall. Peter did a shrug and then slinked his way next to Laura, who, in turn, gave him a glare. Before Peter could say anything, Laura grabbed his collar and pulled him in for a kiss. Rolling my eyes at the pair, I went back to sharing my ice cream with my little cutie, but she was nowhere to be seen. Scowling a little and looking around, I found Maya eating out of my mom's bowl of ice cream. Trying not to pout at the fact that my own daughter turned coat for ice cream, I checked my wrist holocom for the new notifications I received. A small 12-inch image popped up above my wrist, showing the island, but the current showing was the surrounding forest grounds to the school. On the image was a fast-moving red blinking light. With a few pinches to zoom the image of a fast-moving, Logan showed up as he broke past the tree line and into the woods. Damn, that man can move when he wants to. Switching from that notification. The second alert I received was that Natalia was back on the island and was asking me to meet her at her office in the command center. Aurora, Nat's back. Would you like to come with? I asked as I looked over to where Aurora was sitting with the Octavius couple. Not this time, but I'll have Alfred keep me informed for any emergency. Aurora returned as she furrowed her brows at the board. I almost laughed at the scene before me, but there was nothing that I could say. Aurora was more than in her element. She had a school to teach as many kids as she would like, but she also had access to enlightened minds to discuss the many facets of not only society but also science. I think it's time I extended an invite to Dr. McCoy, but he is so far into the pockets of Xavier, I'm not too sure he would accept. Okay, well, I have to go greet our guest, I replied as I got up from my chair. I also need to make sure to deliver Nat's rum and raisin ice cream. Aurora turned, holding her hand out for me as I came in for a kiss. With a smile on my face, I turned around and vanished from everyone's sight. Grabbing a container, I placed a pint of ice cream, then took a spoon to go. Within seconds, I was at the train station flashing my wrist comms to get in and on my way. Following the lanes and signs, I found the track for the southbound train back towards the military base. I knew that I could have easily run to the base, but this was my island, and it would behoove me to ride the same things that my citizens would ride, so that I may understand how the public services perform. For now things were free, but I think we should start using our own currency soon. I sent a message to Emma with my ideas on the matter. If she gives the go-ahead, I will have to start up a bank on the island. Yeah, I think it would be best to have Emma draft up plans for that also. With my messages sent, I made my way underground. It took me a 5-minute wait for the hyperrail train to pull in at my location, and when I checked my wrist, it was right on time. When I stepped on the train, I took a pause because there were already people in the car. Interesting. I took a seat and brought up my holo-tablet to find out why. With a little bit of scrolling and some swipes later, I found out that the teams on the train car were a mix of both science and military for the base I was heading towards. Well, there was nothing I could say because the island was now moving without my interference, which actually made me proud because, at the end of the day, everyone answered to me. Taking a look at one of the guys that stood by the window, I noticed that he was in parade rest but also the uniform he wore. His skin was red, and his head was bald. I could also tell he was in a version of the unstable molecule uniform. The bottoms was in the form of combat pants with black boots to match, but the top was in the form of a simple military button top with rank insignia and name. Moving my attention from him, I found the science team in straight pants and a polo shirt. Also, with a name tag and insignia to match, but they also had holo tablets that they browsed as we rode the train. Pulling up my own wrist communicator, I sent to make sure that all military personnel have not only wrist comms and phones, but also a tablet connected to our network. Then a second message was sent to make sure that we also had people that populated the cities, and not only my military and science centers. With that message sent, I knew millions would now be spent in the R&D of the devices created. I also knew that I couldn't keep any of that money once the island was discovered by the rest of the world. There was no way I was going to allow the US government to control the currency at all, so I might as well get rid of it with purchases that would benefit the island. As I got the confirmation back, we arrived at the military base. Getting up, I gave the nod to the military types and made my way out of the train car. As I got to the top of the train station, what looks like a guard force tried to direct me through the side. This way, I didn't have to go through the security checkpoint. Unfortunately for them, I sent them away and made it be known that everyone goes through security checkpoints. Fingerprints, iris scans, and even a deep biometric scan of my DNA. Everything checked out and made those with me, made sure that it was me. The next thing I would have added to the scans would be the wrist comms. I would have to make sure everyone is issued their own that came with a unique signature that could only be read with their DNA and access codes. I had the quantum computing tech. Maybe I should stick a quantum key within the devices. That would be something I had to think about later. With everything checking out and the scans showed that I am who I am, it was time to get to the command center. Humming a tune to myself, I went through one more scan as I got the command center. This scan was nothing like the little passive scans at the train station. For this scan, I stood on a lighted platform that had sensors that ran up and down my body. The scans could be ran at the closed booth behind a reinforced wall. I knew Alfred and Natasha were behind the security scans, and I made sure not to ask either and what the scans entail. It was easy for me because, as the old saying says, ask me no questions and I tell no lies. The green light flashes above my head was my clue to step off the platform. Walking off the platform, I was greeted with another set of Spartan guards. Each had their helms tucked beside their bodies with a nasty-looking railgun rifle magnetically stuck to their backs. There was no stopping the smile I gave to the leader as I approached the team. Each of the Spartans' armor was clean but still had dust from their earlier battle. "I believe from the look on your face that things went according to plan?" I asked but frowned at their ramrod at attention positions. "At easy." Faura replied with a nod, but made way with the rest of the guards. I watched Faura press the button for the elevator, but she still gave no answer. Once the doors opened, we entered, and that was when she decided to answer. "To answer your question, my lord, yes, everything went according to plan," Faura said with a half bow. "We were also able to bring back Clow alive." "And the vibranium?" I asked as I stepped into the elevator with my guards. "Down within the labs undergoing scans by our chief scientist officer," Faura replied with a smile on her lips. "Good, get the scans uploaded as soon as they are finished. We need the probe for Mars and the probe for the asteroid belt updated as soon as possible," I said with a nod at receiving the good news. "Also prep the prisoner. I would like to talk to him once my meeting is complete." The elevator pinged and we got off at the 20th floor. Walking out, I was greeted by the secretary who ushered us towards the office that took up the entire floor. Cheery, bubbly, and young-looking, the fact that she had blonde hair must have been some type of universal joke being played here. Ignoring her entirely, I stepped into the office and was greeted with the scene of a large and imposing man standing by the window. He was wearing a leather jacket and a set of combat pants that I ignored for the beauty in the seat. Natalia was lounging on one of the single armchairs within the office. The office was nicely decorated and tasteful, but there were no computers because this wasn't one of the normally used rooms. The guards took positions around the room, but I ignored them for the beauty that was waiting for me in the chair. With a little gravity manipulation, I had Natalia floating up in the air while I sat myself in her seat. With Natalia seated on my lap, she gave me a smile that was to die for. Loose red curls hung framing her face, and that smile drew me to her equally delicious red lips. Holding up the ice cream that she asked for, Natalia latched onto me, delivering a kiss like nothing we shared before. Damn. The hand I had on her hips found its way to palm her rear, while she moved my other hand up beneath her shirt. Hem hem. We both ignored the sounds as Natalia attempted to see how much of her tongue she could get down my throat before I die of suffocation. Hem hem. Natalia released a groan before releasing my lips for air. Without looking at the person, she snatched the ice cream from its location floating beside us. Natalia didn't even go for the spoon that floated beside us. With her index finger, a scoop of ice cream made its way into her mouth. She released a moan and a smile at me before offering me a finger covered in ice cream. Hem hem. The scowl that crossed Natalia's face said she was out for blood. "Would you shut up?" Natalia said with a frown and murder in her eyes. "You said you would come with, and then you decided to play power games at the window instead of turning around for a meet and greet. So shut up before I throw you out that window and clone your, but instead of helping you get revenge." "I agree with you, my lady," came Faura's voice from behind my right shoulder. "Play nice you too," I said, cutting off both of my murderous women. "I believe Eric would like to take a seat and chat." Natalia had a frown on her face while I watched the large and imposing man take a seat on the couch before us both. The spoon that was floating beside us found its way in front of Natalia, while I eyed the man before us. I noticed the scars around his collar and from under his long sleeves. It was odd knowing how much this reality was so much like the Marvel Cinematic Universe sometimes. But you know what they say, any one man's imagination is a reality out in the Omniverse. From his seated posture, he was tense but also trying to play it relaxed. The tightening of the jaw and the corners of his eyes told me that he was trying to hold back a retort. "So you're the lost prince to the throne," I said as I watched him take a drink out of the tumbler in his hand. "That I am, and you're the guy that's offering me help," Eric returned, matching my stare. The even tone and pitch of his voice was a clue he was fishing for more information. "Correction, I'm the guy that's going to put you on the throne to get a thorn out of my side," I said with a smile. "You see, the prince tried to make a play that I'm not very happy with. So I'm just a pawn against the current prince?" Eric asked with his own face turning into a frown. There was no stopping the scoff and shrug that escaped my lips and my body performing. "You're about to rule one of the most technologically advanced nations on the planet next to my own and Latveria," I replied with a sneer. "Cut ties with us afterward if you want." "I care not," But this is the only way you're going to sit on that throne and get revenge for your father's death from the killers. How did you know about that? Eric asked with a growl. I did notice his fist tighten around the tumbler, showing the whites of his knuckles. The vicious smile that spread across my lips had Natalia do a little shiver in my lap. But it was the pink of her cheeks that allowed me to understand how turned on she was right now. You honestly believe that your father left because he signed up for the War Dog program. Think about what you have learned in school. 2 male heirs born to the ruling family. Only one can lead its people, and the other one must die for the eldest to be safe in his claim to the throne. Now add in that the second prince also births a male heir while the ruling king also has a male heir. The only way someone can claim the throne in Wakanda is through battle. I said to the man with a sneer on my face. You have never been home, and that's because your father was trying to keep you alive and not get assassinated. His death was to ensure that the current prince wasn't challenged, nor allow you to gain allies to make a play for the throne. But that doesn't tell me how you know, even if those are all valid arguments. Eric replied with some heat in his voice. We have our connections, Natalia replied with a smirk on her lips. That what is the plan? Eric asked with a glare, but I wasn't paying him any more attention because of the minx in my lap. Get connections yourself, of course. There is a very disgruntled tribe within the mountains, and they would like a council seat, Natalia replied with a shrug. I'm sure they would like to speak to the lost child of the Golden Tribe. From there, you learn about the panther mantle your family wields. Learn the customs and knowledge of Wakanda. This way, once you take over, no one can say anything about you being an outsider because not only do you have the knowledge, but you were brought back by one of the tribes themselves, I said before kissing the nape of Natalia's neck. That sounds too easy, Eric said with a frown. Would you like to know about all the people that would have to die because they would want revenge for Chali's death? Natalia asked with a smile before I fed her a spoon of rum and raisin. No, but if it's going to become my nation, then I should be the one to get rid of them, Eric replied with his own nasty little smile. Those details can be worked out at a later date, Farah said from behind my shoulder. Fair enough, I replied, cutting everyone off before anyone could say anything more. Farah, have someone take Mr. Stevens to one of your ambassador suites here on base, please. With that, everyone knew that the conversation was at an end. Eric got up and poured himself another glass to drink before one of the guards showed him the way out. There was a small click as the door closed behind us. With a wave of my hand, the small table that sat between us and the other chair floated slowly out of the way. Our own chair rose in the air, and we reseated in front of the large window that spanned the room. Take a seat, Farah, and enjoy the view with us, Natalia said with a smile as she did a little dance on my lap. So, Clau? I asked before this escalated into something else. Very annoying, they both replied at the same time, which elicited a chuckle from me at their statement. Come on, he can't be that bad, I replied with a chuckle. Neither said anything, but on the window before me appeared a small video of Clau in a prison cell. What's love got to do with it? Is he? What's love but a second-hand emotion? Is he really? What's love got to do with it? Is he really singing? Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Is he really signing Tina Turner while in his cell? I asked incredulously. Look, we even got a ping for his SoundCloud account, Natalia replied from my lap. Detention center. When I heard the singing from the command center while checking the video feed, I knew I had to meet this man. So without a second thought, I packed my things up and made my way down to the detention center. The elevator ride was quick, but once I stepped out and made my way past the security measures, I heard the funniest thing ever. The state where you never find a dance floor empty and pimps be on a mission for them greens lean mean money-making machines serving. Fiends I've been in the game for 10 years making. Rap tunes ever since Honeys was wearing. So soon now it's 95 and they clock me and watch me diamond Shernine. Looking like I robbed Liberace, it's all good. From Diego to the Bay, your city is the bomb if your city make it. Pay throw up a finger if you feel the same way. Dre puttin' it down for California. Shut up. Shut up, shut up. Guard be yelled while banging on the force field with his baton. He sounds like he is charming the guards already. Natalia laughed at my side. True, but I believe it's time for us to say hi, I replied as I waved the guards away. Looking into the cell, I watched as the man named Clau paused mid-verse. Why hello dearie, Clau chirped from the bed within the 8x8 prison cell. The ceiling was a solid clear ceramic that allowed floodlighting. The walls of the cell were a sky blue that matched the clear window which gave a view of the sky outside. Hello to you too, but you're not my type, so please don't drool, Natalia replied with a smile playing at the corner of her lips. Damn, I thought I was going to catch you doing another Tina Turner song, so I could get the chance to go Ike Turner on you for a while. I chuckled out softly as Clow pulled back at my statement. Well, that's just mean, Clow huffed. So, what do you want with me, boyo? The world shifted around me before I even realized I had moved, purely reflexively. There were so many things in the world that I hated with a burning passion. Yet there was nothing that I hated more than being called boy to my face. The force field didn't stop me even with its 0.00003 millisecond phase-shifting oscillation. The speeds that I had reached within that infinitesimal moment meant that I still had Natalia's arm wrapped firmly around the waist of my afterimage, no one even aware of my change in location. Pure speed force flowed through me, unfiltered and raw, before I even realized what I was doing. You will speak to me with respect and drop that word from your vocabulary when you address me, or it will be the last thing you ever say, do you understand? I asked as I held Clow up by the throat against the back wall of his cell, my hand around his throat so tight his face was turning such interesting colors. Crap, Ben, we need what's in his head. Natalia yelled as her eyes widened with the vanishing of the afterimage within her arms. My grip was like a vice, and Clow was struggling with the hand choking the life out of him, his legs kicking the air ineffectually, almost like a child. Turning around to face Natalia, the flash of anger that had caused me to lose control bled out of my system. Get one of our telepaths to brain drain him. With that order, I released the man and let him fall to the ground of the cell, loud choking gasps echoing in the small space. With a nod to the guards, I stepped out and allowed them to reactivate the force field. With one last look at my prisoner and a snort of disgust, it was time to leave with my little entourage. Jean Grey, Manhattan, come on girls, how are we going to kick but while being stuck inside all day? Jean said in a huff from where she was floating in the air. Come on Felicia, Ben's off to the island, so let's grab Gwen and go kick some teeth in. I wish I could but I can't, Felicia replied from behind the large oak desk. I'm the boss now, and I gotta lay down the law. Jean did a twirl and looked down at her friend. She watched as Felicia had her legs up on the desk as she ate a Caesar salad. Jean's stomach growled a little bit, and that made her place her current plans to cause havoc amongst the riffraff of the city for later. With a minor telekinetic pull, the second salad was brought to her hands, along with a fork and napkins. Slowly, Jean levitated down and landed herself at Felicia's side. As she ate her salad, Jean enjoyed the relaxing moment with Felicia as they both watched the large monitor located on the right wall overlooking the office. Queen's Jewel arriving tonight at the Manhattan Museum. That sounds like a pretty bird. Felicia hummed beside Jean in the office chair. Alfred, get us the blueprints to this museum, please, and thanks. Jean spoke out loud and watched as the hologram technology built into the desk changed, bringing up the requested information. I would never have thought you would be interested in helping me on a job, Felicia said with a smile in Jean's direction. This Phonex is a hero, babe, but that doesn't mean I can't be distracted from your actions while I'm fighting elsewhere, Jean replied as she snapped her fingers and then flicked it to the left. The flick sent the blueprint into motion as the structure changed to show the museum's interior. Okay, let's give Gwen a call and see if she wants in, Felicia replied with a smile as she pulled up her cell phone. Oh, Eden School of the Gifted, come on Anna, let's go explore, Maya laughed as she pulled on the hands of her new best friend. Okay, but shouldn't we bring the others? Ileana asked as she looked back while walking behind Maya. Maybe Carla would like to come? Okay, Maya criped as she jumped into the air and flew over to her other friend. Looking around from up high, Maya found her friend sitting on one of the beanbags next to the window that allowed the sun to light up the room. Carla, would you like to go explore with me? Maya asked shyly as she touched down before her friend. I don't know, Maya, Carla returned as she closed her book. I heard we were going back soon. Come on, we can go explore the island, Maya pleaded to her friend as she tugged on her arm. But the headmistress said Carla began to say as she wrung her hands a little bit. It's fine, Mommy would be okay if we explore a little, Maya chirped. Without waiting for her friend to say anything more, Maya pulled her along as she began to float up into the air. As she flew up into the air, Maya smiled at the sight of her friend's wings as they were revealed from behind her back. Maya watched as the small flaps located in Carla's shirt shifted to allow a set of wings to touch the air. A set of ethereal blue wings appeared behind Carla, and she took to the air alongside Maya as she flew back to the front of the dining hall. Pushing open the door, Maya made her way outside with her friends in tow. Taking a look around, Maya noticed that no one was paying attention to them. So with a smile and a tug, Maya ran with her friends to the garden out front, then made her way to the forest that lay at the edge of the school grounds. No fair. Slow down. Ileana yelled as she ran behind her two friends. Maya and Carla slowed down in the air as they waited for Ileana to catch up to their location. I have an idea, Maya said with a pout. What's that? Both of the girls asked in unison. Easy. I hold one hand and Carla holds the other, Maya chirped with a smile. This way, we can fly past the forest and explore the other city my daddy built. It's not fair, I wish I could fly too, Ileana pouted as she held both of her hands up. Carla, grab her right and I'll grab her left. Maya yelled merrily as she grabbed her friend's hand. With Carla on the right, they were able to lift Ileana up off the ground. With Ileana between them both, they flew through the forest with smiles on their faces. So where are we heading? Carla asked from the side of Maya as they slowly flew through the forest. I don't know, Maya answered as she tilted her head to the side. I heard Mommy talking with my other mommy about the new cities that Daddy built, and that they would be opening them soon, but I want to see it before everyone else. They flew for a moment before Carla spoke up. Do you have a map? Carla asked as she brought them up to hover in the air. Let's check, Ileana said from beneath them both. Let's try the smart band. Okay, let's take a break by that stream over there, Maya chirped as she turned towards the clearing in the trees. With a nod from her friends, Maya directed their flight path down past the trees and beside the stream. With Ileana placed down steadily on the ground, Maya landed next to her while Carla landed on the other side. Maya brought up her wrist, causing the Sanskrit beads to come alive with a beautiful hologram. The other two girls that came with her gathered around to take a closer look. Ileana poked her finger within the picture, the gesture causing it to rotate, while Carla had a hand on her chin while she pouted. Here is the tab for the map, Ileana said as the hologram shifted for them. Oh, what's this city? Carla asked as she pointed to the north on the map. It says Vinyamar, Maya returned as she scrunched her lips together, struggling to say the unfamiliar name. Well, the maps say it's close, Ileana replied as she pinched to the map to zoom out and get a sense for how far it was from their current position. It will take some time to get there. Sigh. I wish I could fly. Maybe we should ask for help from one of the teachers? Carla asked as she looked up at her friend. So the city is that way, Maya said, perking up as she pointed to the east of the island. You think the teachers can show me how to fly? Ileana asked while looking at Carla. Let's go before they know we're gone, Maya huffed at her friends. We will, but I want to fly and not be carried, Ileana replied with a pout at her friend. Okay. Both friends agreed before they got back into position to carry her to the city. Slowly the girls flew through the forest as they listened to the chirps and songs of the many beautiful and colorful birds that called the island their home. Before they knew it, the sounds went silent and they came upon a new sight. Out of the ground was a large standing tower with a hoop attached to the top. At the bottom of the tower, the girls came up alongside the workers that were finishing the installation. The first thing Maya noticed about them were the bright yellow jumpsuits they wore with reflective strips along their arms and legs. The girls touched down near the tower and took in the sight of it. Maya noticed another tower with a hoop located at the top was also nearby their location at what seemed like a carefully planned distance and spacing. Princess, you and your friends are not allowed within this location without your father's permission, sounded a voice from behind the girls that mightily spooked the trio of little girls. Who's there? The girls all yelled in unison at the voice that had just scared them so. 5 forms rippled out of thin air as the Spartan armor-clad guards appeared. We are your bodyguards, the lead Spartan answered as she removed her helmet. Under the helmet was a beautiful lady with orange hair and cat's eyes for pupils. It's not safe to be near the construction area for the train system, replied the second guard in the jungle camo patterned armor. I thought trains went underground? Maya asked, as she turned to look at the large tower in the distance with what looked like a hoop attached to the top. They normally do, Princess, but our king believes that people should be able to enjoy the beauty of nature, even while traveling, especially since our transportation system runs on clean energy, replied the lead guard. Okay, please don't tell Daddy we are out here, Maya begged, as she put on a pout that struck with a resoundingly critical hit to the hearts of her guards. Princess, it's already far too late for that, the lead guard explained calmly, as she bowed her head towards her little charge. Why? Little Ileana asked as she tilted her head to the side in confusion. Because our great king keeps an eye on everyone and everything, little lady, most especially you, the second guard explained with his head bowed. Oh. Can you give us a ride to the city, please? Maya asked as she put on a pout that struck another critical hit to the hearts of her guards, men and women who would have little issue brutally killing dozens if it meant that their king and his family were safe and protected. The bodyguards stilled and took a moment silently communicating with each other over their armor's internal communications link, speaking about the situation they now found themselves in. When they were undercover in stealth mode, they had watched and followed as the little princess and her friends made their way through the forest, and they were proud. Now that they had given up their cover, the little princess had asked for their assistance. They didn't know how to turn the princess down, so she could make the journey back under her own powers and talents. For a while the guards spoke back and forth before they came to a silent decision. The lead bodyguard turned around and took a step forward with her helm tucked firmly under her arms. With a cough to clear her throat, she spoke. "We do not mind helping your young friend, Ileana, but we have come to an agreement that we would like to see you get to the city using your own powers," the lead guard answered with a small smile. Silence fell over them as Maya thought about this. Hearing that the girls gathered around in their own little circle to discuss the situation, Ileana made some good points while Carla made counterpoints about the guards. The person that broke the stalemate was Maya. "Okay, deal," the girls shouted, turning around to look up at the lead guard. With a nod from the guards, Maya rose up in the air with Carla beside her. With Ileana in the lead guard's arms, they flew past the tower that would someday soon hold the rail system for the island's train systems. The three girls and the guards flew above the forest to the city on the side of the island that would soon become the great trade hub of the entire island. The group flew for a while before touching down on a large circular ring located within a park outside the city center on the coast. After leaving the detention center, Natalia and I traveled to the coastal city. While we were in the new city of Vinyamar, I showed Natalia the important infrastructure that would keep us going even if the rest of the world suffered a nuclear Armageddon or a zombie apocalypse. As we sat in one of the high-rise cafes taking in the beautiful view, I noticed something strange coming out of the park that led straight into the jungle. "What's so interesting?" Natalia asked me as her legs gently rubbed against my own. Turning with a smile, I pointed towards the distance to show her what drew my smile and attention. "Spirited little firecracker, isn't she?" Natalia joked, seeing my daughter and her friends. I laughed at that. Yes, Maya was certainly a spirited one, just like her mother and father. We watched from on high as the girls walked past us to explore the city. With a double tap on the logo of a heart tree built into the table, a hologram sprang to life, giving us both access to the island's interface. Placing my hand with my smartband within the hologram, my identity was confirmed via a dozen different methods and full access was granted to the island systems. With a few quick swipes and checks, I coordinated with one of my assistants for the party being hosted tonight in Los Angeles that I would soon attend. Once that was done, I brought up the real-time tracking on my daughter and watched for a little bit as she went about exploring the city with her two friends. Natalia laughed heartily at seeing this and called me overprotective as I watched the video feed showing the guards following Maya while cloaked. As a king, I knew that my enemies would not hesitate to strike at me through my only daughter and heir, even here in the heart of my power, hence the group of highly trained and ruthless killers assigned to protect her from all dangers. But I still wanted to give her a chance to be a little girl, to have fun, to make mistakes, to get into a bit of trouble. It was a delicate balancing act, but I was committed to trying as best as I could to give her that. In the future, as a princess, she'd have enough duty and responsibility thrust on her shoulders to make anyone struggle under the weight of it. So for now I would do whatever was in my power to give her a childhood free of those burdens. With a shake of my head at these heavy thoughts, I changed the monitoring program that was running and swapped to the one for my satellites. One of the first things I noticed was that we had received a sensor ping from under the ice in Greenland. That took me a moment to process, because there's only one thing I know which would show up in Greenland right now. And there was no way I was going to let such a valuable asset fall into the hands of Fury, uncle or not. Damn, this Greenland situation could easily become a clustercrap, but I think I had a way to make the best of it. It would probably be best not to use a stealth approach. With my mind made up, I sent a message to Emma for us to collaborate on a large mining project and make it as public as we could. This was just for show because I wanted her to acquire the voluntary cooperation of the asset with her abilities and convince said asset to work for our side and goals. With that message sent off, I turned and showed Natalia the map and explained the situation with Greenland as she took a sip from her cup of tea. Slowly she took a sip and thought about what I had just shared. I could see the gears working behind that sultry look she likes to give me. "Let's put a bullet in the head of the would-be asset and just call it a day," Natalia said after placing down her cup of tea. That caught me completely off guard, and I almost sputtered like a fool. Sigh. You're thinking if we can't have the asset once we go public, no one else should? I answered the unasked question from the look she was giving me. Correct, Natalia coldly replied, as she became extremely serious about the situation. You need to understand, this situation isn't some small fire. This asset can set the entire world ablaze once they hear he is found. Everyone will want this asset, then they will create an accident to keep us silent about this discovery. That's what I actually want, I replied with a savage grin of my own. I plan to use a contingent of Spartans with the exosuits before we make them available for public purchase. Highest bidder and all that. But most of all, there is a certain old man on ice, a ghost, one used like their personal boogeyman by the multi-headed monster for the last 60 years. I'm certain you would like to have some words with him, especially since he did give you that nifty scar. That comment certainly caught her attention. The way she focused on me would have been downright terrifying if the hot murderer didn't turn me on and regularly cause me unspeakable pleasure in the bedroom. You will have your chance to have some fun, but you can't kill him, I replied coolly to Natalia. Why not? Natalia growled out. Because he is the only family the asset has left in this world, I answered smoothly, not fazed by the return of the real Black Widow. Give him the last of his family with a little mental nudge in our direction, and he will be ours forever, which is more than what anyone else could offer him. Fine, but I want to break a few bones, Natalia replied with a pout, like a petulant child. We do have one of the most advanced medical facilities in the world, so, yes, you can break a few bones, my dear, I offered magnanimously with a little overdramatic wave of my royal hand, as I took in the smile she gave me at my silliness. Within moments Natalia turned from me to look back towards the hollow table. With a look of vengeance on her face, she went to work and began making plans, reallocating assets and personnel, and preparing a dozen different contingencies in the event of success, failure, or some mixture of the two. There was nothing I was going to say about her obsession with the Winter Soldier, but I know I'll have to make sure she isn't too hard on the poor brainwashed bastard. With a shrug, I went back to studying the sensor readings from my satellite network. Over in China, there was a localized quantum phase shift within the mountains which the satellites were picking up, something that I would definitely have to take a closer look at later. The weird thing was that the only thing out there should be Kunlun, but they were of the mortal plane and that wouldn't explain the phase shift being detected. The only other possibility that came to mind was a dimensional pocket. Perhaps other dragons? But I thought Thor had killed all the dragons on Earth in the Marvel Universe. Well, crap, this looks like it might be one of those comic book variants in this dimension. Marking this for later investigation, I continued studying the other flagged anomalies, pausing over readings suggesting there could be an active power signature /source detected in the Atlantic Ocean. It was located down deep, somewhere between Europe and America, but for some reason the power reading was showing its position near one of the unexplored trenches deep within the ocean. That was mighty strange. There should be nothing that deep with a power signature that strong. Even a state-of-the-art nuclear submarine wouldn't produce a power signature that strong. Hell, if these readings were right, there was enough power to run several large modern cities. If we were in the DC universe, an over-the-top supervillain lair would be my first guess. But here? Instantly, I was at attention, my heart racing as I began sending commands and distributing orders through my holotable. I wanted a stealth shuttle in the water yesterday. No, the shuttle had to be an unmanned craft, with a 24/7 overlapping shift rotation with 360 degrees of video footage coverage. The location the map showed underwater brought Namor the submariner instantly to mind. Hell, just finding the location had the potential to spark a war, but there are things I can offer him in alliance. I needed the exact location though, and with the power of my nation we can either stand as equals or I shall conquer. The best and worst of Atlantis is the location, and I need that location. Atlantis was located not only within the ocean, but also with some type of natural barrier. Gaining Atlantis or conquering them would give my nation a prime location with natural defenses. Then again, Namor had a thing for Sue Storm and Emma Frost in the comics. Damn, now I might have to kill him because he likes to steal women, and that was something I would never tolerate. That's unfortunate for both of us, but I refuse to let him live if he acts like a savage. I would rather have angry Atlanteans after me than let that man steal my women and get away with it. This is something I'll have to think about some more. Plans and contingencies would need to be made. I received a reply that the shuttle would be ready for launch within 36 hours. With my go order, I took a step back and allowed my science team to get it done. One of the changes made to the mission profile by my people was to send multiple underwater shuttles. The same way I sent multiple satellites into orbit. This would up the chances that at least one of them could complete the mission successfully, in case the Atlanteans were able to detect and destroy one of them. I knew the thing not said was that even if the ship was cloaked to sensors, it still had to travel through the water, thus it would leave a trail in its wake that could give it away. We simply didn't have the experience working stealthily underwater that the Atlanteans did. Then again, I didn't have to point that out. Man, it was a joy having multiple geniuses working for my cause and unafraid to offer suggestions and improvements. Setting that aside for now, I brought up the report on the one thing I really wanted to see. In fact, this had been one of the main reasons behind the creation of the satellite network in the first place. What I really wanted my satellites to locate was the entrance to the Savage Lands, that place of wonder in the comics that had lit a fire in the hearts and minds of millions of fanboys. And living dinosaurs was only part of the appeal. The slight shimmer in the deep, unexplored parts of Antarctica my satellites had detected meant we almost certainly had finally found it. Even with everything I had accomplished so far and the ruthless exploitation of my foreknowledge to take advantage of every opportunity afforded to me, this was going to be a game changer. And best of all, no one would ever know it. This was the place that still housed the tech that brought the Eternals, Externals, Humans, and Morlocks into the world, but it was also controlled by some of the most powerful people on this planet. Now that we had the location on file, we had to approach the Savage Lands with extreme caution because any fights I might have here would spill out into the world and attract far too much attention. My fingers danced across my hollow keyboard as I formulated plans within plans. Some of them were old long-term plans that I had created and archived when I first arrived in this dimension. These also went into play in preparation for the upcoming changes. There was no need to hold back too much now that I had found all of the pieces I needed. Everything would be in play now. The only thing missing were off-world assets, and then I would have all the pieces to move around as I saw fit. The alarm on the bottom right of my monitor went off, telling me that it was time to go and get ready for the LA situation I had decided to stick my nose into. There was also a ping for something in space, but I decided to let that be for now because it was finally time to go meet Iron Man. A few hours later. Hanging up my phone, I shook my head at the things my ladies planned to get up to tonight. One was playing the hero, while the other was trying to rob the robbers while everything else was in play. Sighing, I leaned back in the seat of the limo. "Do you regret asking me out?" Raven asked from my right as she relaxed in a dress that could be described best as sinful in the dictionary. "Sounds like they are planning to have some fun. And you're here with little ol' me. Being here with you isn't so bad," I replied to her as I closed the holo projector I was using. The smile she gave me in return was sinfully delicious, promising pleasure without limit. "Well, we aren't in Russia like last time, so nothing can go wrong," Raven offered with a smile, but that statement sent a shiver right down my spine. That was like triple dog daring the universe to mess up your night. "Lord Raven, you should not have said that," I replied with a heavy sigh and a frown on my face, while bringing up my emergency plans. After carefully reviewing current plans and available assets, I placed a call for my upgraded armor modeled after my Spartans to be sent, but with an upgrade to the helmet turning my suit into a replica Red Hood 2.0. "I have weapons and quick deploy armor incoming now that you said that." "I believe you might be overreacting, Ben," Raven replied in a huff at my need for precautions or the implication that her words meant we'd have need for weapons and armor tonight. Trying hard not to sigh again, I laid it out for her. "Raven, we are going to a party hosted by a man that is famous for his reckless partying. Not only that, but he was also recently kidnapped by terrorists wielding his own weapons." I spoke up, trying to make her understand just how much trouble we might be getting into now that she had tempted the damn universe. Okay, can you make sure my grenade launcher is available while you're at it?" Raven asked with a pout of her perfectly glossy lips, looking out the window guiltily. "Done. Sir, we have arrived." With that notification from the driver, we waited a brief 30 seconds before someone opened the door and we stepped out into the flashing lights of 100 cameras going off. A party by Tony Stark routinely brought out the who's who of the world, including famous celebrities, politicians, and powerful figures from all walks of life. But with Stark's return from captivity, or the dead depending on who you asked, there were even more people eager to be seen at this party. Raven gracefully stepped out of the limo in a beautiful shimmering blue dress that would have matched her real skin if she wasn't currently undercover. The back was open with an X-shaped set of delicate straps that held it all together, while the front of the dress had a plunging neckline with her mouth-watering bountiful cleavage on display. The surprising thing was just how tight the dress was. I had no idea how she was pulling it off, but I was going to chalk it up to her body's incredible metamorphic powers. Stepping out behind Raven, I was in my exquisitely tailored all-black Armani suit. Everything was custom-made, from the tie around my neck, to the several $100,000 watch on my wrist, to the laces in my shoes, everything made just for tonight. With my stepping out of the limo, it drove on to find parking and we were ushered over to take photos with the press and other paparazzi by the assistant Natalia decided to saddle me with tonight. That was fine though, because it gave me a chance to give a few answers to the reporters while we made our way into the building, ones that advanced my agenda for the night. One of the first things I noticed was the shiny bald head of a certain man. The private look I gave Raven spoke volumes about how I felt about the situation. The only reply I received was a smile. "I am so happy to see that you accepted my invitation to attend, Mr. Todd." "Ah, Obadiah. I thought the invite was only because of my exceedingly large investment in the company." I replied with a fake smile and laugh to the large man. It was one thing seeing him in the movies. It was quite another meeting this man in real life. Obadiah Stane topped out at 6 feet 4 inches and was muscled, with an old man's strength to him. His head was bald and shiny, but he had one magnificent beard. Why did supervillains always have such badass facial hair? All that had to be ignored though, because I was receiving some seriously bad vibes from the man once he took my hand for a handshake. The only thing that crossed my mind was that this was going to be one long freaking night. "Let me introduce you to my date tonight. Raven, meet Obadiah Stane. He runs Stark Industries when the boss is off doing God knows what," I said with a conspiratorial smile as I brought Raven forward to meet the Ironmonger. After the requisite pleasantries were exchanged, we got into what Stark Industries was currently working on now that Tony had unilaterally decided to end weapons production, and just why Tony was making such a radical shift. Of course, I knew the why from the movies, but I had to make the man give his version of the story, including his push to force Stark out, since this wasn't the full MCU as I knew it. From a pure business standpoint, ignoring how Tony was a mechanical genius and was the golden goose of designers in any field he put his mind to, Obadiah was giving some really solid points on forcing Tony out of the management of the company. Hell, if I didn't know any better, I would probably vote in his favor and bump Tony down the road into the bumhouse. Tony was many things, but a business genius, or even just a good CEO, he was not. Then again, from the way Stane was talking, it was like he had his hands on a miniature arc reactor already. I know I didn't build him one, and I know that Tony would never share his, even with Stane, so where was he getting this confidence from? Damn, now I wish I could have had someone watching him. I couldn't think about what-ifs and should-have right now because Obadiah was talking my ear off. Raven nudged me discreetly, and I turned to find Stark dancing with a certain spicy red head. "Excuse me," I demurred to end this conversation and leave the vicinity as quickly as propriety would allow. With that, Raven and I made our way over to the rather expansive and well-stocked bar. While we worked our way to the other side of the party, Raven pointed out a few things that were flashing red within my mind's eye, yet I ignored. Now though, with a second set of eyes on the situation around me, it was causing me to become extremely alert. Guards without tags and non-standard issue sidearms. I knew this was a Stark party, but I was certain that his forces would still carry something that was made by him. No, these weapons were not made by Stark, or even in the United States. Another person caught my eye, and I almost shat myself. On the other side of the room, where I had just left, was General Ross talking to Obadiah Stane. The Red freaking Hulk was here at the party. Hell, I knew he wasn't the Red Hulk yet, but this was still a man with the full might of the American military backing him, and even after numerous mess-ups fighting the Hulk with God knows only how much collateral damage, the man had still kept his job. The only reason my asshole didn't pucker was that I had no proof the Red Hulk was currently running around. Now, I just gotta avoid the man, so he doesn't try and steal from my company in the name of the military and the greater good. There was a buzz from my wrist, and when I looked down I was relieved to learn that the weapons and armor I had requested had arrived for us both. Crap was going down tonight, and not like in the MCU movies. I had no clue if Tony was going to be removed a second time or whatever else the play might be. What I did know was that I wasn't planning on going out like some punk. I wonder how much fun I'll have once everything starts to go to crap. Raven nudged me in the side, and I noticed the name Boris Bulski flash across my phone screen. The notification was of his sighting in the area, but why was the Titanium Man here? Something was screaming in my head that I should be paying close attention to him. With a frown, I placed my phone in my pocket while I had the name running through my mind a few quintillion times trying to figure out the connection. Ignoring the phone, I turned my attention back to the here and now and was greeted with a beautiful red head shaking Raven's hand. But next to her was the man of the hour and the host of the party. Jason Todd, please let me introduce you to Tony Stark, the redhead offered with a smile, as she did a small flourish for Tony's introduction. Sorry, Jason doesn't like to shake hands, Raven interrupted before I could say I would rather not, her soft fond smile directed at me taking any possible sting out of my refusal. I guess she figured that snubbing him would serve none of our purposes. So you're the man who bought his way into my company, Tony snarked from beside Pepper. Yes, that's the nature of a publicly traded company like Stark Industries. Stark, even a novice businessman like yourself should know that much. I snapped back in a snarky tone at the man that was still acting like a spoiled child. Money is money, and with your little announcement, well, all the cowardly rats jumped ship selling their SI stock for pennies on the dollar. Thanks for the great deal, Stark. There were some laughs and chuckles that went around in this little circle jerk of ego, but my senses were heightened and waiting for something else to start up. That's certainly an interesting take on the other board members, Pepper replied with a smile, but my answer was interrupted with a snort from Tony. I still see value in this company even if they don't, but that's not why you're both over here now, is it? I questioned back with a raised eyebrow. Oh yeah, and you know why we are over here? Tony asked with a condescending attitude. Oh, of course, you came to see why I bought so much of Stark Industries and what I plan to do with it now that I own so much of your family's company and have a controlling stake on the board. I replied with a smirk of my own as I watched Tony and Pepper cringe. Normally, I wouldn't care what my money is invested in as long as it makes me more money, but when a certain situation blows up in the Middle East that pops up on my radar, it attracts my attention. Then imagine my surprise when said person decides to stop all weapons research, development, manufacturing, and sales, when they operate a freaking weapons company. It was the right thing to do. I was kidnapped by terrorists wielding my weapons, Todd. American soldiers were killed by the guns I designed and built. Stark snapped angrily. I get it, Stark, I do. That must have been a life-changing experience for you, someone who has never known combat. Never felt like your life was in the hands of another who could snatch it away from you in an instant. Never felt their mortality so acutely. That must have made you question everything you were doing. Under those circumstances, no one would have questioned you temporarily suspending sales and production until a top-to-bottom investigation of your company was conducted to figure out where those weapons ultimately came from and who in your company was likely dealing under the table. I think someone at SI wanted you out of the way, Stark, I said, throwing out some breadcrumbs that I could only hope would prompt Stark to pull his head out of his butt. You can't seriously be suggesting someone in the leadership of SI-, Stark sputtered, before I cut him off. But you didn't temporarily stop sales, did you? No, you unilaterally and quite naively decided to stop making weapons altogether. Did it even occur to you that by pulling the plug so fast you'd be leaving hundreds of thousands of American soldiers and our allies worldwide vulnerable, without the proper weapons to keep them, and you safe? Do you really think Hammer Industries is capable of stepping up and providing a product as good as yours? And let's not forget the thousands of your employees who suddenly found themselves without a job based on a whim of yours that I doubt you fully thought through the consequences of. All that talent let go in an instant, years and years of experience and training and careful hiring. I didn't come to exchange niceties with you, Stark. I came to see if you should be removed from the board and as CEO altogether because of leaving our troops in the lurch, because you got bitten when you failed to ride the tiger. As you can imagine from my background, it offends me deeply. With that said, I stepped up to Tony, the tension rising, while the people surrounding us went silent from our exchange. Tony sputtered, and the look Pepper gave me said enough. They both weren't ready for my stance on Stark's new goal for the company. Well, I can assure you that once things have transitioned over I will gladly hire them all back, Tony began, but I already cut him off. Don't worry about that, Stark, because once those assets went onto the market, I bought them up and hired all the people you put on the street in your PTSD-fueled ego trip. The world will always need weapons, so my company will step up and fill the gap you left, so that our troops won't have to be without well-made and reliable gear that they're trusting their lives to, I answered with a raised voice. Why did you spend billions on buying Stark Industries stock, Todd? Stark asked, a frown on his face at how horribly this conversation had gone, obviously not used to being questioned like this. You're a crappy freaking businessman and CEO, Stark, but no one can honestly say that you're not an engineering genius, a once-in-a-millennium inventor and designer that will succeed in whatever field you put your mind to. I didn't spend billions buying Stark Industries, the former weapons company, I bought Tony Stark doing what he does best, even if he acts like a spoiled douchebag sometimes, I answered with a grin. Come now, Jason, you said you would play nice tonight, Raven interrupted coyly, rubbing those delectable knockers against my arm, breaking the tension that was building between myself and Tony. Pepper was just telling me about an interesting work of contemporary art that she recently added to their collection. With that smooth interruption from Raven, the party went on. People were dancing, but also making deals within their small talk circles, as was often the case for parties at this level. Things were going smoothly, but 20 minutes into the mix and mingle a notification came through on my phone. The alert was because both Ross and Obadiah had just left the building. That struck me as strange, because that wasn't at all how the movie went. Once I placed those thoughts out of my head, I noticed that Tony also had to pick up and check his phone. The scowl on his face told me it was nothing good, but since nothing else had gone wrong tonight, I paid him no mind. Everybody on the ground. The yell came loud and clear. On instinct, I grabbed Raven around the waist and hauled us both up and over the top of the bar we were beside. Well, shit. Smack turning to my right, I shot Raven a glare, but the pointed look she gave me had me look to my other side to find both Tony and Pepper. Tony and Pepper were obviously half panicked from the situation, but this was not the time for me to help them emotionally through this mess. Tony would just have to ride out his first foray into the hero life like everyone else did, by the seat of their pants. Come out, Stark. A ripping sound caught my attention, and I noticed Raven removing parts of her dress to allow her ease of movement. Wasn't that part of her body? Could she mimic even ripping the fabric like that? Shaking my head to rid myself of these errant thoughts, I saw Tony and Pepper were still freaking out. Me? I was already making plans on how to get Raven and myself out of this alive, our cover identities preventing us from delving deep into our respective powers. If Tony and Pepper follow along, then that's on them. Taking a pen out of my pocket, I activated the video function on the device and placed it on the top of the bar above our heads. Come on, I mumbled as the hologram sprang to life over my wrist, the image emerging from my extremely sophisticated technology masquerading as an elegant but ordinary watch. This new perspective instantly caught the attention of both Tony and Pepper. Raven, on the other hand, was pulling out the shrunken packs that I always carried on me as a precaution, though the level of weaponry was more than normal on account of Raven tempting the damn universe in the limo. We didn't have a lot in our arsenal, at least not as much as we normally would during an expected combat situation, but we had to make it work with the 2 pistols and a carbine between the both of us. The good news was that I had sprung for the railgun variant of my shrunken weaponry, but they also carried far less ammunition because of the heating issues that still persisted. The pistols looked like 2 old-school revolvers that had gotten a major upgrade considering they fired magnesium caseless ammunition, but the power source allowed for some crazy stopping power. Oh my gosh, where did you get all of that? Tony, do you have anything that can help? Pepper all but whisper yelled as she noticed Raven, and I got ourselves prepared for the fight ahead. Hey Jason, I'll buy that gun off you for $1 million, Tony said from my side, and I couldn't help but give him that "are you serious/stupid" look. Pepper smacked Tony in the side, and I turned back to the hologram that I had placed down on the ground. The watch was emitting a crystal-clear image of the 15 assailants that were steadily working their way through the crowd of people, obviously trying to find Stark. Our car is waiting for us downstairs. We break left as we hop over the bar and make it to the emergency escape on that side. Raven explained as she broke down the plan she had come up with as I made sure the weapons were loaded and ready to fire. My power armor was down in the car, of course, but we at least had a few personal kinetic shields to use. I also had no mask and couldn't use any of my main abilities, or the whole multiple identity thing would be flushed down the toilet. Well, ain't this a cluster crap? Tony, call in your armor to back us up, I ordered as I clipped the gun holster around my waist. We needed to move right the hell now, because from what the hologram was showing, the assailants were getting closer and closer. What's he talking about, Tony? Pepper instantly asked as she turned towards her boss. How do you even know about that? Tony asked, astonished that I knew something that should be known only to him and no one else. Doesn't matter, call the damn thing because we are going to need backup. I replied urgently, cutting him off briskly before taking a peek above the counter to memorize their positions. These guys were packing some heavy firepower, and with the look of the armor they wore, someone had spent a pretty penny outfitting them. This was no garden variety robbery/kidnapping. And from the way these guys were moving, they were highly trained operators. It doesn't work like that, it's not modular, Tony huffed indignantly. Great, of all the geniuses in the world I had to run into the incompetent one. I replied with a sigh, but also trying not to laugh at the squawk that Tony let out. Who makes a cool-ass suit of armor without a remote calling feature? With a second look over the top to see if anything major had changed, I turned around and handed Tony and Pepper the spare shielding. I'm going to want that back, Stark. Alright, Ray, we go in 3, 2, 1, go. I yelled as I launched myself up and over the bar top, revolvers in hand. I landed a bit roughly, but my aim was true. Bang. Bang. Without pause and without a smile, the nearest 2 bad guys went down in a spray of blood and brain matter. Several bangs and a few tings, impacting my kinetic shield, scared the shit out of me. These were no stormtroopers with crappy-ass aim. These were well-trained military types, and they had the deadly accuracy to match. Tony came diving over the counter after me, and I had to grab him up off the ground and push him towards the exit. My body flowed like silk as my aim lined up with another and blasted a round through his torso, the round so powerful that it went through him and clipped his buddy in the shoulder, nearly ripping the guy's arm off. Pepper came screaming over the counter behind Tony, with Raven hot on her heels. We cared little for the people around us as they ducked down screaming as the bullets began to fly. With a twist of the body, my shoulder was forward, and I went right through both the guard and the door that was blocking our exit. With the door down, I did a twisting commando roll back into the doorway to discourage any potential pursuers. I was down on a knee with my guns up and out in time to catch Happy Hogan himself take out someone with a serving tray of all things. Well, damn, I almost forgot about him. Raven grabbed him by the back of his collar and threw him at me while Tony and Pepper pulled up the rear and made it through the door. With 3 more well-placed shots, I took out a knee, another head, and removed another man's torso. There were pools of blood all over the place now, and people were running away from us. Down. 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 I bellowed as I tossed a spare kinetic shield to Happy. The man fumbled with it for a moment before I grabbed him up and forced it around his bicep. You have energy shields, but won't give me a gun, come on. Tony whined as we ran down the stairs. Ignoring the man, I turned around to lean over the railing to fire off my last rounds back up towards the top. The click-click that I heard was telling me I was clean out of ammunition. Bang. My heart leapt into my throat as one big-ass freaking suit of armor came crashing through the 5th-floor door to the emergency stairwell. The suit stood just over 10 feet tall with crazy green lines running up and down the arms and legs with a beating green heart in the chest piece. For a split second, we just stood there staring at each other. Then, before either of us could blink, Raven hit the big suit with a roundhouse kick that sent it back through the hole it had made. A grenade appeared in her hands, and I noticed the blinking blue and purple lights at the top before she tossed it towards the guy. Picking up Pepper in a fireman's carry, I started to take the stairs 2 at a time. 10 seconds. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom. The explosion rocked the stairwell, and I couldn't help the manic look I gave Raven because of the explosive selection she chose. Sometimes I wonder if it was a sane idea to give Raven those implosion grenades. The look on Tony's and Happy's face said it all, but there was no time to stop and chat about it. There's our ride. Tony yelled, pointing towards some 2-door Audi Supersports car. Was he seriously suggesting 5 adults were going to fit in that freaking car? Are you crazy? I got this. I yelled back as I pressed a button on my watch. Within moments, we all heard a car roar to life. My Red Hood Mobile was a sleek supercar that had 4 doors. The body was modeled after something I saw on a sci-fi website before I died. All 4 tires were hidden under adamantium armor plating that covered the unibody design. Hot red lines ran from the front to the back that tapered off into miniaturized engines that could reach escape velocity once in the air. The car pulled up beside us, then 4 sections pulled back into nanoparticles, allowing us inside. That is how you do it. Take notes, Tony. With that bit of snark, I put Pepper down before ripping off my dress shirt to reveal my bare armor shirt underneath. The trunk popped open to reveal a Spartan armor chest piece that I was using to house nanoparticles. Once I pulled the chest piece over my head, the nanoparticles went to work fully clothing me within my upgraded Red Hood 2.0 suit that went with this persona. Raven picked up the one marked Athena that rested beside my own and got herself ready. Putting on my helmet, I was ready for war. Red Hood online, sir. Athena online, ma'am. Tony, you're driving. Pepper, get in the back. Happy, take this, I ordered. With my orders given, I tossed one of the grenade launchers to Happy as everyone got in the vehicle. What kind of car is this? Tony asked in awe from the driver's seat, taking in all the tech surrounding him and being mighty impressed. Custom-made flying car with some extra zing, I replied as I stood up out of the open sunroof. Athena, you take left while Happy takes right. Tony lets blaze trails so you can pick up your armor. Shouldn't we maybe wait on the cops? Pepper yelled as the car burned rubber. We were heading topside from the underground garage. Talk to me, Alfred. What's our ETA for some backup? I asked over the comms in my helmet, which also broadcasted aloud within the car to keeping everyone up to date on something so important to our survival. There will be no local police as backup, sir, Alfred replied over the car's communication systems, piped through the stereo speakers. No one said anything, but the whites of Tony's knuckles showing as he gripped the steering wheel said it all. We drove up and came around the plaza to head onto the main street when the mother of all armor systems dropped down within our path. Well, damn. What do you mean, damn? Tony all but screamed out in the driver's seat. Come on, Tony, I threw this party just for you, Ironmonger said from the large 12-foot armor that he wore. Arrayed around him were several others with a lesser variant of the same armor system. Crap, Tony, why did you have to be a lazy shit and leave that scrap in the desert? I huffed while looking at the small army arrayed against us. Hit the auto-aim on the dashboard, Tony. Various weapon systems came online and became visible on the front of the vehicle as the headlights moved back into the body like we were in a James Bond movie. Fire! With that barked command, we shot off within the night, running two of the lesser suits over and blowing up others. Manhattan, New York Jean Grey aka Phoenix. Lover, fighter, artist. 5 college degrees and counting. Host to cosmic embodiment of life and rebirth. Jean zipped her jacket up as she perched on the top of one of the skyscrapers that made up the skyline of Manhattan. With a look at her forearm gauntlets, Jean smiled to herself at the new capabilities of her hero suit or outfit, though calling it a suit was a bit of a misnomer. It wasn't just to hide her identity like some comic book hero, but meant to offer significant protection and new capabilities. Ben had called it her Phoenix 2.0 outfit, saying that he had added in upgrades to not only the armor protection, but also the advanced built-in computer systems. Granted, the previous systems were pretty damn advanced before. Everything from the jacket down to the now steel-toed boots on her feet contained a new graphene/polymer mix that absorbed kinetic energy. This also enhanced the overall durability, allowing her to tank heavier hits, but also use more of her personal power. The new upgrades were not foolproof, but it was the next best thing until Ben completed his miracle fabric. A thought brought up the hollow interface on her left gauntlet. The real-time, interactive map showed Peter downtown chasing down some mugger or purse snatcher or something. Gwen was in the labs working on some discovery with Susan Storm, but there was no stopping her smile once she located the Black Cat moniker and symbol moving on the map. Felicia had heard about the crew that was making a play for the diamond, and Jean was planning to take them down. Jean was wondering how she was going to take down this crew of thieves. There were a few new moves that she wanted to try out tonight. The helmet's audio pickups Jean wore amplified a yell and scream for help from her left, so Jean placed her thoughts aside as she stood up. With a smile, Jean threw herself off the skyscraper into the dark night. There was no stopping the air that rushed past and buffeted her body, the feel of the sweat that gathered at her fingertips within her gloves, the potent spike of adrenaline shooting through her veins like fire. Jean loved the rush of it all. Kawo. Jean's arms flared out as her legs spread, allowing her body to catch air. The street below her and the building lit up with flickering firelight as the Phoenix made itself known. The rush of the air became mixed with the rush of blood that pumped through her veins as Jean yelled out in triumph. The large flaming bird that lit up the night slowly faded back into her body as Jean flew through the night, answering the call for justice, the desperate plea for help. With a whoop of joy, Jean ran along the side of a building, in joyful defiance of gravity, to jump off as she took a sharp turn around a corner. Jean's visor flashed red at the edges of her vision. That attracted her attention, allowing Jean to focus in on the now red-highlighted assailants and the gold-colored victim as she flew. The sight that met Jean made her eyes narrow. There was a young woman that was in the process of being carjacked, the lady desperately trying to keep it from happening for some reason. There was a large half-balding man trying to pull the lady out from the front driver's seat, while in the back appeared to be a car seat. The latter was confirmed when the advanced sensors in her Phoenix helmet picked up the sound of a baby crying. There was no pause, no hesitation on her part. The smile dropped from Jean's face as she appeared between the lady and her assailant. Everything was frozen within Jean's sight, but that did not deter her from enacting justice. A palm strike exploded out as Jean thrust her arm into the carjacker's chest, blasting him up off of his feet, while his arm was still outstretched with the gun he held pointed at the lady. With a snort and a flap of her flaming wings, Jean turned around to face the other man that had his hands on the lady. The weapon in Jean's first victim's hands melted to slag from the proximity to her heat. This caused him to drop the weapon before it could cause any damage to his hand. With grace and swiftness, Jean's other hand shot out into the criminal that had his hands on the woman. The strike caught him under his outstretched arm in the nerve bundle, just as Natasha had taffed for her. With her hand within the nerve bundle, Jean acted on instinct, flaring her powers once more and shut down the man's motor functions. At her next breath, she looked down at her work. The world came back into focus for her. Jean breathed slowly as the sound of the world brought her out of her rapid retaliation. The lady that she rescued looked at her in awe. Turning her back on the two downed assailants, Jean gave the lady a once-over as she inspected her for any wounds. She noticed the bruise along the forearm but also the small gash-like injury to the head that was bleeding steadily. With a sigh, Jean pressed the button on her vambrace that allows her helmet to recede but allowed the lower face mask to remain to keep her identity mostly hidden. Now Jean's appearance was that of a red-headed ninja with her nose and mouth covered while her bright emerald eyes shined for all the world to see. With a flick, Jean's hair braid went over the shoulder to lay down her back as she brought up her vambrace for active medical scanning. With the scanner active, Jean sighed a breath of relief once she determined that the lady before her had no internal injuries. With a nod and a soft smile telling the woman that there was nothing worse than the bruise and a few cuts, she put away her scanner. Jean brought out her medical kit, but stopped when a flash of inspiration struck her. Maybe she could use her abilities in a more direct application. The Phoenix was a force for life and rebirth after all. For a moment, Jean stared down at her hands in deep thought. Then with a shrug, she listened to that feeling, that instinct that told her to trust in the Phoenix and its power. Jean's hands glowed a soft red as her Phoenix aura made itself known. To Jean, this suddenly felt like the right way to use her powers. With her arms outstretched, the woman she was helping became engulfed within the warm glow. Jean watched as the wounds sealed themselves shut as her power flowed and healed the damage, as if it was never there in the first place. Jean couldn't stop the smile that came upon her face from the discovery of her new healing abilities. Once she was finished, Jean turned around to cuff the two criminals. Both of the would-be carjackers were held tightly against an opposing wall within Jean's telepathic grip, so tight that the only movement they were allowed was to breathe. Ben had stressed time and time again that no matter how powerful they were, arrogance, overconfidence, and a lack of caution could be our undoing. Taking out a set of flex cuffs from her tool belt, Jean summoned the two assailants over and cuffed them to the nearest lamp pole. This way, they couldn't escape and the police would be able to recover them both, Alfred having already called them for pickup. A quick scan both telepathically and telekinetically confirmed the two possessed no other weapons or tools with which to escape or harm anyone else. Truthfully, she should have done that minutes ago, and Ben and Natalia would surely admonish her if they knew of her mistake. "Thank you, Phoenix," the woman said, with so much feeling and warmth in her voice that it moved her deeply. "You saved my baby." "I'm just doing what I can, ma'am," Jean replied shakily before levitating herself into the air. As she turned around, Jean noticed a few people with their phones out, obviously recording her save. With a nod to the onlookers, Jean flew higher before flaring her aura upwards to show the world the power of the Phoenix as she took off across the Manhattan skyline. While she was flying, Jean got the message that she was hoping for from Alfred. It would seem that Felicia was already waiting outside of the place that was housing the diamond. While she was waiting for Jean, a crew had already begun the process of stealing the priceless jewel. Felicia had sent her the okay to come crashing into them in their getaway truck and gift-wrap them for the police. The plan was to let the diamond be taken into police custody and for Felicia to steal it from their evidence room. Felicia even had a decoy gem she planned to replace the diamond with before leaving the New York City Police Department headquarters. Hopefully, the police would think the thieves had switched it prior to being captured. With a flap of her wings, Jean's direction changed as she shot off into the night to bring justice to professional jewel thieves. Well, at least the ones she didn't like, she thought with a laugh. Ben was not a proponent of their hero personas fighting non-violent crime like this, rightly arguing that that was a job for the real police and sticking our illegal vigilante noses into that field would be much harder to justify without real lives on the line. Even private citizens had the right to defend themselves and others after all, even with lethal force, when facing egregious bodily harm or death. It would also be a waste of their time as it had too little impact on the public's perception of metahumans and could easily go the other way. But in this case she'd make an exception. Los Angeles, Malibu Red Hood, currently, aka Benjamin Blake. 23 degrees and counting, attempting to outperform Bruce Wayne. Lover, fighter, golfs with a 2 handicap. Caution, loves overkill. Current assignment, save Tony's butt. When I had told Tony Stark to burn rubber, I had forgotten just how much power my battle tank had access to. Tony ran over 2 guys in armor and right into the side of a building across the street, stopping us in place, but thankfully not getting stuck. Sorry, didn't know she had so much kick. Tony yelled back with a wince. The kinetic shields had kicked in upon impact, causing the car's safety features to auto-activate in order to protect its occupants, activating each seat's individual force field. Activate the flight control, left side of the dash. The green button with wings. Tony. Once active, the paddle shifters are as follows. Left brings us down and right brings us up into the sky. Now get us out of here. I yelled with exasperation as I turned around in the gunner's position. As we rolled out of the side of the building, I noticed our attackers had closed in on our position. Shredder rifle activate. With those words, the right-hand side of my position opened up, allowing more nanoparticles to flow and create my weapon. The weapon platform, which I had dubbed the Shredder, was a next-generation pulse laser rifle. In the housing of the rifle sat an artificial crystal energy capacitor that stored energy within the housing chamber. The interior of the crystal allowed the beams to bounce around, increasing the ultimate intensity and beam power. Once the energy reached critical, this energy was fired down the barrel at a target at virtually the speed of light. Even against heavy armor, it would leave a heap of molten metal slag in its wake. It was a supremely deadly weapon that even Tony Stark, back when he designed weapons, would have been in awe of. Right now, this deadly rifle was mounted on a turret that would allow a full rotation and a 360-degree arc of fire. My HUD lit up directly, after connecting my suit systems with my flying tank of a car to take advantage of its systems and sensors, highlighting the furthest target, providing range, elevation, and other targeting information. That guy had gotten no further than raising his weapon to fire on us before I gunned him down where he stood, the Shredder rifle practically ripping the dude apart. That seemed to set everything into motion as they all jumped or ran for cover. The Ironmonger, though, did no such thing. He came barreling down on our position while Tony was driving us in circles. I was firing at everything and everyone with hostile intent, and no one and nothing was safe. Not even the thankfully closed and empty taco stand across the street, of course. That was an unfortunate accident. Hopefully, they had metahuman fight collateral damage insurance, which I swear to God was a real thing in this dimension. No shit. I fired directly into the Ironmonger's chest as he bore down on our position. I was hoping it would be enough to punch through his thick armor and kill the pilot/operator, hopefully ending this before a cliché epic hero/villain showdown was required. Yet, he got his arm up in front to block the superheated pulses, keeping himself alive, but probably seriously injuring him. Click. Sending a mental command, the harness that had kept me locked safely in the gun turret released, and I needed that harness to steady my aim and deal with Tony's crazy-ass driving. I jumped onto the top of the roof, the magnetic grips within my soles activating to keep me from falling right off. Increase gravimetrics. With this command, the car's gravity stabilizers powered up even further, which helped keep the thing from flipping over because of hard turns, flight, or having a boss battle on top of it. Set too high and adventurous driving became seriously difficult, and its top speed dropped significantly. I barked as my fist met the Ironmonger's. I couldn't use my real speed, lest the light speed and the Red Hood persona be outed as being one and the same, but nothing said I couldn't use my incredible strength. Everyone was on tenterhooks as a shockwave of air and force blew out from where our fists had connected. Wait, what? The Ironmonger questioned out of shock, as I was able to meet his blow head-on with my bare hand and didn't falter even an inch. In fact, the metal of his fist has crumpled from the impact. Tony was looking up through the windshield in shock too, but Pepper knew now was definitely not the time for incredulous gawking. She didn't even wait for anyone to get over their shock as she started to beat on Tony's shoulder and screaming, "Drive! Drive! Drive!" in his ear from the back seat. Ignoring them, I thrust my left arm forward and opened up with the flamethrower that sat on my forearm. Ain't no kill like overkill, baby. Arg. Ironmonger yelled out as my flames burned on top of the front of his armor. I knew that I had only bought us mere moments, so it was time to bug out while we could. Override Sigma 355. Get us in the air and to Tony's mansion, Alfred. I really should have done that the moment we got into the car, but I had too much faith in Tony's badass genius persona from all the MCU movies. Hell, I should have known better, especially at this point in the timeline before he really embraces his hero role as Iron Man. But it doesn't matter now, Alfred has the controls. A ton of advanced weaponry and tech, and oh, you have an AI too. Why am I even surprised? Are you also a billionaire playboy? We really have to talk and compare notes, buddy, Tony said from the front seat, sounding a bit envious, as he tried to regain some type of control back from the car. We can talk later, because right now, Obadiah is trying to kill us all. Wait, back up, did you say Obadiah? As in Obadiah Stane is in that armor and is trying to kill us? Explain that to me. Now. Tony snapped from the front seat as we flew down the coast. Only the highest executives in your company could possibly get access to the very weapons they used to kidnap you with, somehow without you or Jarvis knowing about it, and only one of those people has the motive for it. There is that, but also the fact that he explicitly said he threw this party for you, Tony, Raven said as she added in her thoughts on the matter, her eyes continually scanning for threats. Everyone fell silent for a moment as they soaked in that piece of information. Ting. 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 A grunt was forced out of me as I felt several impacts into my sides, flaring the kinetic shields to visibility. Incoming. I got it. I got it. Happy yelled as he leaned out the window to get a clear shot. Ha. Take that. I turned to see one of the now flying suits explode. Giving a nod of my own, I hunkered back down to get into my harness when I heard the sound of screaming. Whipping around, I found Happy halfway hanging out of his side of the vehicle. Crap. My body moved before I could give it any conscious commands. Out of my utility belt a nanomagnetic tether shot out and connected itself to the roof of my flying tank as I dove over the side to grab under Happy's shoulders. Looking around for my position, I found I was hanging out the right-hand side, as beach and ocean flew by below. The coastal roads in California were really beautiful, and I would love to take a convertible drive with my ladies one day. Shaking my head to clear my mind of these nice, but currently irrelevant thoughts, I hauled up Happy and placed him back into his seat. The look of gratitude on his face said it all, so that was okay. Placing him in the seat, I did his seatbelt up before tapping him on the shoulder, reassuring him he was okay. I was learning a lot tonight. One such lesson: do not leave new/untrained/unpowered passengers with access to their door locks. Nanoparticles are great until someone opens a hole and falls right out during extreme activities. The launcher that Happy was using fell out of his hand with no way to recover the weapon. Thankfully, Alfred had already tasked a response team with its retrieval, with a drone watching it till they arrived. I sure as shit was not going to fall into the same trap that Tony had and leave behind advanced weapons tech for my enemies to study, reverse engineer, and eventually use against me and my people. Putting that out of my mind for now, because wasn't it awesome having ultra-competent people in my employ who anticipated my needs? I locked down Happy's side of the car for now, so he couldn't get out. Twisting around, I heaved myself up and noticed Raven hanging out her side of the car. Her own tool belt had a harness connected to the side, so I left her to what she was doing, which was shooting back at our pursuers. 2 more exploded out of the sky as the third touched down on the back near the trunk space. Well crap, now this was turning into the cliché dramatic fight on top of the moving vehicle. Too bad for him, I was not feeling so generous tonight and had zero desire to follow the script. Step by step, he advanced on my position. With each step everyone felt the weight of his suit vibrating the car as he got closer and closer to me. But what grated on my nerves was the smug look of satisfaction and arrogance I could feel practically radiating off him in waves. A right hook was sent my way, which I ignored as I dropped and swept the leg Karate Kid style. The magnetic rig within his boots dragged along, peeling away metal and paint as his legs flew out from beneath his person. As I stood back up from my sudden leg sweep, I lashed out in a straight thrust kick caving in his chest plate. There was nothing else said as he flew off the back of my car and gravity did the rest. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Ha. Tony snarked from the front seat, a big shit-eating grin on his face at recognizing my inspiration. I looked over and noticed that Alfred had given him a 360-degree view of what I was doing up top. Ignoring Tony for now, I checked my HUD's minimap and frowned at how many were still on our tail. I pushed those thoughts away as I checked the map and found that we were closing in on Tony's Malibu mansion fast. Tony, please tell me you have a bunker or safe room. Yeah, of course I do, Tony answered from the front seat. Good. Alfred, connect Tony to his home system. I'll keep Pepper and Happy secure in the bunker while you take care of these assholes who want us dead, Raven said, speaking up from her side of the car as she hung there in her harness, acting like a consummate badass professional. Noted. My shredder rifle sparked to life again, firing again and again, causing our pursuers to fall out of the sky missing some pretty vital pieces of themselves, large holes in them with glowing bright red edges from the power of the pulse laser. Somehow they kept on coming, and I was certain that the kill count had reached the double digits by now, yet they kept up the pursuit. That was a lot of advanced armor tech. In the first Iron Man movie, Obadiah had only created the one suit of armor based on Tony's design. With this many lying around all over the place, the tech was undoubtedly going to be out there in the world unless Tony really stepped up his game and learned from his mistakes. Should I help him? The butterflies were kicking up quite a few hurricanes right now. Beep, beep, beep. Looking around for the source of the beeping, I was instead greeted with the ground coming at us rapidly. Oh, thanks sweet baby Stan Lee, we made it. Tony was the first out of the car. He was already halfway to his front door before pausing and then quickly coming back for Pepper. There was no stopping the snort I released. This caused Tony to glare in my direction for drawing even more attention to his little mistake. I paid him no mind as I had my weapons out for a quick inspection, taking advantage of the brief lull in battle. The last thing I wanted was for my weapon to suffer a systems failure while in the heat of battle. Or Stan Lee forbid, for a malfunction to cause this very advanced weapon system to blow up in my hands because of some damage it had taken along the way. While I had all of this firepower in my hands, I had something I wanted to try during this battle. From my back, I pulled out a Viking-style double-headed battle axe. This was tailor-made for the slaughter that I was going to perform tonight. The shaft could grow or shrink at my command, and so could the double-sided axe head. I couldn't help myself when I created this beast. Aside from the Vega particles that allowed me to change the size as I saw fit, the head of the axe contained a gravity matrix generator allowing me to change the weight as I fought. I also had a shrunk-down hollow projector installed within the head that allowed me to project a field of hard light that I planned to use as a shield. As I was inspecting my weapon, Raven came over and removed my helmet. Thankfully, the Jason Todd face was still being projected correctly. Before I could ask why, she pulled me in. The kiss she gave me could have taken my breath away if I actually needed to breathe these days. I know you like a good fight, but stay safe, okay? Raven told me softly as she held my face and stared into my eyes intently. Always. After Russia, we need to make up for lost time. I don't plan on going anywhere just yet, I whispered back before placing a small kiss on her forehead. Letting her go, I took a step back before donning my helmet once more. Protect the VIP, Athena. Raven gave me a look before putting her helmet on and allowing it to reapply the environmental seals. Of course, Red, Raven practically purred before going over to the car and pulling out one of the shredder rifles that sat within the trunk. Cold sweat ran down my back as I watched Raven walk off with that monster of a weapon. I was almost certain that she wouldn't need that in the bunker, but I still pitied the fool that made it past me tonight. Sir, it would seem that the events at the Fireman's Ball have been reported as a terrorist attack. Also, additional enemy combatants are 5 minutes inbound. The current count is 15 heat and energy signatures that match those who stood in your path outside the ball. One energy signature is 5 times larger than that of the others. I believe this to be the Ironmonger, as you have called him, Alfred reported discreetly, through my internal comm systems. Well crap, that was a lot to digest in one sitting. Call in fury on this one, Alfred. We are going to need to call in another favor. Let's frame the story this way. Stark released an advanced prototype armor of his design to protect the American people. Let's get our media team and any reporter on our payroll to discreetly support that story. Of course, sir, Alfred replied in a clipped tone. I guess even Alfred was feeling the heat. I knew he was supposed to be an AI, but I was certain that he was far more than that now. His birth was only partially through my genius, known technology and programming. A good part of that spark of life came from the Speed Force itself. And the Speed Force continued to be a mystery to me in most respects still. Being an Elder God, according to the Ancient One, didn't exactly make me an instant master of these powers. I suspected that it would require a great deal of time and practice. Don't even get me started on the question of my mortality. Did I even have a normal human lifespan anymore? My body had been evolving ever since I had been touched by the Speed Force, and it was as far from the human baseline as it was possible to be before becoming something truly alien. I felt something suddenly. That slight niggle at the back of my neck that forces me to look up and around. My surroundings got all of my undivided attention as I kicked off from my location. My thermals were showing me exactly what I needed to know, and that was incoming enemies set on killing me and Tony. The leap I took cleared 50 feet, easy. But that paled in comparison with the force I used when I brought my axe down on the head of this unsuspecting trooper. There was no yelling, no battle cry in warning, just swift and brutal power that ended threats ruthlessly and efficiently. The trooper's helmet split down the middle as my axe bit into the Kevlar plating. I easily cut through flesh and bones, but I didn't stop there. I pulled the shaft of the axe back while grabbing behind the head. My motions flowed as I twisted the handle into an upswing, cleaving his partner from the groin up and across his chest, cutting the whole thing in half with one move. Turning to my left, I slammed the butt of my axe into the ground and willed the shield to activate with a mental command. The shield springing to life in time to catch all the rounds fired in my direction. Run! The growl I sent their way had 3 turning around to flee, but I was already moving. I kicked off with my back foot as I turned my axe sideways. The 2 closest to me split neatly in half as the third one did a commando roll out of my reach. This only delayed the inevitable as I turned the axe head sideways, then enlarged it to an impossible size. As the trooper sprang back to his feet, he was right within my strike range. He didn't know what was happening as I used his entire body like a baseball, my enlarged axe the bat. The pulse of extreme gravity at the moment of impact meant mush was all that was left of him as his body turned into a pink chunky mist that watered Tony's well-manicured lawn. The flash in the air pulled my attention, causing me to move from my location. Someone had launched a rocket at me. My HUD zoomed in, and I grunted at the sight. It would seem that our pursuers were able to catch up, beside the grunts they sent here. Pulling up my vambrace, I sent Alfred a command to cover the roof of the mansion while I took on whoever tried to make it in from land. I knew that they underestimated me, seeing me as the weak link, and I was hoping to take advantage of that flawed thinking. The turret on the top of my vehicle opened fire seemingly on its own, causing one to fall out of the air in a flaming wreck, causing the rest to scatter like flies at this unexpected threat. The survivors came in my direction, and I relished the chance to unleash my full strength. Before any of us could move though, Tony showed up in his shiny red and gold armor. Damn, did he look damn good in it too. I know I was giving Tony crap about his armor and the various mistakes he'd made, but man was it amazing to see something in real life that I'd once geeked out about in the movies. It was all red and gold titanium plating, state-of-the-art like few things in the world. The armor was sleek, yet bulked out with weapon pods and whatever else Tony was able to think up and somehow fit into the thing. "Get off my lawn, no loitering allowed," Tony boomed out from his suit. That caused me to facepalm, then let out a chuckle. "Crap, you're old. Don't make me put you in timeout, kiddos," Tony quipped as the infamous mini-missile pods popped up from his shoulders firing on several targets. I groaned at how terrible that was, but before I could send a quip back, the soldiers before us opened fire once more. Ignoring the steadily declining energy levels on my shields, I twisted around, pushing out the shaft of my axe and watched it sail over a soldier's head as he ducked down. The shaft of the axe had grazed the top of his helmet, and I noticed the widening of his eyes at how close he had come to being broken in half. Unfortunately for him, I was still within reach. One quick step and a fist to the face later killed him where he had crouched down, his head literally flying off his body from the power of my punch. Picking up the headless body, I turned him into a human shuriken as I tossed him at one of his partners. I heard a crunch as several things obviously broke as they collided. With him out of my hand, I started to pick up more troopers and used them as makeshift clubs, Hulk style. A rocket was sent my way, causing me to slam the shaft of my axe into the ground, then activated a larger force field. This was to protect myself as I took a quick look around for Tony's position. Tony, I found, was using the damn shield I had loaned him while he took shots at those who were hiding behind some cover. "What the hell, Stark? Did you seriously integrate my freaking tech into your armor?" "No, I took the gift you gave me and gave it a quick upgrade," Tony snarked. While he was speaking, I watched as he launched himself into a group of fighters. The reactor on Tony's chest lit up as he landed. Before they could decide to fire or run, Tony opened up with his chest and both arm repulsors, taking them out swiftly. No, Stark, that wasn't a gift. I jumped from where I was with my shields up. The thrusters on my back, with the stabilizers on my legs and feet, activating with a mental command. I landed swiftly, then began to glide across the ground as if I was skating on ice. Pulling back, I added some torque in my swing as I cut two dudes clean in half. "Come on, it's a housewarming present," Tony said into my comms as he came down hard on an armored carrier that pulled up into his driveway. "I invited you into my home and you decided to gift me this nifty kinetic shielding, which I then promptly integrated into my armor. That's a huge compliment from me, really. Ingenious work, by the way, using oscillating particle waves that harden into a solid wall once in contact with anything going faster than Mach 1. There was no time for a return comment as I dove out of the way of another armored troop carrier trying to run me over. Getting up and out of the commando roll, I twisted around to kick the side of the truck. The steel plating buckled under my superpowered kick and knocked the APC onto its side, the men inside screaming in terror as they were tossed around. Troopers came stumbling out of the back to round on me with firing weapons. This time I noticed that 3 of them had on heavy armor similar to what Tony was wearing. Before anyone could take a shot at me, I was out of their line of sight and at the front of the APC. Shrinking my axe and putting my axe back in storage, I yanked the bumper off the front of the APC before running up and over the top. Heads up. With the bumper of reinforced steel in my hands, I jumped 10 feet into the air before increasing my gravity to slam back down amongst the group of troopers. If I was going to gravity crush, I might as well go bumper to bumper. Crap, did I just make a lame quip/pun in my head Spider-Man style? Yes, best not tell anyone about this. Everyone within 5 feet of my location flattened into the ground as I landed amongst them in an explosion of gravitational forces. I picked up the bumper to look at the crushed person beneath my handiwork. "Must you break all of your toys? And where is your stick?" Tony quipped. Turning around, I found Tony floating over the back of my shoulder with flaming wrecks behind him. "It's not a stick. Could have fooled me with how phallic it looks and the way you're gently caressing it," Tony snarked as he landed. "Calling my battle axe a stick is confirming all my fears that you're already too old to be of any use and your cataracts are causing you to see things." "Poor Pepper." "Lame," Tony replied with a huff. "Like your goatee, you mean?" Gasp, "You take those blasphemous words back." Tony replied in the most offended tone he could muster, his index finger pointing at me in feigned offense. I paid him no mind though, because we had some massive incoming. The large heat signature that Alfred told me was inbound was here on my HUD. Dust and debris were still in the air, so I slowly made my way over to where Tony stood, then got back to back with him. While we had our little faux insult break, Alfred and Jarvis were in constant communication with each other. So I knew Tony was aware that the boss was here. A few more heat signatures showed up, but I was already putting plans together. "Come on, Karate Kid, it's showtime." That was what Tony said before his helmet closed, and he shot up into the sky. There was no stopping me from sighing this time. Why can't he just wait for the plan? The trunk of my vehicle opened up as 6 canisters of a specialized smoke screen shot in my direction. The smoke was going to cover everyone's field of vision, but it will also double as tear gas for those without the right air filter. I kept my axe where it was because any one of my swings would disperse the smoke. Flexing my hands and with a SKNIT, I knew I was ready to rumble. Out of the forearms on my gauntlets came some of the few static aspects of my suit. 4 long 12-inch adamantium blades showed from the vambraces, 2 on each hand. I was going for the Predator look when I had first created this design. With the battle that was about to begin, I felt these babies were ready for some field testing. With all 4 of my blades shaded with a dull gray finish for better stealth, I knew the person that I was sneaking up on would not be catching a glint of light and know I was coming for him. Activating my sound damping field, I moved from my position with swiftness. My first target was the medic in the back. He was first because I could tell that he was in a lesser form of the combat suit. The suit he wore was closer to an exoskeleton for improved physical abilities, rather than outright protection, like what Tony and I wore. Putting those thoughts out of my mind, I clamped my left hand around his mouth, crushing in his helmet as I brought his body close to my own. With his body pulled within my silence domain, I severed his spine and brainstem in multiple places with my blades, giving him a quick, clean, and silent death, which was the only mercy I was willing to give today. I briefly sprinted away with the rapidly cooling corpse in my arms before jumping to the other side and back into the smoke. Boom. Boom. With the first explosion, I hunkered down as the world exploded around me. From the sensor readout on my HUD, it would seem that Ironmonger had taken the fight to Tony in the sky, and it wasn't going so well. They had flown high into the sky, just as they had in the movies, which was supposed to result in a shutdown of ironmonger systems from ice buildup. The twist this time was that he also somehow had a fix for that issue. With Tony now on the back foot, he came back down, flying straight towards the ground at full burn with ironmonger hot on his heels. Tony was in his grasp up until the last 20 feet or so, before he was able to escape his grip and fly away. Unfortunately, Ironmonger was not so lucky, being much larger and less aerodynamic than Tony's armor. At some point during the flight back down, missiles were launched, but even the sound of the explosive ordnance couldn't overpower the boom of 2 tons of armor flying at terminal velocity into the ground. Before I could do anything to assist Tony in his boss fight, the guys in the knockoff armor got in my way. On instinct, I lashed out, thrusting my blades through armor plating and flesh, each hand now holding up a corpse. Keeping an even pace as I glided around on my thrusters, I placed myself in position as I went back into the fray. I didn't know whether Obadiah was paying these fools an obscene amount of money, they were true fanatics, or there was some kind of mind control going on, but none of them chose to run away as I cut them down mercilessly. I gotta say, Tony, I love this suit. I gotta ask. Who are you? Tony asks from his kneeling position. I couldn't help myself from smacking Tony in the back of his helmet. It's Obadiah, you senile old man. Close, but no. I'm not Obadiah. That's very true, because how can I be there when I'm right here? Well, smash me sideways with a pineapple on a hot summer day. Walking up from behind us in an exquisitely well-tailored 3-piece suit was Obadiah Stane in all his bald villain glory, looking exactly like a badass Jeff Bridges. It was too bad he was going to die today. You are fired, Mr. Detective, Tony quipped as we both watched Obadiah walk into our battle zone. He paused before kicking a helmet that I was sure still contained a person's severed head. What do you want from me, huh? I knew the man wanted you dead, and yet I still stuck around to help and protect your old porno-statched butt. Relax, no need to cry, Tony huffed. So who is in the knockoff suit? We waited with bated breath as the sound of a hiss from pressure releasing was heard. The front half of the suit opened up, and there, sitting in the pilot seat, was Boris freaking Bolsky. Crap, it's the Titanium Man. Wait, you know this guy? Tony asked, turning in my direction. Yeah, a genius for the highest bidder, and I'm betting that he was the one to solve the power problem of your suit. Damn, you got it in one. Obadiah snarked with a true shark smile as he took out a hand-rolled Cuban cigar from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. Also, isn't it a little rude that you both have kept your helmets on, while we still have to speak face to mask? Instantly Tony's faceplate went up with his arrogant grin on full display for all the world to see, or a sniper's bullet or snap energy blast to blow his face off. What a freaking dumbass. Looking at him, I couldn't stop the impulse again as I slapped him in the back of the helm, closing it back down, yet again reminding myself that this was very, very early timeline Tony Stark, before he had matured and gained wisdom and perspective through pain and loss. You know, when I hired those terrorists in Afghanistan to kill you, Tony, I should have asked for your head as proof. Could have avoided all this trouble, Obadiah said as he released a breath full of smoke, that infuriating and arrogant grin perpetually on his face. That was my mistake, Tony, and I'm truly sorry for that. Really, I am. I'm going to do it right this time, though. Cut your head off myself, then peel your cold dead corpse out of that armor and take all the secrets it has left. Who knew you had this one last gift to give me before the end, the world's newest and greatest weapon? Unfortunately, you won't be alive to see what I do with it. And, oh Tony, I have plans. Ignoring the cliché villain monologue that was going down, I gave the mental command to unleash hell. 2 canisters full of napalm exploded on the Titanium Man and Obadiah. The first crashed into the side of the suit as it stood there looming, the jellied gasoline sticking and burning to the metal of the suit. The second canister, though, hit Obadiah hard, stumbling him from the force before exploding. The explosion of flames engulfing him within seconds, stunning all present as the flesh just melted off his bones. Thankfully, the horrific screams of agony were brief. Bet you didn't see that coming, jackass. Tony was stricken with horror and indecision as he looked from me to the burning pile of flesh that used to be his father figure, albeit one that had just admitted to arranging for his assassination and then promising to cut his head off himself this time. After a moment, I watched the conviction solidify within him. Sweep the leg, Johnny. Tony flew up while I did a thruster-enhanced dash towards the towering behemoth of a Titan. This mechanized suit of armor easily stood 20 feet tall, probably weighing easily over 5.5 tons. I wanted to flex my strength and pummel it right into the ground, but I had already exposed enough of my abilities tonight. I slid to the right as I pulled out my axe. I circled around the Titan's back, just out of his line of sight as he continued to deal with the fire that was probably slowly cooking him alive, with his armor acting like an oven. Taking a deep breath, I cut the legs out from under him with my axe. I went for the knees on the suit. This would make it hard for him to recover and move around. Boom! Down came the Titan, but before I could celebrate, a massive beam of destructive energy came down from the sky, slamming into the chest piece of the Titan. Looking up, I was able to catch Tony in all his glory as he unleashed a full-power uni-beam. His suit was cracked and scarred in many places, and the paint was peeled and missing in others. Some places even had dings and dents from tonight's fighting that would probably mean getting the suit off later would be quite the adventure, but damn does he look like a hero. Arrgh. The Titanium Man started to rampage around in the spot that he crashed in as he tried to get to his feet. Well, crap. The Titanium Man was beyond angry, and Tony's uni-beam hadn't cracked that armor before the beam shut off. From the pockmarked spots, I knew that the Shredder couldn't do it either. That would leave me with only one option. The last prototype weapon I was hoping to keep under wraps for as long as I could. This was something I developed for the Chitauri invasion, and I did not want to show my hand so soon and thus give people time to develop a countermeasure. Yet, this was probably the only thing that would not only crack the armor, but also kill that asshole inside. Override authorized. Code: Capcom vs. Marvel, Photon Edition. The trunk of my car opened once more, showing a modular cannon the size of a guitar case. "Gimme a hand, Tony." When I yelled out for Tony, I had caught the attention of the Titanium Man. The eerie stillness that he showed was beyond creepy. Damn, did I want this night to be over with? Part of me was wondering if my involvement was even needed. Wouldn't Tony have defeated these fools on his own? Then I remembered how ignominiously Cyclops had died, a major main character in his respective mythology. No, I couldn't rely on plot armor in this dimension to keep Tony alive. By the time I got to the cannon, it had already finished transforming into what I would really need. The Photon Cannon. Did I recreate/rip off Iron Man's ultimate move? You bet you're sweet, but I did. I had refashioned it into something that I could actually use during the invasion and for any other big bads that might come my way, and I was certain that they would. Fully deployed, the cannon was 8 feet in length, while 4 feet in height, and weighed far more than a baseline human could possibly lift. The barrel was actually 6 barrels that sat in a circle that allowed them to rotate around a fixed point as the cannon fired. The circular ring that spun around produced a stasis field to protect and stabilize the energy beam. This also doubled as a trap for whoever gets caught up in it. Tony flew over to land beside me as I picked up the massive cannon. What the hell is that? Tony squeaked as my hands ran across the controls, entering codes and changing the various settings on the weapons platform. Prototype photon cannon. Makes a big boom. That's impossible. There is no way you can weaponize photons within something this small, Tony huffed as he walked around poking at my cannon. While Tony was messing around and undoubtedly taking sensor scans, the copycat douche, which was a bit hypocritical on my part since I had used my future knowledge to recreate his famous arc reactor even before he did. The top half of the Titanium Man was trying to haul but towards us in a very awkward hand-only walk, but his murderous killing intent was crystal clear. With the target data and settings updated, I placed the cannon on my shoulder and prepared to fire. 20%, 42% azure blue lines along the side of the rifle glowed to life. 68%, 83% slowly each barrel lit up as power was routed to each one. 92% to 96% the barrels started to rotate as the buildup of power reached critical. 99% power failure. Insufficient charge. Powering down. You know, 1 in 5 men suffers from dysfunction. I understand they now have pills for that. Not that I know for sure as I've never needed them, Tony snarked, and the stony glare I sent his way said it all. Damn prototype weapons. This is why you spent the time and money testing this crap in a lab, under strictly controlled conditions, before you put them in the field and needed them to work. Pulling the cannon off of my shoulder, I undid the latch that held the power housing closed. Best as I could tell visually, it looked like 4 of the crystal graphene batteries were beyond empty. The cannon had sucked them dry, right down to the bones and the marrow. I bet there wasn't a single electron left in them. Thumb. Crap, shit, crap, work faster. He is coming and not in the good way. Tony quipped as he took up a fighter stance and fired multiple repulsor blasts into the titanium man's faceplate. First of all, damn you. Second, aim this thing while I give it power. With that, I hauled the weapon back up while jamming my left hand directly into the power housing. I was revving to go as I let the juices flow right into the main capacitor I was holding. The photon cannon charging up with little to no lag. I told you. You can't weaponize photons, Tony huffed while taking slow aim. Snorting to himself, Tony watched as the half-a-body moved one hand over the other as he tried to bear down on us both. So, I just aim and pull the trigger? Pull the damn trigger, you old hippie wannabe. Fine, see, I'm pulling the damn trigger, Tony replied harshly as the light built up in the center. Things slowly built up more and more before the lights condensed down as if it was powering down. See, you can't weaponize photons. Before Tony could say any more, there was a massive whomp. The cannon on my shoulder kicked like a mule, knocking him over as all of the power I pumped into it unleashed itself onto the titanium man that was now only 5 feet from us, so we weren't exactly at a safe distance from the target. Tony was knocked clean off his feet and onto his, but while I stood firm holding the weapon in place. The HUD was showing me a live feed of what was going on behind me. I almost laughed at his turtle on his shell look. The active photon beam, jacketed by an active stasis field, struck the titanium man like a bolt of lightning. The armor was the first to go as it slowly melted away bit by bit, yet, I kept on feeding the cannon power. It was a testament to the titanium man's genius that he wasn't killed instantly. As the armor broke down, the rear emergency exit for the pilot opened up, letting Boris fall out of the cockpit. What I knew, and he didn't yet realize, was the stasis field the cannon generated to illuminate the photon beam. As a secondary effect, anything the beam touched would be trapped in place by the stasis field. His armor and shielding had negated enough of the effect that he was able to get out of his armor, but that wouldn't be enough. Getting up from my one-knee kneeling position, I walked up upon him while continuing to fire. Before long, the titanium man and his armor were just gone, leaving nothing but a smoking crater. His body had offered far less resistance to the photon beam than his armor did. Alert, power overload in progress. Self-destructs in 3, 2, 1. Son of a bitch. The damn cannon decided to overload on me and wanted to take my butt with it. I threw the cannon in the hole in the ground that was once the titanium man before jumping back. I knew the forces I was playing with were going to cause a massive boom, and Tony would be lucky to keep his house if this wasn't contained. Once I landed, I slammed a foot into the ground, tapping into the strength force while commanding earth and stone to move in the way I demanded. Reaching into my utility belt, I pulled out a weapon that looked like a universal remote control. Pressing the middle button, I jabbed it towards the mini-dome that I made out of the ground. A blue energy field sprang forth to wrap around the coming explosion, but I knew it wasn't going to be enough. Sliding open the power chamber, I placed a finger directly on the crystal power core and overcharged it with power from the speed force. Ba-boom. The explosion rocked the ground as the cannon went off from the excess power buildup. The ground split in multiple directions and the air heated up severely, instantly withering the grass around the cave opening. The heat kept up for a while before it died back down. I wanted to release the breath I was holding, but I knew that there was a lot more to do tonight. I want to say I told you so, Tony huffed as he placed a hand on my shoulder. Then again, that explosion said it all. What are you talking about? It worked. He's dust in the air. But I think a successful weapon design doesn't immediately try to kill its user after only one shot, he snarked back, a gleam in his eye. You must not want your goatee anymore, old man. Tony gave me a smirk as he took a step back, holding his hands up in a placating surrender. Thought so. Bang. 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 Tony and I shared a look before turning around to run into his Malibu mansion. Well, it used to be a Malibu mansion. Now though, it looked like it was a home out of old Compton. Bullet holes, bomb holes, broken glass everywhere. The only thing missing was graffiti. Tony's house looked like a crap show now, rather than a picturesque home out of Architectural Digest. I can't have anything nice, Tony huffed while ambling awkwardly down the stairs that lead to his garage. Almost like he was bow-legged from riding a horse. Dude, why are you walking like you took a huge dump and then realized you were out of toilet paper? You look like a bow-legged cowboy. I joked, laughing hard at how awkward and ridiculous he looked. I could sell this crap to the paparazzi and make a killing, I mumbled quietly. My focus for this design was supersonic flight, Not walking up and down stairs, you jackass. Tony yelled in an offended manner. Blah 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 is all I hear. You couldn't spare enough processing power to give your armor enough dynamic fine motion control and attenuated servo actuators to navigate something as simple as stairs? Ha. Engineering genius, my butt. I knew I shouldn't get so much enjoyment out of freaking with Tony, but damn if it didn't feel good. We came around the final part of the spiral staircase to find dead bodies all over the garage/lab. Each body had 2 holes in the head with one in the heart, signaling this was the work of a professional who was taking no chances. Tony and I walked around the bodies as we went in the direction that they seemed to be heading towards. Tony must have realized where these guys had been heading when he suddenly took off at a sprint from my side. Instantly my mind put it together without having to ask, the bunker. Before Tony could get more than 5 steps towards a wall that was behind a display case that held his Harley-Davidson motorcycle, Raven made herself known, silently dropping from the ceiling as she landed before Stark in full stealth mode. My HUD had her body outlined in red to help me pinpoint her position and thus avoid any kind of friendly fire situation, but I was certain that Tony couldn't see her or even detect her with his sensors. The swift palm strike to Tony's chest brought him to a stop. Before Tony could retaliate with any of his own weapons, Raven made herself known. With the stealth field down, Raven turned around to deactivate the traps that she had set up, lest she accidentally kill or maim Tony or me. Oh crap, my poor heart. Tony breathed harshly as he patted himself on the chest. I let out a snort, causing Tony to turn around and give me that raised eyebrow look he liked to do. Your arc reactor has enough power to keep you alive for 50 lifetimes, and when you stop being a scaredy cat you can always get your ticker fixed. Alright lover boy, your lady awaits, Raven said, adding in her own bit. Tony looked at us both before huffing like a grade A diva. Sassy, Raven quipped as Tony walked off towards the wall. Since he can't hear you, I think his old age is showing. I noticed the twitch in Tony's step as the wall slid apart, showing that it was 1.5 feet of reinforced steel and concrete protecting the safe room that was housed within. Tony was pacing like his suit was on fire, which stopped Raven and I from saying any more as Pepper came running out of the bunker and into his metal arms. Giving Happy a nod in greeting, I turned around and brought Raven with me as we walked back up the stairs. Raven was about to take off her helmet, but I placed a hand on her forearm to stop her from doing such a thing. My own systems had alerted me that vehicles were pulling up outside the mansion, with 20 signatures getting out. Slowly, I made my way back out of Tony's mansion, while Raven again went into stealth mode behind me. What I found made me laugh. Well, I'll be damned if it isn't Spy Nanny.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.